Preface and Introduction of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Preface. The subject of dietetics has only of late years begun to come into its own. For centuries it was thought that the body was a thing to be neglected and despised, that it was a clog to the soul. The teachings of dogma and the life of the hermit and the ascetic glorified the mortification of the body and the elevation of the soul. The study of the functions of life and the manner in which those functions are upheld and vivified, the development of the sciences of biology and physiology, have placed the relations of the body and its inhabitant, the soul, on a more consistent and rational basis. It is coming to be recognized that the mind cannot function to its highest efficiency in a body below par, that in order to work harmoniously and to accomplish the most for humanity, the sound mind must dwell in a sound body, with all of its functions active, its organs in vigorous condition, kept so by a thorough assimilation and a forceful circulation. These are to be secured by means of daily exercise, abundance of fresh air, and healthful, happy, constructive thoughts. It has been well said that the distinguishing feature between man and other animals is the fact that he is a cooking animal. Until he discovered fire, man's subsistence was little more than that of the brute. Out of his discovery of the varied uses of this element came modern civilization. Much of this advance was made possible through the added strength of mind that was given man by a more varied diet. His limited raw diet gave little scope to his inventive faculties. From the discovery of the possibilities in cooked food, his mind was stimulated to research in other directions. With the lessened need for vigorous mastication, however, the degeneration of man's teeth began, and we are slowly learning now that exercise for the teeth and gums is as necessary for their health as it is for the rest of the body. Dietetics is, in itself, both an art and a science. Food can be prepared so tastefully and its appearance made so pleasing as to become a fit subject for a painter. But the selection of food that shall give the body all the elements it needs in its work of growth and repair, with the greatest economy of effort, of purse, of time, and of energy, needs the trained judgment, the knowledge of comparative values, and of chemical combinations possessed by a scientist. This is especially true from the fact that so many bodily ills result from a faulty digestion, due either to the food itself or to the condition of the organs which must handle the food. The subject is so vast and its ramifications so many that all the resources of chemistry own themselves baffled at some of its intricacies. However, an intelligent working knowledge of the processes undergone by food in its progress through the body and its transformation into vital force can be attained by anyone. This book is the outcome of years of experience in correcting bodily ills caused by wrong hygienic habits. It has been written out of a sincere desire to awaken the everyday individual to the important relation that food bears to his well-being. Much has been written on this subject by medical men for the medical profession, in language too technical for the layman. It is believed that in this book the layman will find a fund of information hitherto not available to him in language stripped of technicalities, plain and easily understood. I have tried to make it logical and interesting. When the American people become convinced that a thing is needed, they generally go after it, and sooner or later the desired thing is attained. When they arouse themselves to see that the food they eat is pure, well prepared, and taken into digestive systems vigorous by means of proper exercise and fresh air, a new and far more virile race will be the outcome. Acknowledgment is here made of the valuable assistance of Winfield S. Hall, Ph.D., M.D., Professor of Physiology in the Northwestern Medical School, lecturer and author of Nutrition and Dietetics. Of Alida Frances Pattee, late instructor in dietetics, Bellevue Training School for Nurses, Bellevue Hospital, New York City. Author of Practical Dietetics. The tables of food values and the classification of foods are kindly furnished by Dr. Hall and used by the courtesy of his publishers, while a few of the recipes are generously furnished by Miss Pattee. Recognition is also made of the good work of Miss Helen Hamill, former dietitian in Wesley Hospital, Chicago, in the preparation of some of the recipes. The author. Introduction. The problem of proper nutrition for the body is as vital as any study affecting the morals, health, and consequent power of a nation, since on the quality and quantity of food they assimilate depend the sustenance, health, and strength of its citizens. The food eaten by a nation largely determines the character of that nation. No subject is so vital to the individual, to the family, the community, the nation, as health. No education is so vital as a knowledge of foods, sanitation, hygiene. Health is the basis of happiness, and the attainment of happiness is man's chief pursuit. The very foundation of national life is the education of its citizens in its preservation. The nation seeks prosperity and happiness, yet true prosperity is based on these fundamentals. Money can be expended for no object which will yield the nation or the individual greater returns than in the acquisition of a knowledge of how to keep well. Health specialists in the future will direct their work more to the prevention than to the cure of diseases. The strongest powers are those which most fully guard the health of their citizens. The endurance of an army lies in the strength of the individual soldier. The basic work for preparedness is in building the bulwarks of physical strength and endurance. The study of life is of most vital interest. The enjoyment and maintenance of life is inbred. It is intuitive. The infant's first instinct is the preservation of life. Almost immediately he seeks for nourishment. His body is an ever-awakening wonder to him. He begins his education by testing his lungs, by studying his hands, his legs, and his flesh. The human race spends more time in providing nourishment for the body than in any other line of activity. Yet we are wasteful. We have not studied to make the food yield its greatest nourishment and the body its greatest efficiency. Unless the system is thoroughly nourished, we miss much of the physical satisfaction of life. We miss the joys of mental development, the inspiration of soul, the sense of growth, of freedom, of expansion, and the self-satisfaction of accomplishing. The satisfaction resulting from greatest usefulness and the enjoyment of the results of usefulness, the greatest blessings and the largest measure of life come only to those whose nutriment is proper in quantity and quality, taken properly as to time, and is thoroughly assimilated, because both body and brain are thereby enabled to develop most fully. The enjoyment of vibrant life, of bodily efficiency, is far beyond the fancied joys of the intemperate or the ascetic. That one may thoroughly enjoy life in the freedom which comes from perfect activity of bodily functions, it is necessary that proper habits be formed. Then the energy of thought is not constantly engaged in deciding what is best. Habit calls for no conscious expenditure of energy. Nutrition is a broad subject. It means not only that the foods be supplied which contain elements required to rebuild body substance and to create heat and energy, but it embraces also the ability of the body to appropriate the foods to its needs. The study of nutrition in its full sense, therefore, must embrace not only foods, but anatomy and physiology, particularly of the digestive system. A knowledge of chemistry is also necessary that we may know the changes foods undergo in being converted into tissue, heat, and energy. This science is known as dietetics. Scientific research along the lines of electricity, psychology, metaphysics, medicine, and art has been tenaciously pursued for centuries, Yet scientific study of the natural means of keeping the body in health, that the individual may be in physical, mental, and moral condition to enjoy and to profit by researches made in other lines, has been neglected. The entire framework of the body, bone, muscle, blood, brain, and nerve, as well as the heat and the mental and physical energy necessary for every motion, is supplied from food and drink, and from the oxygen breathed into the lungs. We are learning that derangements of the body are largely caused by injudicious eating. Yet, vital as it is, the subject of foods, except in recent years, has not had a place in the courses of study in our public schools. We have given much attention to the pound of cure, but insufficient attention to the ounce of prevention. Man does not enjoy life to its full, nor do his physical or mental efforts yield him his best returns unless his system is thoroughly nourished. Formerly, the physician gave general directions, or none at all, as to the diet. His directions, when given, were often indefinite, because the subject was not definitely understood, due to the fact that the course of instruction in medical colleges contained practically nothing on the subject of foods. This study is not in the curriculum of all of our medical colleges today. Our public school curriculum contains no more important study than that of health and of the simple hygienic laws which enable us to retain it. The sense of foods in their relation to health, sanitation, and general hygiene should be among the foremost requirements of our public school courses of study. Mothers' clubs will find no more interesting or profitable study than dietetics. It is coming to be widely recognized that a far larger number of diseases arise from the food habit than from the liquor habit. Many who look with contempt or pity on the victims of alcohol are themselves diseased of body, disturbances of the heart. Food, if taken in greater quantity than the digestive juices can handle, either passes out of the system without being absorbed, or it ferments or decomposes, giving rise to constipation, diarrhea, or other intestinal disturbances. If the stomach and intestines are active and can handle the excess of food, its absorption beyond what the system requires overloads the blood and causes obesity or diseases of the skin and kidneys. It thus brings about abnormal deposits as in gout, or the calculi found in the kidney or the gallbladder. Biliousness and congestion of the liver may follow, with constant headache, coated tongue, foul breath, and the languor of body and of mind. Many habitually eat too much and take too little fluid, though due to a greater spread of knowledge, overeating is becoming less common. On the other hand, an insufficient or illy balanced diet will bring in its train disorders of the system scarcely less harmful. A large number, particularly of young girls, take insufficient food, eat irregularly, and are undernourished. When one does not eat sufficient food or the proper kind and variety, the tissues of the digestive organs are undernourished and do their work imperfectly. The undernourished are usually those who work at high tension, those who worry, or those who do not get bodily exercise proportionate to the mental. Mental workers are liable to become preoccupied and forget to take food. Growing girls who are over-interested in studies, anxious concerning examinations, etc., neglect their meals. Parents are often to blame in these cases by unduly encouraging the intellectual effort. Members of some religious sects practice undereating as a form of asceticism. Many others from poverty are unable to procure a sufficient amount of food. Too many, if not the majority of those concerned with the purchase and preparation of food, understand but little of food values and the importance of their proper combinations. No matter how simple the menu, it should embrace the elements the system needs for its complete sustenance. The problem of nutrition must be solved largely through chemistry. The health and efficiency of the individual and of the nation depend on careful study of the foods placed on the market, their chemical components, and their possible adulteration. Happily, the United States government, realizing that its power as a nation depends on the strength and health of its citizens, has established experimental and analytical food departments. As a result of the findings of the government chemists, there was enacted in 1906 the Food and Drugs Act, which has raised the standard of food purity by prescribing the conditions under which foods may be manufactured and sold. The law compels the maker of artificially colored or preserved food products to correctly label his goods. The national law instigated the passage of various state laws, which have further helped to ensure a supply of pure food products. Yet we need other laws which shall have greater efficiency and wider scope. The strength of Germany as a nation is due very largely to the government's supervision of foods manufactured and imported. There is no more important branch of the United States government than that which protects the health of its citizens. We should not be satisfied with anything less than perfect health, and we are beginning to realize that this perfect health is a possibility for almost every individual. In the maintenance of health, as well as in the cure of disease, diet is often more important than drugs. Today, scientific knowledge of hygiene and of food values is within the reach of all, and every mother and teacher may learn how to guard the health of those in her charge. It is necessary to know the comparative values of foods as nutrient agents in order to maintain our bodies in health and strength, and with economy of digestive effort as well as efficiency. There is no study, therefore, more important than that of bodily nutrition, which comprises not only the right proportion of food and drink, but also the manner in which they must be prepared in order to yield the best returns under varying conditions: age, employment, health, and sickness. The body is certainly a marvelous machine. It is self-building, self-repairing, and to a degree self-regulating. It appropriates to its use foodstuffs for growth and for repair. It eliminates its waste. It supplies the energy for rebuilding and eliminating this waste. It directs its own emotions. It supplies the energy for these emotions. It discriminates in the selection of food and casts our refuse and foodstuffs not needed. It forms brain cells and creates mental force with which to control the organism. It keeps in repair the nerves, which are the telegraph wires connecting the brain with all parts of the body. It converts the potential energy in the food into heat with which to keep itself warm. Withal, it is not left entirely free to do its work automatically. It has within a higher intelligence, a spiritual force, which may definitely hamper its workings by getting a wrong control of the telegraph wires, thus interfering with the digestion, the heart action, the lungs, and all metabolic changes. The right exercise of this higher intelligence, in turn, depends on the condition of the body, because when the mechanism of the body is out of repair, it hampers mental and spiritual control. About 1/3 of the food eaten goes to maintain the life of the body in its incessant work of repairing and rebuilding, the remaining 2/3 being held in reserve for other activities. One of the most remarkable and the least understood of any of the assimilative and absorptive functions is the ability shown by one part of the body to appropriate from the foods the elements necessary for its own rebuilding, while the same elements pass through other organs untouched. The body has the power also not only to make use of the foods, but to use up the blood tissue itself. Just how this is done is also a mystery. There is surely a great lesson in industry here, and one of the most profound studies in economics, physics, and chemistry. Habitual worriers use up force and become thin more quickly than those whose work is muscular. Those who spend their lives fretting over existing conditions or worrying over things which never happen use up much brain force and create disagreeable conditions within, resulting in digestive ills. These again react on the body and continue the process of impoverishment of the tissues. Certain it is that improper foods affect the disposition, retard the spiritual growth, and change the current of one's life and of the lives about one. Therefore, the intelligent care of the body, the medium through which the soul communicates with material surroundings, is a Christian duty. The priest with liver trouble and the parishioner with indigestion do not evidence that skilled Christian living so essential to the higher life. Man has become so engrossed and hedged about with the complex demands of social, civic, and domestic life, all of which call for undue energy and annoyance, and lead him into careless or extravagant habits of eating and living, that he forgets to apply the intelligence which he puts into his business to the care of the machine which does the work. Yet the simple laws of nature in the care of the body are plainer and easier to follow than the complex habits which he forms. The simple life embraces the habits of eating as well as the habits of doing and of thinking. The whole problem of perfect health and efficient activity is in keeping the supply of assimilated food equal to the demand, and keeping a forceful circulation that the nourishment may freely reach all tissues and the waste be eliminated, and in full breathing habits that sufficient oxygen be supplied to put the waste in condition for elimination. End of Preface and Introduction.
Section 1 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Chapter 1. Purposes of Food. The purposes of food are to supply the material out of which the body may rebuild the tissues, to produce heat, and to liberate muscular and mental energy. Every particle of body substance is constantly changing. The new material for cells and tissues, the substance to supply the energy needed in the metabolic work of tearing down and rebuilding, the energy used in the digestive process of converting the food into condition to be assimilated, and the energy used in muscular, brain, and nerve movement must all be supplied by food. Every effort of the brain in the process of thinking, every motion, and every muscular movement requires energy which the food must supply. The body is composed of a vast number of cells, varying according to the tissue or organ in which they are found. The characteristic of all living matter is that it constantly reproduces itself. Cells perform their appointed work, wear out, and must be replaced by new ones, or derangements follow. The new cells constantly being formed increase in size, and in so doing push the worn-out, dying, and dead cells out of the way. The process of building and eliminating continues within the body and on its surface every instant of life. An idea of the number of dead cells constantly being thrown off from every part of the body may be gained by noticing the amount of dead skin cast off. The fine scales of scarf or dead skin, which we easily rub off in a friction bath, are composed of these dead cells, which have been crowded out by the hosts of vital cells constantly forming beneath. The process is the same in every tissue and organ. The dead or worn-out matter within the body is burned by oxygen and put in condition to be carried by the blood to the organs of elimination, the kidneys, intestines, lungs, and skin. Much waste is eliminated in liquid form through the sweat glands. It is said that stokers throw off 4 pounds of water and waste a day through the skin. In the growing child, the process of building and of eliminating is active and rapid. In the youth, it is less rapid, in the adult, still less, but unless the process is kept active, stagnation and death ensue. Daily exercise is necessary to keep up the body activities, yet very few take the trouble to secure daily a complete, thorough circulation of blood, especially through the vital organs and the deeper tissues. Perfect circulation is the keynote of health. Activity of any kind necessitates the expenditure of energy, The process is a chemical one, and in all chemical processes, heat is necessary to cause the decomposition of elements and their recomposition into different substances. Heat, in turn, has two functions. It enables the chemical changes to be carried on, which fit the food for the use of the various tissues, and it burns to an ash the worn-out products of the body's activity, fitting them for elimination. It keeps the tissues flexible and the secretions fluid. Coagulation takes place when the secretions become cold. As previously stated, food in the body, then, is needed for two purposes. 1. To build and maintain the cell until its work is done. 2. To furnish the heat necessary to decompose the food into its elements and to produce the energy by which all the body processes are carried on. That the food may be appropriated by the body, it must be not only proper in kind and quantity, but the body must also be in condition to digest, absorb, and assimilate it, and to eliminate the waste, otherwise the body needs are not met. It is the nourishment which the body assimilates and appropriates to its needs, which counts in food economy, not necessarily the amount consumed. Therefore, if the food is to economically serve its purpose, the body must be in a condition to digest and assimilate it. This condition depends largely on perfect circulation, correct position of organs, and correct breathing habits. Of the 15 to 20 substances contained in foods and comprised in the body, the principal ones are oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, chlorine, sodium, potassium, magnesium, iron, calcium, phosphorus, and sulfur. The differences in the forms of matter lie in the proportions in which these elements are combined. Those containing the largest proportion of nitrogen are called nitrogenous foods or protein, such as meat, eggs, and some vegetables. Those containing the largest proportion of carbon are known as carbonaceous, such as cereals, sugar, and fat. The four food elements indispensable to life, either of plant or animal, are oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen. Carbon combined with oxygen forms carbon dioxide. Oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide largely form the air. Oxygen and hydrogen form water. Calcium, iron, magnesium, sodium, and potassium are used in the formation of the various tissues and secretions of the body. The substances contained in living organisms are the same as those in inorganic matter, only in different complexities as appropriated to the needs of each organism. The difference between living and non-living matter is in the relative proportion and arrangement of the same elements. Before it is fit to supply the needs of the body, the raw material must undergo a chemical change. It has been demonstrated by scientific investigation that no unorganized elements, such as pure nitrogen, pure iron, or magnesium, are assimilated by the system and converted into its various structures. While the body needs carbon, it cannot use coal. It needs nitrogen, yet it cannot appropriate it to rebuilding bone and muscle until, by chemical action with other elements, it has been converted into complex substances called proteins. The muscles, ligaments, and labor-performing structures contain the largest amount of nitrogen. The fat contains the largest amount of carbon. The brain, the nerves, and the bones contain the largest proportion of phosphorus compounds. Yet, while the brain contains phosphorus and the tissues nitrogen, the brain cannot be built up by eating elementary phosphorus, nor the muscles by pure nitrogen. But compounds rich in phosphorus or nitrogen may be utilized. Plants use the simple compounds of the earth, air, and soil, and within their own cells build them up into such complex substances as starch, sugar, protein, fat, and salts, putting them in condition for man and other animals to appropriate to their use. All plant life is compounded from the elements in the soil, air, and water by the action of the sun's rays. The rays of heat and light store something of their power in latent heat and energy in these plant compounds. The end of plant life is the completion of its compounds. When it has matured them, the plant dies. All organic matter is thus formed by the action of the sun's rays on inorganic matter. The gluten of wheat is formed from the chemical union of nitrogen in the air and nitrogen in the soil with other substances. The starch of wheat and other grains is from carbon which the plant has taken from the soil and combined with other substances. All meats are largely derived from plants which have appropriated the elements from the soil, water, and air. The chemical processes of the animal convert the energy latent in the plant foods into the more concentrated form of meat. The animal thus performs a part of the chemical work for man. The digestive organs of one animal convert the food contained in certain plants into a substance more easily assimilated by another animal. Man would need to eat a large amount of nitrogen-containing plants in order to get as much protein as is contained in one egg, or in a piece of lean meat the size of an egg. It is because the nitrogen is in such condensed form in meat and eggs that one is likely to take more than the system can handle if he eats too freely of these two foods, particularly of meat. We will discuss this question more fully under proteins. Most domestic animals take their food elements from air and water, as well as from the compounds which the plants have formed, while wild animals and some domestic ones, such as hogs and chickens, make use of meat as well. The greater part of muscle, nerve, and gland is composed of protein. When the muscles are exercised constantly, they use up their protein and must have it resupplied, or the muscle substance will waste. When the muscles are exercised freely, as in the laborer or the athlete, they need more building material. The skeleton is composed largely of deposited salts, as calcium. If, therefore, the growing child be not supplied with a sufficient amount of this substance, the bones will be weak and liable to deformity, and the teeth will be slow in coming, or will be small and malformed. Children need foods rich in lime. The elements which supply heat and keep up muscular activity are starches, fats, and sugars. It must be apparent to every thoughtful person that, since the nerves, muscles, and glands are composed largely of protein and the skeleton largely of calcium salts, in order to furnish the body with the elements necessary for growth and repair, all of these elements, as also the energy-producing substances, must be provided. Each individual, therefore, should learn how much he requires to replace his daily waste, both for rebuilding tissue and for supplying heat and energy. The day laborer, though he may do more muscular work than an athlete in training, expends scarcely any nervous energy. Therefore, he needs less protein in his diet than one does who expends both nervous and muscular activity, as does the athlete. End of section 1.
Section 2. Of what to eat and when. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Classification of food elements. By foodstuffs are meant the chemical elements appropriated by the animal for the use of the body, as previously described. By foods are meant those articles of diet found in the market which contain the chemical elements used by the body in various combinations. Bread, for example, contains all of the foodstuffs and has been called the staff of life, because it sustains life. This refers to bread made from the whole of the grain. White bread, as commonly eaten, is not the staff of life. Foods may contain elements, not foodstuffs, and not used by the body, but cast out as waste. Certain foods, such as sugar, cornstarch, olive oil, and egg albumin, contain only one foodstuff, as will be noted in the following classification, in which the foodstuffs are grouped according to the body uses. The classification of foods is based on the principal organic foodstuffs they contain. The preponderance of the elements in any one food determines its chief use in the body. It will be remembered that the chief uses of foods are to produce heat and energy, to build the tissue of the growing child, and to repair the tissues in the child and the adult. Nearly all foods are made up of a combination of substances. The following tabulations give the classification of foods based on their predominating elements. Nitrogenous foods: lean meat, eggs, gluten. Carbonaceous foods: sugars, starches, root and tuberous vegetables, green vegetables, fruits, fats. Carbonitrogenous foods: cereals, legumes, nuts, milk. Vegetables are mixtures of sugars and starches. Fruits are mixtures of sugars, vegetable acids, and salts. Milk, legumes, cereals, and nuts contain a more equal division of sugars, fats, and proteins, and are therefore represented as carbonitrogenous. Lean meats, with the exception of shellfish, contain no starch, but all meats contain protein, fat, and water. In the above tabulation, examples are given of foodstuffs which are almost pure representatives of their classes. Cornstarch, sago, and tapioca are practically pure starch, containing very little of any other element. Glucose, cane sugar, syrups, and honey are almost pure sugar. Butter, lard, and olive oil are nearly all pure fat. Egg albumin, gluten of flour, and lean meat are almost pure protein. As previously stated, however, no food contains but one element of foodstuffs. Nitrogenous foodstuffs or proteins. Protein is a complex combination consisting of 17 elements. The digestive organs split up protein into these 17 substances, and they enter the blood, thus split. When they reach the tissues, each tissue selects the elements it needs and recombines them according to its own peculiar functional uses. Meat and eggs contain the complete protein. Protein exists in all vegetables, but few vegetables contain protein which is made up of the whole 17 substances. Hence, more vegetable food has to be eaten to secure the protein in the quantity and combination necessary to maintain life. Of these 17 elements, the predominating ones are nitrogen, sulfur, and phosphates. The predominance of nitrogen has given the proteins the name nitrogenous. Proteins are the tissue builders. In this connection, it may be well to state that blood is a tissue. Thus, meat and eggs build the blood, as well as muscle and sinew. All nitrogenous foods contain considerable carbon, mostly in the form of fat in the meat elements. But the carbonaceous foods contain so little protein that the protein elements do not appreciably enter into the nutrition. Carbon and nitrogen in the carbonitrogenous foods are about equal in proportion. The nitrogenous or protein elements in the body constitute about 1/5 of its weight. They form the basis of blood, lymph, muscle, sinew, bone, skin, cartilage, and other tissues. Worn-out body tissue is constantly being torn down and eliminated, and the protein in the foods must daily furnish material for repair, as well as for building new tissue. A young animal's first need is for growth, as it has not learned to exercise sufficiently to use much latent energy. The first food it receives is an animal product, milk to babes and other mammals, while the young chicken or bird is nourished by the yolk of the egg contained within it. Sufficient yolk substance remains within the chick when it is hatched to sustain its life for the first day or two. Nitrogenous foods are more concentrated and contain less waste. Thus, a smaller bulk is required than of vegetables and fruits. According to recent experiments, the average adult requires from 2 to 4 ounces of nitrogenous foods a day to repair the waste. Happily, when more is consumed, the system has the power up to a certain limit, depending on the physical condition and the daily activity, to eliminate an excess. It is needless to say that if the daily waste is not replaced, digestion and nutrition suffer. The system must have the 2 to 4 ounces necessary to supply the nitrogen daily excreted, or the tissues themselves will be consumed. The proteins of which meat is the principal member are classified as albuminoids, albumin, white of eggs, casein, curd of milk, myosin, the basis of lean meat and gluten of wheat, gelatinoids, connective tissue of meat, extractives, appetizing and flavoring elements. If protein material is taken into the body in excess of its needs, the excess is used as fuel. While vastly more expensive, an excess of protein is worth no more as fuel than starch is. 1 gram of protein produces 4.1 calories of heat, no more than 1 gram of starch. The proteins produce heat and energy when the supply of sugars, starches, and fats is exhausted, but proteins alone form muscle and the larger part of blood and sinew. They are, in this sense, the most important of foods. They are also the most costly. An excess of protein, usually eaten in the daily intake of food, then, is of no practical use and can be eliminated with great benefit to the pocketbook. Meat once a day is sufficient. The excessive consumption of meat can be lessened with no lack of nutrition to the body. The trouble is that meat is the first thing thought of for a meal. It is easily prepared, and housewives are not willing to use the thought and effort necessary to secure a balanced meal without it. Carbonaceous foodstuffs. The carbonaceous foods are those used by the body for heat and energy, and are so named because they contain a large proportion of carbon, the heat-producing element. It is the carbon in wood which, uniting with oxygen, produces heat and light. The carbonaceous foods are all composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, the difference between them being in the different proportions in which these elements are combined. They are divided into 2 classes: carbohydrates and fats. The carbohydrates embrace the sugars and starches, and include such substance as the starches of vegetables and grains, notably corn, rice, wheat, and the root vegetables, and the sugar of milk, of fruits, vegetables, and the sap of trees. Their chief office is to create energy. The starches are converted into sugar, so they are together given the one name of carbohydrate. The name means that carbon and hydrogen are contained in them in such a proportion that when oxygen unites with the hydrogen, water is produced and the carbon is liberated. In this chemical process, heat is produced. 1 gram of carbohydrate produces 4.1 calories of heat. They are almost entirely absent from meat and eggs, the animal having converted them into fats. When the digestive organs are in a normal condition, carbohydrates are easily digested. They do not play a large part in the growth of the body tissues, but they are utilized by the body to spare the consumption of the fat, which is stored in the tissues as a reserve. This explains their action in preserving but not producing fat. When there is an excess of fat and the desire is to reduce, the carbohydrates should be limited that the body may call on the reserve fat for heat and energy. Few realize that after the starches and fats have been consumed in heat and energy, the tissues are consumed. The assimilation of the carbohydrates is almost complete, so that the energy derived from them may be closely calculated. Sugar. There are many varieties of sugar. Those commonly used as foods are cane sugar, sucrose, fruit sugar, levulose, sugar of milk, lactose, sugar of malt, maltose, sugar of grapes or corn, glucose, maple sugar, honey, and saccharin, a coal tar product. They are derived from plants, from trees, and from tubers or other vegetables. Cane sugar, sucrose, is derived from the juice of the sugar cane and from beets. 1/3 of the world's supply of sugar is derived from the sugar cane and 2/3 from beets. From 2 to 10% of sucrose may be obtained from the maple tree. It is also found in the sugar pea. All sugars are carbohydrates, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. The oxygen and hydrogen being in the proportions which form water, 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen. Brown sugar is granulated sugar in an early stage of refinement. Maple sugar is obtained by boiling down the sap of the maple tree. It is often adulterated with other sugars or with glucose from corn because they are cheaper. This adulteration does not make it unwholesome, but causes it to lose its distinct maple taste. The nutritive value of sugar is said to be about 95%. Glucose was formerly derived almost entirely from grapes. Later, the process was discovered by which the starch in corn was converted into glucose. It is produced so much more cheaply from corn that this is now the chief source of supply. Glucose is also found in most of the fruits, in combination with other sugars. It needs little change to be absorbed by the system and quickly overloads the digestive apparatus if much of it is eaten. It is pure, wholesome, and cheap, and for this reason it is often combined with other sugars. It is not so sweet as cane sugar, though just as nutritious. Many of the syrups on the market are made from it. Candy is often made from glucose instead of from molasses or cane sugar. Much candy, unless one is actively exercising, tends to produce indigestion. While glucose is wholesome, it ferments readily. Before sugar can be used by the system, it is changed into the easily absorbed form of the sugar in grapes, by a ferment in the small intestine. Hence, digested sugar in the body is called grape sugar. Milk sugar needs less chemical change than other sugars and is taken almost at once into the circulation. It is contained in the natural food for the infant. The digested sugar, grape sugar, is further changed in the body into glycogen. When an excess of sugar or starch is consumed, it is stored within the body as glycogen until required. Sugar is perhaps a better food than starch because less force is required for its digestion and it is easily assimilated, being more readily converted into dextrose than are starches. Moreover, it furnishes the heat and energy needed by those having small power to digest starch. Sugar is soon oxidized, and for this reason may be eaten by those who need to use an extra amount of muscular strength or to get strength quickly. It yields heat and energy within 30 minutes after eating, and in times of great exertion or exhausting labor, the rapidity with which it is assimilated gives its advantage over starch. Because it is so quickly converted into energy, it is valuable for children at active play. Experiments with soldiers on forced marches and in Arctic explorations have shown the value of sugar as a food in enabling the men to withstand hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Taken in excess, however, particularly by those of sedentary habits, it clogs the system as does any other excess of material, creating difficulties for the liver and kidneys. During muscular activity, 4 times as much sugar is consumed in the body as is ordinarily used in the body processes. Used in limited quantities, therefore, according to the muscular or brain power exercised, sugar is one of the best foods for the production of energy. When much sugar is eaten, the starches and fats in the food should be lessened to avoid overloading the system. When eaten in excess, sugar may temporarily appear in the urine unaltered. It might be inferred that, as all starch must be converted to sugar before it can be used by the body, starches might be discarded and replaced by sugars. A small quantity of sugar, however, soon surfeits the appetite. And if the foods were confined to those having a surplus of sugars, sufficient food would not be eaten to supply other needs of the body. This lack of appetite occasioned by an excess of sugar is due partly to the fact that the gastric juice is not secreted so freely when there is much sugar in the stomach. Because of the slower secretion of gastric juice and the surfeit of the appetite occasioned by them, sweetened foods should not be used at the beginning of a meal, and while a moderate amount of sugar is desirable, a surfeit will cause indigestion. This is particularly liable when one eats sufficient starch and sugar at a meal and then eats candy between meals. Sugar is so readily oxidized and supplies heat and energy so promptly that the fats stored in the tissues are not called on until the latent energy in the sugar is used. The power of sugar to fatten thus lies in sparing the use of body fat. When starch and fat are used in addition to sugar, an excess of fat quickly results. Therefore, those who wish to reduce in flesh should eat sparingly of sugar, that the starches and fats may be used to furnish energy, but sugar should be as freely used as the system can handle it by those who wish to build up in flesh. Broadly speaking, about 1/4 of a pound of sugar daily in connection with other foods is well utilized by the system, the quantity depending on whether one leads an active or sedentary life. The natural flavor of fruits and grains is very largely destroyed by sugar, which is used too freely on many articles of diet. Sugar should never be added to fruits while cooking, if intended for immediate use, as the acids of the fruits neutralize a portion of the sugar. More sugar is thus used than is needed after the cooking process is completed. The sweet taste in all fruits and vegetables is due to the presence of sugar. Sweet potatoes, beets, carrots, parsnips, turnips, grapes, figs, and dates are especially rich in sugar, and when these are furnished with a meal, in any appreciable quantity, the starches should be restricted, notably bread, Irish potatoes, and rice. Those who do hard work in the open air, because of the increased oxidation, can consume larger quantities of sugar in pie or other pastry, which ordinarily would be difficult to digest. One who lives an indoor life should refrain from an undue indulgence in such foods. For one who is undernourished, sugar is a desirable food, if the starch be diminished in proportion as the amount of sugar is increased. But the tendency in sweetening foods is to take more starch also than the system requires, since it is the carbohydrate foods which are ordinarily sweetened, not the proteins. On account of their latent heat and energy, sugars are more desirable in cold weather than in warm. For this reason, nature supplies them more abundantly in the root vegetables, eaten more freely in cold weather. More puddings and heavier desserts may be eaten in cold weather. The desire of the child for sweets is a natural one, because the child uses much energy, and sugar supplies this energy with less tax of the digestive system. When the child begins to eat more solid foods, if sugar is used in abundance for sweetening, he is no longer attracted by the mild sweetness of fresh milk, and it is well not to sweeten cereals or other foods, also to limit other sweets when the child turns against milk, in order to restore the taste for this valuable food. Many authorities state that a child up to its 3rd year should not be allowed to taste artificial sweets, in order that the appetite may not be perverted from the natural sweets of milk. Sugar is better supplied to the child in a lump or in homemade molasses candy, rather than in the sweetening of porridge, oatmeal, or bread and milk, etc. Molasses is readily absorbed and is mildly laxative, and when young children are not allowed to eat too much, it assists in keeping the bowels open. Sweet fruits, fully ripened, contain much sugar and should be freely given to the child. Starch is one of the most important carbohydrates. It is formed from the carbon dioxide and water in the air and in the soil by the chemical action of the sun's rays on the cells of living plants. As stated, cornstarch, sago, tapioca, and arrowroot are practically pure starch. Rice is almost pure starch. Cornstarch is obtained from young maturing corn. Tapioca comes from a tropical plant, cassava. Sago from the pith of the sago palm. Arrowroot from a plant of the same name, a native of the West Indies. Starch lacks flavor, and for this reason all starchy foods are seasoned with salt. Salt increases the activity of the saliva and pancreatic juices. All starches must undergo much chemical change by action of the saliva and the intestinal juices before they can be used by the body. The digestion is begun by the saliva in the mouth and is continued in the stomach by the saliva until the gastric secretions begin to act. Starch is not acted on by the gastric juice, but passes unchanged into the intestines, where it is converted by the pancreatic juice into dextrin, maltose, and glucose. It is thus absorbed into the blood. After the digested starch passes into the blood, it is taken to the liver and is there changed into glycogen and is stored in reserve. When the system needs to produce energy, it is first furnished by the glycogen. When this is exhausted, the fats and proteins are used. The starches and sugars then are really the energy reserves of the body, any excess over the daily needs being stored until required. Starchy foods should not be given to anyone in whom, from disease or derangement, the starch-converting ferments, ptyalin in the saliva, and pancreatin in the pancreatic juice are lacking. Because the child has not developed the ferment in sufficient quantities necessary for starch digestion, starchy food must not be given to a child under 12 to 18 months, at least not until he has teeth and chews his food. Then he should be given starchy food in the form of a crust or hard cracker, which he chews thoroughly and mixes with saliva. Potatoes or bananas, which the child does not masticate, should not be given him under the age of 2 years. Fat is the most concentrated form of fuel and is readily oxidized. It has about twice the fuel value of carbohydrates. It is almost pure carbon, hence less chemical work is required to convert it into fuel, but more oxygen is needed. The average fat person does not breathe deeply and does not take in sufficient oxygen to cause a combustion of the fat and produce energy. He is thus inclined to be lethargic. A pound of fat has about 3 times as much fuel value as a pound of wheat flour, which consists largely of starch. Common examples of fat are butter, cream, the fat of meat and of nuts, and the oil of grains and seeds, notably the coconut, olive, and oatmeal. Fat forms about 20% of the weight of the normal body. The body cannot remain in health for long unless a proper amount of fatty food is eaten. Muscular and nerve action and the formation of the digestive secretions are all dependent on the energy derived from the combustion of fat. Its use in this way spares the tissues from destruction in the chemical processes necessary to life. Both carbohydrates and fats are composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, the difference being that there is less oxygen in fat. 1 pound of starch requires 1 1/5 pounds of oxygen for perfect combustion, while 1 pound of suet requires 3 pounds of oxygen. 1 ounce of fat yields 2 1/2 times as much energy as an ounce of sugar or starch. Fats are not digested in the stomach. The connective tissue about the fat is dissolved here, and the fat is passed on into the small intestine, where it is acted on by the bile and the intestinal juices. These first change the fat into an emulsion and then into the form of soap and glycerin. In this saponified form, it is in condition to be absorbed and carried to the tissues, where it is assimilated and used in energy. The commercial production of soap from oil is similar to the chemical change in the body of fat into soap. The supply of fat stored in the body depends on the quantity consumed with the food, on the quantity used up in heat and energy in muscular or mental exercise. The quantity assimilated depends somewhat on the condition of the nerves. If the nerves are weak, they do not strongly direct digestion and assimilation unless fat is used in the digestive and assimilative processes. Thus, in case of weak nerves, more fat is often stored in the tissues. An excess of fat often indicates sluggish nerve activity. Manual laborers require more fat for energy than do people whose habits are sedentary. School children or children who play hard should have sufficient fat and sugar. Butter and cream. The fat present in milk depends, of course, on the quality of the milk. There is as much butter fat in a glass of fresh Jersey milk as in a glass of cream from the milk of some cows. The cream from some Jersey cows is 80% butter fat. Skimmed milk contains very little fat. If milk is drunk by the adult as a means of storing up more fat within the body, the cream, if assimilated, should be stirred into it. The fat of meat. This should be thoroughly cooked. All meats in the process of baking or frying should be covered in order to retain the moisture. The fat in well-roasted beef is nutritious, but to make fat easily digestible, it should be well masticated so as to break up the tissue fibers which surround it. While fried foods are difficult of digestion, see page 192, because the surface albumin is coagulated and the hot fat forms a coating around it, making it difficult for the digestive juices to reach the tissue. The fat of bacon is more easily dissolved because of the delicacy of the fibers surrounding the fat cells. If thinly sliced and fully immersed in its own grease in the process of frying, bacon is an easily digested fat. The process of smoking the bacon renders it easier of digestion. Cooked bone marrow is an easily digested form of fat which is usually relished by those to whom any other fat is repulsive. It is useful in some forms of anemia, as it contains considerable iron. Eels, salmon, and mackerel contain much fat. The Eskimos extensively use both whale and seal oil as a food. The yolks of eggs are also rich in fat. Cod liver oil, pressed from the liver of the codfish, is easily absorbed and assimilated by some. The odor is not pleasant, and a little lemon juice, salt, baking soda, or any flavoring substance may be added to make it palatable. The pure oil taken in this way is perhaps preferable to the prepared emulsions. Olive oil is derived from ripe olives. It is often used when cod liver oil is not well borne. Many take olive oil for the purpose of rounding out the figure with fat. If the system will assimilate fat taken in quantities, the fat may be stored, but, as a rule, one is underweight because of a failure to assimilate the regular diet, and overloading the digestive organs with fat will not cause a better assimilation. If the lack of flesh is due to sluggish assimilation, exercise should always accompany a diet for the building of flesh. Olive oil, in moderation, is a good food when much heat and energy are required, but if one's occupation is sedentary, much fat is not necessary. Cottonseed oil is often substituted or mixed with the cheaper grades of olive oil. It is wholesome if fresh, but has not the pleasing flavor of the olive. Nut oils are good, but, with the exception of peanut butter, are not often used. English walnuts, hickory nuts, pecans, coconuts, and Brazil nuts contain much oil. Nut oils are not well borne by some, hence nuts must be sparingly used by them. If taken, they should be used with salt and be thoroughly masticated. Almond oil and olive oil are used in cooking to some extent. To summarize, digested sugar is called dextrose or glucose. Digested starch becomes first dextrin, then maltose, animal sugar. Digested protein is peptone, and digested fat is saponified fat. Water. No food element is more important for the needs of the body than water. It is composed of oxygen and hydrogen. It forms the large part of the blood and lymph. The body will subsist for weeks on the food stored in its tissues. It will even consume the tissues themselves, but it would soon burn itself up without water, and the thirst after a few days without it almost drives one insane. Though it produces force only indirectly, it is entitled to be classed as a food because it composes about 2/3 of the weight of the body and a large part of all the tissues and secretions. Yeo estimates that the supply of water to the body should be averaged at 1/2 ounce for each pound of body weight. It has been estimated that from 4 to 5 pints of water are excreted each day by the body, and therefore a similar amount should be consumed daily. The average individual at normal exercise requires about 71.5 ounces of water daily, which equals about 9 glasses. 1 glass of water weighs 1/2 pound. Some of this may be obtained from the food. By reference to tables 1 to 5, it will be noted that water forms a large percentage of all food, particularly of green vegetables and fruits. In order that the body may do efficient work in digestion and in the distribution of the nutrient elements of the foods, and the evaporation from the body may be maintained, the water in the foods, together with the beverages drunk, should consist of about 75% liquid to 25% nutrient elements, or about 3 times as much in weight as proteins, fats, and carbohydrates combined. Much of the water taken passes through the system without chemical change and is constantly being thrown off by the skin, lungs, kidneys, and intestines. Some of the water is split up into hydrogen and oxygen to unite the other substances in the chemical changes carried on during the process of digestion, and some water is obtained from the food by the union of hydrogen and oxygen liberated by the action of the digestive juices. Few people give much thought to its resupply, yet, ignorant of the cause, they suffer from its loss in imperfect digestion and assimilation, and in kidney and intestinal difficulties. If it is withheld from the diet for a while, marked changes occur in the structure and processes of the body. The effect is seen in the lessening of the secretions, the increasing dryness of all the tissues, including the nerves, and if the lack is long continued, in progressive emaciation, weakness, and death. Water is the heat regulator of the body, and the more energy used, either in work or in play, which results in more heat and evaporation, the more water is required. An animal, if warm, immediately seeks water. It is constantly being used in the body to form solutions in which the waste products are held so that the eliminative organs may dispose of them. It is the chief agent in increasing the peristaltic action of both the stomach and intestines, thus aiding in mixing the food with the digestive juices and assisting the movement along the alimentary canal. It increases the flow of saliva and of the digestive juices and aids these juices in reaching every particle of food. It dissolves the foods and helps in the distribution of food materials throughout the body, carrying them in the blood and the lymph from the digestive organs to the tissues, where they are assimilated. The blood carries the water to the various secreting and excreting glands, and its increased pressure aids both the secreting and excreting activity. The digestive organs secrete their juices more freely. Digestion is aided, more nutriment is rendered absorbable, more carbon dioxide is liberated, and more oxygen is taken into the blood, which thereby is made richer and more life-giving. One engrossed in business or household cares may forget to take water between meals. In such a case, the blood, in order to preserve its volume, must draw the water from the tissues, which in consequence become less moist. The mouth becomes dry, saliva is scanty, appetite fails, the digestion is not so active, the digestive and other secretions are lessened in quantity, the food in process of digestion becomes more solid. Its absorption in the intestine is more difficult. It moves slowly along the intestinal canal, and constipation results. The body is not so well nourished and falls a more ready prey to disease. The supply of fluid furnished to the kidneys is not sufficient. The urine becomes more concentrated, and irritation may result. The foundation is thus laid for derangements of the kidney function. To maintain the equilibrium of the body forces, water drinking should be established as a permanent habit and be firmly adhered to as a part of the daily program. Many claim that one's thirst, as in the desire for food, is the only safe guide to the amount and time of drinking, but these desires are largely matters of habit, and tastes are often perverted. Unless the condition is abnormal or the mind becomes so intensely active that one fails to listen to the call of nature, the system calls for what it has been in the habit of receiving, and at the stated times it has been in the habit of receiving it. It does not always call for what is good for it. Plants thrive after a shower because the falling water brings down the impurities in the air which constitute plant food. Rainwater for household use, therefore, should never be collected during the early part of a shower or rainstorm. Spring water, from its filtration through earth rich in mineral deposits, usually contain a certain percentage of those minerals as salt, sulfur, or iron dissolved through the action of the carbon dioxide contained in the water. Some of these springs have become famous health resorts. The contained carbon dioxide gives spring water its pleasant, sparkling taste. Spring water is remarkably free from organic life. Water as used in cities usually needs careful filtration and purification to rid it of its contained sand and other impurities. The housewife whose water supply is derived from rivers does this on a small scale when she strains out the mud and sand from the water which she is often compelled to use when the river is in flood and full of impurities. Drinking water should be perfectly clear and without odor. Even a small amount of decomposing vegetable or animal matter can be detected by its odor, if the water is confined for a short time in a bottle or closed jar. The health of the body depends to a large degree on the purity of the water. Contaminated water is a menace to health. Water which appears perfectly clear may be badly contaminated with typhoid or other germs. For this reason, no water should be used until it has been boiled if one is not sure of its purity. Water from wells near barns and cesspools is often impure. Hard water, as derived from wells, is usually rich in calcium and magnesium. When water contains a large percentage of these substances, it usually causes constipation and indigestion and may aid in the formation of gallstones or gravel. The kidneys are especially the great eliminators of water and aid in maintaining the equilibrium of the blood. Except in conditions in which they need rest, water should be freely drunk in order to stimulate them to activity and to assist them in throwing off the body waste held in solution. One cannot form a better habit than that of drinking 2 or 3 glasses of water on first arising, and then exercising the stomach and intestines by a series of movements which alternately contract and relax the walls of those organs, causing their thorough cleansing. This internal bath is as necessary as the cleansing of the skin. Often, in gastritis or a catarrhal condition of the stomach, a large amount of mucus will collect in the stomach overnight, and the cleansing of the mucus lining of the digestive tract is then most important. If in good health, 2 or 3 glasses of cool water, vigorous exercises of the vital organs, and deep breathing of pure air, followed by a cold bath, will do more to keep the health, vigor, clear skin, and sparkling eye than fortunes spent on seeking new climates, mineral waters, or tonics. When cool water in the morning seems to chill one, a glass of hot water may be followed by a glass of cool. The free drinking of water aids the activity of the skin, keeping the tissues moist and the glands active. Effervescing waters are usually drunk for their cooling and refreshing effect. They should not be drunk to excess, as they are usually combined with syrups or sugar and will thus occasion derangement of digestion, flatulence, and in some cases palpitation from the excess of gas which presses on the diaphragm and impedes the action of the heart. Mineral waters are drunk for the action of the salts which they contain and are used for their laxative or medicinal effect. Kissingen, Hunyadi Janos, Epsom, Carlsbad, and our own Saratoga are examples of laxative waters. These all contain sodium and magnesium sulfates and are known as bitter waters. Table waters as Apollinaris, Vichy, and others containing carbon dioxide are refreshing and wholesome and may be used in nausea and vomiting for their quieting effect. Those who are unable to take milk will often find its digestion will be aided if the milk be mixed with Vichy or seltzer water. When water is used as a hot drink, it should be freshly drawn, brought to a boil, and used at once. This sterilizes it and develops a better flavor. Cold water should be thoroughly cooled, but not iced. Water is best cooled by placing the receptacle on ice rather than putting ice in the water. Impure or contaminated ice will contaminate water. The theory has long been held that water drinking at meals is injurious, the objection being that the food is not so thoroughly masticated if washed down with water, and that it dilutes the digestive juices. But this theory is now rejected by the best authorities. When water drinking at meals is allowed to interfere with mastication and is used to wash down the food, the objection is well taken. But one need rarely drink while food is in the mouth. The water should be taken at rest periods between mouthfuls. Thorough mastication and a consequent free mixing of the food with saliva is one of the most essential steps in digestion, and the flow of gastric juice as the flow of saliva is stimulated by the water. It is singular that the use of water at meals has long been considered unwise when the free use of milk, which is about 7/8 water, has been recommended. The copious drinking of cool water from a half hour to an hour before a meal will cleanse the stomach and incite the flow of saliva and gastric juice, thus aiding digestion. Moreover, the digestive cells secrete their juices more freely, and the sucking villi absorb more readily when the stomach and intestines are moderately full, either of food or water. And to fill the stomach with food requires too much digestive and eliminative activity. Water taken before meals passes through the stomach before the food, washes away any mucus that may have collected over the mouths of the gastric glands, stimulates them to activity, and prepares the stomach to receive the food. Results obtained in building up about 20,000 thin women show that the free drinking of liquid at meals has a tendency to increase flesh. Probably one reason for this is the cleanliness and greater freedom it gives to the absorbing and secreting cells of the mucous lining of the digestive tract. The stronger peristalsis it occasions, and the consequent better digestion. When one wishes to reduce in flesh, water drinking at meals is restricted. If the contents of the stomach has become too concentrated or solid, the water will render it more liquid, hence will aid the admixture with the gastric juices and will enable it more readily to pass the pyloric orifice. Drinking at meals, therefore, has many more arguments in its favor than against it. All who have a tendency to the deposit of uric acid in the tissues, as in gout, should drink freely of water to lessen the deposit of salts from the blood, which must maintain its proportion of fluid. More water should be drunk if the meal consists largely of protein. The nitrogen it contains is eliminated in a short time by the kidneys. The amount of urine is increased, and more water must be drunk to make up the loss. In sickness, as in fever, the increased respiration causes a corresponding loss of water from the skin and the lungs. If the bowels are active, as in diarrhea, much water is lost in this way. The increase in the heat of the body also tends to dry all the secretions, hence water must be taken to keep them in proper fluidity. The patient is often too ill to ask for water or will forget to ask for it. Constipation may result from this cause. It must be a part of the nurse's duty to see that a sufficient amount is taken. An excess of cold water, if hastily taken, may cause cramps. If slowly sipped, it will do no harm. Water may be given in fever in the form of lemonade. A small pinch of soda will make it effervescent and more refreshing. There is no tonic like water, exercise, and fresh air. The safe method is not to allow the habit of drinking water with regularity to be broken unless for some necessary purpose, and then the habit should be reinstated as soon as possible. Soft water, that is, water containing no lime or other mineral, is best. Hard water, which causes any degree of curdling of soap or a lime crust in the bottom of a tea kettle, renders digestion difficult. Bacteria are killed and much of the mineral matter is deposited by boiling the water. Boiled water tastes flat and insipid. It may regain its original fresh taste by filling a jar half full of water and shaking the jar so that the air passes through the water. Salts. The salts of sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and some other substances are necessary for proper bodily functioning. Taken with the food, they pass into the tissues without change and can be recovered unchanged from the tissues and the urine. The uses of some of these substances are not thoroughly understood, but if deprived of them, the nutrition of the body suffers. Lime, calcium, is necessary for the bones and teeth and to preserve the coagulability of the blood. Sodium chloride, common salt, aids the formation of hydrochloric acid and the activity of the pancreatic juice. The salts of iron are necessary for the blood. Other salts are also needed to carry on the chemical reactions in the digestive system. Cereals, all vegetables, fruits, and nuts furnish both calcium salts and sodium, potassium, and magnesium, which are the salts in the blood and lymph. Minerals are also abundant in dry legumes, beans, and peas. Fruits and nuts contain the least amount of these salts, and meats, vegetables, and cereals follow in the order named. Cereals, that is, the whole of the grain, not the white flour, containing the most. Any diet, therefore, which recommends the use of fruits and nuts to the exclusion of other foods, depletes the system of some of the body-building elements. The system may seem to thrive for a time on such food because, perhaps, of the rest given to overworked organs, but eventually the body lack will manifest itself. Anemia may appear or malnutrition become evident. Milk furnishes salts in proper proportion for building the bones and teeth of the baby. Because of the lime which it contains, it is a good food for the growing child. After the child is 1 year old, eggs may be added to the diet. During the first year, the albumin and fats in the egg are not well digested. It is especially essential that children be furnished milk and eggs that they may be assured of the proper proportion and quantity of calcium salts for growth. Sodium chloride, common salt, has been for ages recognized as an important element in food, so important that in Eastern countries it is the symbol of hospitality and friendship. When taken in moderate quantities, salt increases the activity of the gastric secretion and aids the appetite. When taken in excess, as many who have formed the salt-eating habit do, it is an irritant to the mucous membrane of the stomach and intestines and may interfere with nutrition, causing dyspepsia, gastroenteritis, or diarrhea from the continued irritation. The habit indulged by some of nibbling at salted nuts of various kinds, at and between meals, may for a short time satisfy the needs of the body for more salt than is usually taken with the food. But such a habit persisted in will cause acidity of the stomach from overstimulation of the hydrochloric acid-producing glands. It will also decrease the fluidity of the blood by causing the water to be drawn from the blood for the use of the tissues. Irritative action is also exerted on the kidney, as any excess of salt is excreted by this organ. For this reason, salt is often prohibited for those suffering from any inflammation of the kidney, in Bright's disease, etc. When chemical tests show an excess of hydrochloric acid, salt should be omitted from the diet. A diet consisting largely of vegetables needs the addition of sodium chloride to supply sufficient salt for body uses. Likewise, more salt than is contained in grass and fodder is needed for animals, particularly for those producing milk. The scientific farmer salts his cattle regularly, while wild animals travel miles and form beaten paths to springs containing salt. In rectal feeding, it is known that food absorbs more readily through the large intestine if salted. It is probable that salt, in normal proportions, also aids absorption in the stomach and small intestine. Potassium is next in importance to sodium, as it constitutes the chief salt in the muscles. It also aids the action of the digestive secretions and the maintenance of the reaction of the urine. Potatoes and apples are valuable foods on account of the potassium they contain. Calcium, if in excess, may cause the formation of calculi, renal or biliary. It is also found in the tartar which accumulates on the teeth, in the hardening walls of the arteries in arteriosclerosis, etc. All of the cabbage family are rich in calcium. Many mineral waters and the water from many wells contain it in excess. Those addicted to gallstones, gravel, etc., should particularly avoid hard water. Phosphorus and sulfur are obtained by the body from eggs and milk and from such vegetables as corn, cauliflower, asparagus, and turnips. Iron is necessary in forming the pigment of the red blood corpuscles. If through some disturbance in digestion, absorption, or assimilation, the iron taken in the food is not utilized or is insufficient in amount, the blood-making organs do not receive the necessary amount of this substance, and the red corpuscles are not formed in sufficient numbers. The blood becomes poor in hemoglobin, and the individual becomes pale and loses vitality. This condition is known as anemia. End of section 2. Read by Gila, Labinger, Freeberg. Napa, April 25th, 2024.
Section 3 of What to Eat and When. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Classification of foods. In the previous chapters, we have given the classification of the elements in foods or foodstuffs which supply the body needs. In this chapter, the foods commonly used are classified according to the predominance of these elements. Carbonaceous foods. While all foods contain a combination of elements, some contain a greater proportion of carbohydrates and fats and are classed as carbonaceous. Roots and tubers. Of the carbohydrates, next in importance to the sugars and to the starches in their purest form, cornstarch, tapioca, sago, and arrowroot, come the roots and tubers, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, beets, parsnips, turnips, and onions. The following table shows the proportion of various foodstuffs in these vegetables. The skins of the vegetables are included. Potatoes. It will be noted from the table given above that sweet potatoes contain a larger percentage of carbohydrates, hence they produce more heat and energy than any other vegetable. Next to the sweet potato comes the Irish or white potato. While the white potato contains 2% of protein, this is almost all located in a very thin layer immediately beneath the skin, so that when the potato is peeled in the ordinary way, the protein is removed. This is true for many vegetables. They lose their distinct flavor as well as their value as tissue-building foods when the skins are removed, especially before cooking. Many vegetables may be peeled after being cooked, and their value in nutrition is thus increased. All tubers gain in dietetic value if they are cooked in their skins. the thin outer covering being removed after the cooking process is completed. The ordinary cook, however, is unwilling to take the trouble to prepare them in this way. In vegetables, as usually prepared for the table, the proportion of carbohydrates is increased and the proportion of protein is diminished. The skin render many of the foods unsightly, hence they are discarded in the preparation of cooking. When the potato is baked, the outer skin is readily separated from the less perceptible layer containing the protein. Potatoes boiled in their skins retain the protein. In the white potato, of the 22% of carbohydrates, 3 2/10% is sugar and 18 8/10% is starch. In the sweet potato, 10 2/10% is sugar and 16% is starch. Since sugar digests more quickly than starch, the sweet potato digests more quickly than the white. Because of the large percentage of carbohydrates in each, it is a mistake to eat these two vegetables at the same meal, unless the quantity of each is lessened. For the same reason, bread and potatoes or rice and potatoes should not be eaten to any extent at the same meal, unless by one who's doing heavy manual labor requiring much energy. Onions. Only about 4% of the onion represents nourishment. The 11 3/10% of carbohydrates is made up of 2 8/10% sugar and the rest of extractives. Of the extractives, the volatile oil, which causes the eye to water when onions are peeled, is the most important. The onion is not, therefore, so important for its actual nourishing qualities as for its relish and flavor, and for this it is to be commended. It is a diuretic, encouraging a free action of the kidneys. Because of its diuretic value, it is commonly called a healthful food. An onion and lettuce sandwich stimulates the action of the kidneys and is a nerve sedative. The volatile oil makes the raw onion difficult for some to digest, and in that case should be omitted from the diet. Beets. There is no starch in beets. There are 7 3/10% of carbohydrates being sugar. They possess, therefore, more nutritive value than onions, and they are easily digested. It will be noted that it takes many beets to make a pound of sugar. There are no more delicate or nutritious greens than the stem and leaf of the beet. These greens contain much iron and are valuable aids in building up the iron in the blood, thus aiding the correction of anemia. Carrots. Carrots are valuable as food chiefly on account of their sugar. They are somewhat more difficult of digestion than beets, and they contain more waste. They make a good side dish, boiled and served with butter or cream. Turnips. Turnips have little value as food. Their nutriment is in the sugar they contain. For those who enjoy the flavor, they are a relish, serving as an appetizer, and, like the onion, are to be recommended as a side dish for this purpose. Parsnips. Like carrots, parsnips are chiefly valuable for their sugar and for the extractives which act as appetizers. Since turnips, carrots, onions, and parsnips owe a part of their nutritive value to the extractives, which whet the appetite for other foods, it follows that if one does not enjoy their flavor or their odor, these vegetables lose in value to that individual as a food. If one does enjoy the flavor, it adds to their food value. Therefore, taste for the flavors of all foods should be cultivated. Green vegetables. The question may be asked with reason, why do we eat green vegetables? They contain only about 4% nutrients, as will be seen in Table 2, and are mostly made up of water and pulp. It will be noted that they are distinctly lacking in protein and in carbohydrates, hence they have little food value. Some of them, however, contain acids which tend to increase the alkalinity of the blood, and salts which are needed by the system. Their merit lies in the fact that they have distinct flavors and thus whet the appetite. Another reason why green vegetables are thoroughly enjoyed is because they come in the spring when the appetite is a little surfeited with the winter foods. They are a diuretic, helping the kidneys and the skin to rid the system of waste. Because of their bulk of waste, they are useful in constipation as they act as a stimulus to the peristaltic action of the bowels. Thus, they are more laxative to the intestines than the root vegetables, partly because of the salts which they contain and partly because of the undigested vegetable fiber. This vegetable fiber, being coarse, assists in cleaning the mucous lining of the stomach and intestines. They are diuretic, and if for no other reason than for this cleansing of the kidneys and to make the stomach and intestines more efficient, the use of green vegetables is to be commended, and it is well to eat freely of them. In larger cities, fresh vegetables are in the markets the year round, but if they are raised in greenhouses or in any way forced, they lack the flavor which comes with natural maturity, and they also lack the full amount of iron given by the rays of the sun. If raised in the south and shipped from a distance, they are not fresh and they do not have as good an effect on the system as when fresh and fully matured by the sun. Greens, as spinach, chard, dandelion, and beet tops, as previously stated, contain iron and build red blood corpuscles. Cabbage, of which there are many varieties, contain much sulfur. If fermentation exists in the intestines, the sulfur unites with hydrogen, causing gas of an unpleasant odor. They promote the formation of calcium oxalate in the urine and should be avoided as food by anyone inclined to gout, rheumatism, or gallstones. Cabbage is usually not well digested by invalids. Eaten raw, because of its bulk, it is laxative. Some dyspeptics, who cannot digest cooked cabbage, digest raw cabbage readily. Celery is wholesome when cooked, because of the milk and butter in which it is prepared. Eaten raw, the fiber is hard for the digestive juices to dissolve and should be thoroughly masticated. It has little nutritive value save for its appetizing flavor. Because of the salts, largely sulfates and phosphates, which it contains, celery has been called a nerve food. But the proportion of these is so small that their food value is negligible. Tomatoes are easily digested and are refreshing. They are not well borne by some, and on account of the oxalic acid they contain, should not be used by those having an excess of uric acid. Asparagus, because of its delicate flavor and appearance in early spring, is a vegetable universally liked. It is easily digested and may be eaten by invalids. They usually greatly relish it. Its particular food value lies in its sulfur and in its value as an appetizer. Rhubarb is one of the most wholesome of vegetables and is being much more widely used. Thoroughly cooked, it is digestible and a natural laxative. Its tart flavor and appearance in early spring render it a pleasant change from the ordinary diet. Eaten in excess, it produces calcium oxalate in the urine and should not be eaten in large amounts by those inclined to gout. All fresh vegetables should be masticated to almost a fluid consistency. Otherwise, they are difficult for digestion, containing, as they do, so much fiber. Fruits. Technically speaking, fruits include all plant products which bear or contain a seed. They're valuable for their acids and organic salts, citrates, malates, or tartrates of potassium, sodium, magnesium, and calcium. They are composed for the most part of starch, sugar, water, and various organic acids, cellulose, and pectin. Pectin is the substance which jellies under heat. Fruits which do not contain pectin must be combined with other which do, or with gelatin, if jelly from them is desired. The organic acids in fruits are readily split up in the body and form alkalis. For this reason, acid fruits are useful in certain acid conditions of the stomach, because they combine with the stomach acids, liberating substances which cause an alkaline reaction. The citrus fruits, oranges, lemons, grapefruit, and limes, are rich in citric acid. Malic acid is found in gooseberries, peaches, pears, apples, currants, and apricots. Tartaric acid is prominent in grapes. The value of fruits as a food depends largely on the amount of starch and sugar they contain. Though their agreeable odor and taste, by furnishing variety in the diet, render them also of great value as appetizers. As a rule, they contain too much water to be of great food value if eaten alone. The organic acids and salts contained in fruits are of value, as they stimulate the activity of kidneys and lessen the acidity of the urine. The urine may even be rendered alkaline by them, hence, when a test shows evidence of too much uric acid, acid fruits are used to neutralize the acids in the tissues, particularly the acids of the citrus fruits. The fruit juices are readily absorbed, and the potassium, calcium, sodium, magnesium they contain are liberated with the formation of alkaline carbonates. These alkalis are largely eliminated through the kidneys, which accounts for the diuretic effect of fruits, their acids and salts stimulating the activity of the kidneys. The seeds in the small fruits are not digested, but they serve the purpose of increasing intestinal peristalsis and of assisting the movement of the contents of the intestines. The skin and the fiber of fruits also assist the intestines in this way, just as the fiber in vegetables does. All acid fruits, particularly lemons, limes, grapefruit, and oranges, stimulate the action of the skin as well as the kidneys, and whenever the kidneys and skins are not sufficiently active, these fruits should be eaten freely. In case of an excess of hydrochloric acid in the stomach, lemon juice or citrus fruits are valuable about half an hour before a meal, as when taken on an empty stomach, they decrease the secretion of hydrochloric acid. When the secretion of hydrochloric acid is limited, acids are given after a meal to supplement the deficiency or stimulate the glands to activity. Sweet or bland fruits are those containing a lesser percentage of acids. Among these are pears, raspberries, grapes, bananas, blackberries, blueberries, melons, and some peaches, apples, and plums. Of this class of fruits, dates, figs, prunes, and grapes or raisins furnish most nutriment, because, as will be noted by Table 3, these fruits contain a large amount of carbohydrates in the form of sugar. The protein in these sweet fruits is largely in the seeds, and, as the seeds are not digested, they have no real food value for the individual. Figs and prunes, peaches, apples, and berries are laxative. Probably the laxative action of figs and berries is due to the seeds, and of the others, to the salts and acids they contain, and to the cellulose or fibrous material which furnishes the bulk. The astringent and acid taste of unripe fruits is due to the tannin and the acids. Oxygen is necessary to ripen fruits, and the slow natural maturing of the fruit on the tree enables the oxygen to enter into combination with these substances, lessening their reaction and altering the starch into glucose or levulose. Fruits ripened artificially lack this chemical action of sun and oxygen, hence the decreased palatability and digestibility of fruits so ripened. If underripe fruits are freely eaten, they ferment in the alimentary tract, and this fermentation causes the colic, vomiting, and diarrhea so often experienced. Overripe fruit, from the decomposition products which have already begun to form and which are further released in the stomach or bowels, may produce the same results. Care should therefore be exercised to select thoroughly ripe fruits which have not begun to decay. In order to reach their destination in fair condition, outwardly, many fruits are picked before they are ripe. Bananas are commonly picked green, because they decay so quickly that if they were picked ripe, they would spoil before reaching the northern markets. One test of a naturally ripened apple is to cut with a steel knife. If the blade turns black, or if the cut surface of the apple turns brown in a few minutes, it should not be eaten, for it indicates an excess of tannin. It is this tannin which gives the small boy excruciating pains from his green apples. It will be recalled that the tannin from the bark of trees toughens the skin of animals and forms leather. The effect on the membrane of the stomach and intestines from the tannin in food is not so pronounced because of the activity and resistance of living matter. The juice of lemons and oranges is most valuable in seasickness and scurvy, and is of benefit in nausea. A slice of lemon will often clear a coated tongue and give a refreshing sense of cleanliness to the mouth, especially in feverish conditions. Sour lemonade is one of the best drinks in summer because of its thirst-allaying qualities. Table 3 shows that bananas contain nearly 23% of carbohydrates, which, in an immature state, are largely starches. The natural ripening process changes the starch to sugar, thus making them more easily digested. The starch globules, when not matured on the tree, are not easily broken and thus difficult of digestion. Bananas should not be given to children under 2 years of age, because before this age, the ptyalin and pancreatin are not sufficiently developed to digest the starch. Many of the inhabitants of the tropics use bananas almost to the exclusion of other foods and appear well nourished. They obtain them from the tree when the fruit has thoroughly ripened, the starch having been transformed by nature into an easily digested product. The reason many find they cannot digest bananas as purchased in our markets is due to the fact that the fruit is immature and unripe. The banana meal of flour is usually thoroughly digestible, is nourishing, and has an agreeable taste. Invalids can often take banana meal in the form of gruel. It makes an appreciated addition to a limited diet. Made into a porridge and eaten with cream, it is valuable in conditions of inflammation of the gastrointestinal tract. The addition of a few drops of lemon juice renders it palatable to those who like an acid flavor. Children enjoy it as a variation from cereals. It is relished by typhoid fever patients as a change from milk. It must be carefully cooked and well prepared, as, like oatmeal, it can be spoiled by insufficient or poor cooking. Owing to the limited demand, it is not obtainable in all markets, as it has not yet become popularized. Grapes, because of their wholesome qualities, are useful to the system as they contain sodium, iron, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. Because of their appetizing flavor, they are universally enjoyed, and because they are cheap and universally used. The skins and seeds are indigestible and, if swallowed, may cause severe irritation or obstruction of the intestines. Grapes are rich in sugar, and on this account must not be eaten by diabetics. Grape juice, when unfermented, is a valuable drink in health or for the convalescent. It is agreeable in taste and is mildly laxative. Added to other fruit juices as lemon or orange, it allays thirst and furnishes a pleasant flavor, but on account of its high percentage of sugar, does not allay thirst when used alone. Apples, so universally used, are easily digestible when ripe, and may be prepared in so many ways that they constitute a valuable addition to the diet. Their laxative qualities, when taken on an empty stomach, as before breakfast or just before retiring, are well known. They are thus valuable in constipation, and in some forms of dyspepsia may, with benefit, be eaten raw. Apples should be thoroughly masticated. The apple peel contains potassium salts and should be eaten with the fruit. Most invalids digest apples better if they are cooked, especially baked. Stewed apples may have the beaten white of eggs whipped into them, and invalids who revolt against eggs can take them thus prepared. Because of the sugar necessary in cooking them, they should be avoided by diabetics, and in conditions in which there is irritation of the gastrointestinal tract. Quinces are indigestible when raw, but well baked and eaten with cream are appetizing and nourishing. Pineapples, if thoroughly ripe, contain a ferment which will digest protein, rapidly softening and disintegrating the tissue of meat. Like the pancreatic ferment, it acts in both alkaline and acid mediums. Pineapple juice, therefore, is exceedingly valuable as an addition to the diet. The coarse fibers also have a laxative action. Care must be taken, however, to use this fruit only when it is well ripened, as when green it is indigestible. The juice of pineapple, because of the action of the ferment in dissolving tissue, is valuable in many forms of sore throat, particularly when accompanied by an ulcerous condition. The effort should be made to hold it in the mouth, allowing it to trickle down the throat by degrees. Dried fruits are less palatable than fresh. Many of them, as prunes and raisins, are nourishing, but others, as citron, are indigestible and should be finely chopped if used as flavoring. Dried or evaporated fruits, through the action of heat, either artificial or from the rays of the sun, have lost the water they contained and are preserved by their own sugar. Dried grapes or raisins, because of their sugar, soon satiate the appetite if eaten raw, but if cooked or added to cereals, puddings, or breads, enhance the palatability and nourishing qualities of these foods. Dates and figs, used in the same way, in cereals or puddings, are equally valuable. Dried currants are the most indigestible of the dried fruits, owing to their large amount of skin in proportion to the nutriment. Nitrogenous foods. As previously stated, in a mixed diet, meat and egg are the chief sources of nitrogenous foods. Next to these come the legumes. Meat. Meat is composed largely of muscle fiber and contains connective tissues and fat. It has been estimated that beef contains 1/3 nutritive material, the other 2/3 being water and bone. Fat meat contains less nitrogenous material and less water than lean meat. Lean meat is almost entirely digested in the stomach by the gastric juice, which changes it into peptone. It is needless to say that it should be thoroughly masticated, that the gastric juice may promptly act on it. If any part passes into the intestine undigested, the process is continued by the trypsin of the pancreatic juice. The peptone is absorbed and carried by the blood and lymph to all tissues of the body, where it is used for growth and repair. As stated under heat and energy, any excess of protein above that needed for growth and repair is oxidized if sufficient oxygen is breathed, yielding energy and heat, and the waste is eliminated through the kidneys and the bile. For purposes of comparison, 1 pound of beef has been said to equal in nutritive value 2½ pints or 5 glasses of milk, 1/2 pound or 2/3 of an ordinary baker's loaf of bread, and 3 eggs. However, these values vary. The amount of fat in meat varies from 2 to 40% according to the animal and to its condition at the time of killing. The best meats are from young animals which have been kept fat and have not been subjected to any work to toughen the muscles. It is possible to combine the fat and the lean meat so as to meet the requirements of the body without waste. About 97% of meat is assimilated by the system, while a large part of the vegetable matter consumed is excreted as refuse. The compounds contained in animal foods are much like those of the body, therefore they require comparatively little digestion to prepare them for assimilation. This work having been done by the animal, while the vegetable compounds require much change by the digestive system before they can be used in the body. The proportion of albuminoids, gelatinoids, and extractives in meat vary with different meats and with different cuts of the same meat. The albuminoids of meat include the meat tissue, or the muscle cells. They constitute by far the greater part of the meat. The gelatinoids are derived from the connective tissue forming the sheath of the muscle and of bundles of muscles, the skin, tendons, and the casing of bone. Gelatins are made from these, and, if pure and prepared in a cleanly manner, they are wholesome. Gelatin is distinguishable in rich meat soups, which jelly when cool. The gelatinoids alone have not a large nutritive value. They serve to spare the albumin from being used, though they cannot replace albumin in the diet. They also, to some extent, keep the muscles from being consumed when starches, sugars, and fats are lacking. The extractives are found most abundantly in the flesh of animals and birds, noted for their muscular activity, as in game. Some of them exert a stimulant action on the nervous system, and others are appetizers, giving to cooked meats, broths, etc., their pleasing flavor. In case of anemia, in which it is necessary to build red blood corpuscles, the blood of beef, the thought of which is usually repellent, may be made very palatable if it is heated sufficiently to bring out the flavor of the extractives, and then seasoned. Unless the beef extracts on the market contain the blood tissue in addition to the extractives, they are not particularly nourishing and are only valuable in soups, etc., as appetizers. Soups for nourishment should be made by cooking the bones, connective tissues, and a part of the meat. Bones and connective tissue alone make an appetizing soup, but it contains little nutriment. One reason why meat soups should constitute the first course at dinner is because the extractives stimulate the appetite and start the flow of gastric juices. Bouillons contain no nourishment, but they may be used as stimulant restoratives to the muscles or as a basis for vegetables, rice, or barley to give them flavor. Roasted flesh seems to be more completely digested than boiled meat. Raw meat is more easily digested than cooked. Rare meat is more easily digested than that thoroughly cooked. Roasted young chicken and veal are tender, easily masticated, and easily and rapidly digested in the stomach. This is one reason why white meats are considered a good diet for the invalid, though veal is usually avoided in case of dyspepsia, as, if too young, it may cause diarrhea. If too old, it is less digestible than beef. Fat meats remain in the stomach a much longer time than lean meats. Thus, gastric digestion of pork, which usually contains much fat, is especially difficult, requiring from 3½ hours to 4 hours. Preserved and canned meats should be eaten with the utmost caution, care being taken to know that they are put up by firms which use extreme care in their preparation. Inferior meat is sometimes used in the preparation of these foods. If meats are not fresh and the canning not carefully done, they may become putrid after being put up. Fish and seafoods are, many of them, rich in protein, as noted in Table 4. They should never be used unless absolutely fresh. The idea is prevalent that fish is a brain food. Fish is easily digested and builds brain as well as other tissue, but no more readily than beef does, or any easily digested, absorbed, and assimilated food which contain a goodly proportion of protein. Lobsters are difficult of digestion and contain little nutrition, so are not valuable as a food, though they are relished by many on account of their flavor. Oysters, raw, are easier to digest than when cooked. Oysters should not be eaten during the spawning season from May to December. Mussels are nutritious when prepared and are rapidly gaining in popularity. Clams furnish a valuable and nutritious food when prepared in chowder form. Clam broth will often be retained on an irritable stomach when other food is rejected by it. Care should be taken to ascertain the method of their production, as typhoid fever has been contracted from eating shellfish whose feeding beds were near or in polluted water. Eggs. Eggs are excellent articles of food for nutrition and for tissue building. They have practically the same value in the diet as meat, and make very good substitute for meat. Egg yolk in abundance is often prescribed when it is necessary to supply a very nutritious and easily assimilated diet. Eggs contain chiefly of two nutrients, protein and 10% fat. Because they contain so large a proportion of protein, they are classified as nitrogenous foods. The yolk, which is about 1/3 fat, contains iron, sulfur, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus. The white contains some fat and phosphorus. The white and the yolk contain equal quantities of protein. The white of the egg is almost pure albumin. The dark stain made by eggs on the silver is due to the sulfur. The iron in the yolk is a valuable assistant in building red blood corpuscles. Eggs, in common with other proteins, are changed, mostly in the stomach, into peptone. Fat not digested in the stomach, as is the case with other proteins, is changed in the intestine. If the egg is old, or if its absorption is delayed in the intestine, it decomposes, producing gas, and may cause intestinal disorder. For this reason, no stale egg should ever be served, especially to an invalid. One reason why eggs disagree with some is because too much fat is eaten at the same time. Egg yolk contains fat, and if much extra fat is eaten, indigestion and fermentation in the intestine may result. This is particularly true in those who digest fat with difficulty. When eggs seem to disagree, or the system does not assimilate them well on account of the fat in the yolk, and eggs are desirable to supply the protein in the diet, the whites, which contain practically no fat, may be used. They should be well beaten, and if digestion is weak, they may be mixed with fruit juices. The citric acid in lemons and oranges partially digests the egg, the gastric juice quickly changing it to peptone. One method of preparing eggs, which is especially valuable for those having delicate stomachs, is in egg lemonade or orangeade. Thoroughly beat the egg, add the juice of half a lemon or orange, sugar to taste, and fill the glass with water. Grape juice, cream, and cocoa, if assimilated, may be used in place of lemon or orange in order to give variety when it is necessary to use eggs freely. Eggnog is another means of taking raw eggs. One method of testing the freshness of eggs is to drop them into a strong salt brine made by adding 2 ounces of salt to a pint of water. A fresh egg will at once sink to the bottom. If the egg is 3 days old, the surface of the shell will be even with the surface of the water, and an egg 2 weeks old will float almost above the surface. The opinion is prevalent that a hard-boiled egg is difficult of digestion, but this depends entirely on the mastication. If it is masticated so that it is a pulp before being swallowed, a hard-boiled egg is readily digested. A soft-boiled egg should not be boiled longer than 3 or 4 minutes, or better, should be put into warm water, be allowed to come to a boil, then set off the fire and the egg be allowed to remain in the water for 10 minutes. This method cooks the egg through more evenly. Another method of cooking the yolk evenly with the white is to put the egg in cold water. Let the water come to a boil, then again immerse the egg in cold water. The immersing in cold water after boiling makes hard-boiled eggs peel readily. Carbonitrogenous foods. Under this class come cereals, legumes, nuts, milk, and milk products. In these foods, the nitrogenous and carbonaceous elements are more evenly proportioned than in either the carbonaceous or nitrogenous groups. The different food elements in this group are so evenly divided that one can live for a considerable length of time on any one food. Some animals build flesh from nuts alone, while the herbivorous animals live on cereals and plants. Cereals. Under cereals, used by man for food come wheat, oats, rye, barley, rice, and corn. As will be noted by Table 5, cereals contain a large proportion of starch and are therefore used largely for heat and energy. Rice contains the largest proportion, and next to rice, wheat flour. The values as given in the table refer to the whole of the grain. When the outer coverings are removed, as in the white flour and the outer covering of rice, the proportion of carbohydrates is increased, and the protein and ash are almost entirely eliminated. There is no part of the world except the Arctic regions where cereals are not extensively cultivated. From the oats and rye of the north to the rice of the hot countries, grains of some kind are staple foods. An idea of the importance of cereal foods in the diet may be gathered from the following data. Based on the results obtained in dietary studies with a large number of American families. Vegetable foods, including flour, bread, and other cereal products, furnished 55% of the total food, 39% of the protein, 8% of the fat, and 95% of the carbohydrates of the diet. The amount of which cereal foods alone supplied were 22% of the total food, 31% of the protein, 7% of the fat, and 55% of the total carbohydrates. That is, about 3/4 of the vegetable protein, 1/2 of carbohydrates, and 7/8 of the vegetable fat were supplied by the cereals. Oat, rice, and wheat breakfast foods together furnish about 2% of the total food in protein, 1% of the total fat, and 4% of the carbohydrates of the ordinary mixed diet, as shown by the statistics cited. These percentage values are not high in themselves, but it must be remembered that they represent large quantities when we consider the food consumed by a family in a year. If one's work calls for extreme muscular exertion, the cereals may be eaten freely, but if one's habits are sedentary, and the cereals are used in excess, there is the danger of clogging the system with too much starch. Indeed, For one whose occupation is indoors and requires little muscular activity, a very little cereal food such as bread, cake, etc. will suffice. The carbohydrates will be supplied in sufficient quantity in vegetables. Mineral matter is supplied in sufficient quantity in almost all classes of foods. Cereals and legumes supply nutrients at less price than any class of foods. Therefore, a vegetarian diet involves less expense than the mixed diet. An entirely vegetarian diet, however, gradually induces a condition of muscular weakness in many people, resulting in a loss of strength. A well-proportioned mixed diet is best to give strength and activity of both body and mind. Meat, eggs, and milk, which usually supply the proteins, are the most expensive foods, and when these, for any cause, are eliminated, a large proportion of protein should be supplied by the legumes. Wheat. Perhaps no food is as commonly used as wheat in its various forms. It is composed of 1. The nitrogenous or protein compound, chiefly represented in the cerealine and the gluten of the bran. This is removed from the white flour and from much of the so-called whole wheat flour. 2. The starch, the center or white part of the kernel. 3. The fats, occurring chiefly in the germ of the grain. 4. The phosphorus compounds, iron and lime, found in the bran. The kernel of wheat consists of the bran or covering, which surrounds the white, pulpy mass of starch within. In the lower end of the kernel is the germ. Flour. In the old-time process of making flour, the wheat was crushed between stones and then sifted. First through a sieve which separated the outer shell from the bran, then through a bolting cloth which separated white pulp from the inner bran coating. It was not ground as fine as in the present process, thus the gluten, phosphorus, and iron, all valuable substances, were, in the old process, nearly all left out of the white flour. The second bran coating, left by the second sifting, was not so coarse as the outer shell, but coarser than the inner. Care was not formerly observed in having the grain clean before grinding, the bran containing chaff and dirt, so that it was not used as food but considered valuable for stock, and was called middlings. In the modern process of crushing the wheat between steel rollers, the white flour of today contains more of the protein from the inner coat of the bran than the white flour of the old process. Hence, it is more nutritious. Bran. Objection is sometimes made to the bran because the cellulose shell is not digested, but bran contains much protein and mineral matter, and even though it is crude fiber, as previously stated, this fiber is as valuable as a cleanser for the lining of the stomach and intestines, and for increasing peristalsis, thus encouraging the flow of digestive juices and the elimination of waste. In bread or breakfast foods, it is desirable to retain it for its laxative effect. Bran has 3 coats. The tough, glossy outside, within this is a coat containing most of the coloring matter, and a third coat, containing a special kind of protein known as cerealine. The 2 outer layers contain phosphorus compounds, lime, and iron. All 3 coats contain gluten. Gluten flour is made of gluten of wheat. It is a valuable, easily digested food containing a large proportion of protein and little starch. Gluten bread is used by those who wish to reduce in flesh and in diabetic cases. Whole wheat flour does not contain the whole of the wheat, as the name implies. It, however, does contain all the proteins of the endosperm and the gluten and oil of the germ, together with all of the starch. As a flour, therefore, it is a more balanced food than the white flour, because it contains more nitrogenous elements. Graham flour is made from the entire wheat kernel with the exception of the outermost scale of the bran. It contains the starch, gluten, phosphorus compounds, iron, and lime. It is the most desirable of the flours because, containing the bran, it assists in digestion and elimination, and the phosphorus, iron, and lime are valuable bodybuilders. Nutri-meal is much the same as graham flour, the chief difference being that the bran is ground finer. The wheat is ground between hot rollers, the heat bringing out the nutty flavor of the bran. Bread made from it is not only nutritious, but delicious in flavor. It contains all of the nutrition of the wheat. Bread. As must be implied from the foregoing, the Nutri-meal or graham flours are necessary for bread if it is to be used as a complete food, the staff of life. The white bread is made from flour which is almost pure starch. The lime, phosphorus compounds, and iron are removed. Perhaps no form of prepared food has been longer in vogue than bread. It has been known since history began. When the entire wheat kernel is used, it probably maintains and supports life and strength better than any single food. But bread is not the staff of life unless the entire kernel is in the flour. Children should be given graham bread or graham crackers containing the whole of grain in order to obtain the balanced food and the nutritive materials which are not obtained in bread made of white flour. Lime for the teeth and the growing bones is in the bran. The more porous the bread, the more easily it digests. When full of pores, it is more readily mixed with the digestive juices. The pores in the bread are produced by the effort of the gas released by the yeast to escape. When mixed with water, the flour forms a tenacious body which, when warm, expands under the pressure of the gas from the yeast until the dough is full of gas-filled holes. The walls of gluten do not allow the gas to escape, and thus the dough is made light and porous. The more gluten the flour holds, the more water the dough will take up, and the greater will be the yield of bread. Hence, the more gluten, the more valuable the flour. If the bread is not porous, the fermentation is not complete, and the bread is heavy. The albumin in the walls of the expanding bubbles causes substances which contain beaten eggs to be more porous when baked. Yeast is a plant fungus. In its feeding, the plant consumes sugar, changing it to alcohol and carbon dioxide. If the bread contains no sugar, the yeast plant will change the starch in the flour into sugar for its feeding. Many housewives, realizing that the bread begins to rise quicker if it contains sugar, put a little into the sponge. Unless a large quantity of sugar is put in, the yeast will consume it and the bread will not have an unduly sweet taste. As the yeast causes fermentation, alcohol forms in the dough. This is driven off in the baking. If the bread is not thoroughly baked, fermentation continues and the bread turns sour. Bread is not thoroughly baked until fermentation ceases. It is claimed that fermentation does not entirely cease with one baking. This is the basis of the theory, held by some, that bread should be twice baked. The average housekeeper bakes an ordinary loaf 1 hour. Time must be given for the products of fermentation to evaporate during the cooling of the bread before it is eaten. Hot or insufficiently cooked bread is difficult of digestion because it has become more or less soggy on entering the mouth and the stomach, and the saliva and gastric juices cannot so readily mix with it. The best flour for bread is that made from the spring wheat, grown in cooler climates, because it is richer in gluten than the winter wheat. The winter wheat is used more for cakes and pastries. Bread made with milk is of course richer and more nutritious than that made with water. And bread made with potato water contains more starch. Both of these retain their moisture longer than bread made without them. Mold, which sometimes forms on the bread, like the yeast, is a minute plant. It is floating about everywhere in the air, ready to settle down whenever it finds a suitable home. Moisture and heat favors its growth. Hence, bread should be thoroughly cooled before it is put into a jar or bread box. The bread box should be ventilated and kept in a cool place. Rye bread contains little more starch and less protein than wheat bread. It contains more water and holds its moisture longer. Biscuits. The objection to eating hot bread does not hold for baking powder or soda biscuits. If well cooked, because these cool more rapidly and they do not contain yeast plant, hence they do not ferment as does the bread. Baking powder is made from bicarbonate of soda or baking soda and cream of tartar. When these are brought in contact with moisture, carbon dioxide is liberated, and in the effort to escape, it causes the dough to expand and become light. Breads made with pure baking powder are wholesome and, when light, are digestible. When made with cheap baking powder, however, in which alum or ammonia is employed, the stomach may be irritated by the chemical substances contained. The reason that the cook attempts to bake her biscuits or anything made with baking powder as quickly as possible after the baking powder comes in contact with the moisture is that the dough may have the full effect of the expansion of gas. If the room in which she mixes her dough is cool, or if her biscuit dough is left in a cool place, this is not important, as the heat and moisture are both required for the full combustion. Enough baking powder biscuit dough may be mixed at one time to provide biscuits every morning for a week if buried in flour immediately after mixing so that it is kept cool and from the air. A proportion may be cut off each morning and the remainder again buried in the flour. Macaroni and spaghetti are made from a special wheat flour known as durum. They contain about 77% of starch, little fat, a little protein. They may take the place of bread, rice, or potato at a meal. Rice is a staple cereal in all tropical and temperate climates. It requires special machinery to remove the husk and the dark outer skin of the kernel. The polished rice commonly used is almost pure starch and, like the white flour, lacks the nutritive qualities contained in the husk or covering. It is seldom eaten within 3 months after harvesting, and it is considered even better after 2 or 3 years. It requires thorough cooking. Wild rice is used by North American Indians. The seeds are longer, thinner, and darker than the cultivated rice. It is coming into favor as a side dish, but it is served more particularly at hotels in soups and with game. As previously stated, rice contains a larger proportion of starch than any other cereal and the smallest proportion of protein. Next to rice, in starches, comes wheat flour, yet whole wheat or graham flour contain half as much, again, of protein. Because of the quantity of starch and flour, potatoes, and rice, it is obvious that one should not eat freely of more than one of these at the same meal, else the digestive organs will be overworked in converting the starch into sugar, the liver overworked in converting the sugar into glycogen and back into sugar, and be overloaded in storing it up. By far the best plan is to eat but one cereal at a meal. Rice contains no gluten, hence it cannot be raised in bread. Unhusked rice is called paddy. The vitamins of rice are in the covering. A German investigator working to discover the cause of the disorder of nutrition known as beriberi, occurring in those who used polished rice freely, found that in those who used unpolished rice, from which the outer husk had not been removed, the disease did not appear. He gave the name of vitamin to the substance in the outer husk, which prevented the disease. While these substances were discovered while working with rice, they have since come to include other substances which affect the nutritive value of food. The term vitamin has since been given to other apparently necessary elements in food which seem to determine their nutritive value to the system. These necessary elements, vitamins, may be the spices and flavors used in a food, and sometimes perhaps may be the flavors resulting from the action of benign bacteria, as those which give the delicious flavor to butter and cheese. Food, however nutritious, is lessened in its value to the system unless it appeals to the senses by its mode of preparation, seasoning, serving, and freshness. Sternberg insists that senses of smell and taste determine chemical changes in foods with greater sensitiveness than chemical tests. Dishes unskillfully prepared are not relished. Some chemical change has occurred which the senses detect, and these dishes are rendered less wholesome, lacking the necessary vitamin. Distaste, loss of appetite, and even nausea and vomiting may occur. Sternberg calls attention anew to the fact that the science of cooking is a complicated one and is a matter of taste in the widest sense of the term, that vitamins may largely be produced in the preparation of the food. Corn or maize is a native of America and has been one of the most extensively used cereals. The chief products of corn are hominy, cornmeal, cracked corn, samp, glucose, cornstarch, and laundry starch. Alcohol is also made from it. Cornbread and cornmeal mush were important foods with the early settlers, partly because they are nutritious and partly because the cornmeal was easily prepared at the mill and was cheap. The germ of the corn is larger in proportion than the germs of other grains, and it contains much fat. Therefore, it is heating. For this reason, it is strange that cornbread is so largely used by inhabitants of the southern states. It is a more appropriate food for winter in cold climates. Because of the fat in the germ, cornmeal readily turns rancid, and on this account, the germ is separated and omitted from many cornmeal preparations. Hulled corn, sometimes called light hominy, is one of the old-fashioned ways of using corn. In its preparation, the skin is loosened by steeping the corn in a weak solution of lye, which gives it a particular flavor, pleasing to many. Cornmeal mush is a valuable breakfast food if eaten with milk. If fried, it should be covered with flour or dry cornmeal and fried in deep fat, so that it does not soak up the fat. Popcorn. The bursting of the shell in popping corn is due to the expansion of the moisture in the starch, occasioned by the heat. Green sweet corn does not contain the same proportion of starch as cornmeal, it being, in its tender state, mostly water. It is laxative, because it is eaten with the cores whole, which causes more rapid peristalsis of the intestines. It should be well masticated to break the covering of the husk. The digestive juices cannot penetrate the hard covering. End of section 3. Read by Esme LeCoyte. February 2024. Section 4 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Classification of foods continued. Breakfast foods. The claims made for various advertised breakfast foods would be amusing if they were not intended to mislead. Nearly all of them have sufficient merit to sell them if the advertiser confines himself strictly to the truth. But the ever-pertinent desire to excel, which is one great incentive to progress, leads to exaggeration. For example, the claims sometimes made that they contain more nutriment than the same quantity of beef. Reference to Table 5 does not bear out such a statement. They contain more starch but less protein. It is also claimed by some advertisers that breakfast foods are brain and nerve foods. The idea that certain foods are brain and nerve foods is erroneous, except that any tissue-building food or protein builds nerve and brain tissue as it builds any other tissue, and the foods which produce heat and energy for other tissues produce the same for brain and nerve. The grains commonly used for breakfast foods are corn, oats, rice, and wheat. Barley and wild rice, millet and buckwheat are used in some sections, but not enough to warrant discussion here. Barley is used chiefly for making malt and in the form of pearled barley is used in soups. Table 6. From one of the bulletins published by the United States Department of Agriculture is interesting from an economical standpoint. The less expensive breakfast foods, such as oatmeal and cornmeal, are as economical as flour and, as they supply heat and energy in abundance, as shown by Table 6, they should be supplied in the diet in proportion to the energy required. They are easily prepared for porridge, requiring simply to be boiled in water with a little salt. For invalids, children, and old people, breakfast foods prepared in gruels and porridges are valuable as they are easily digested. All should be thoroughly cooked so as to break the cell walls enclosing the starch granules. Oatmeal is the most nutritious cereal. The oat contains more fat than other grains and a large proportion of protein. It therefore contains the proportion of nutrient elements best adapted to sustain life. On account of the fat, oats are especially well adapted for a breakfast food in winter. Another advantage oatmeal or rolled oats have as a breakfast food is in their laxative tendency due to the coarse shell of the kernel. Oat breakfast foods keep longer than the foods made from wheat and rice. There are no malts or any mixtures in the oat preparations. The difference between the various oatmeal breakfast foods is in their manner of preparation. They all contain the entire grain, with the exception of the husk. They are simply the ground or crushed oat. In preparing the oats before grinding, the outer hull is removed. The fuzzy coating of the berry itself is scoured off. The ends of the berry, particularly the end containing the germ, which is usually the place of deposit for insect eggs, is scoured, and the bitter tip end of the oat berry is likewise removed. Rolled oats consist of the whole berry of the oat, ground into coarse meal, either between millstones or, in the case of the so-called steel-cut oatmeal, cut with sharp steel knives across the sections of the whole oat groat. Quaker oats consist of the whole groats, which, after steaming in order to soften, have been passed between hot steel rolls, somewhat like a mango in a laundry, and crushed into large, thin, partially cooked flakes. The oats are then further cooked by an open pan drying process. The roasting process ensures that all germ life is exterminated, renders the product capable of quick preparation for the table, and causes oil cells to release their contents, thereby producing what is termed the nut flavor, which is not present in the old-fashioned type of oat product. Both rolled oats and Quaker oats are now partially cooked in their preparation, but the starch cells must be thoroughly broken and they should be cooked at least 45 minutes in a double boiler, or a good way to prepare the porridge is to bring it to the boiling point at night, let it stand covered overnight, and then cook it from 20 to 30 minutes in the morning. Another method of cooking is to bring the porridge to the boiling point and then place it in a fireless cooker overnight. The great fault in the preparation of any breakfast food is in not cooking it sufficiently to break the starch cells. Puffed rice is made from a good quality of finished rice. The process is a peculiar one. The outer covering or bran is removed, and then the product is literally shot from guns. That is, a quantity of the rice placed in metal retorts, revolved slowly in an oven at high temperature, until the pressure of steam as shown on the gun indicates that the steam generated slowly by the moisture within the grain itself has thoroughly softened the starch cells. The gun retort is pointed to a wire cage, and the cap which closes one end is removed, permitting an inrush of cold air. This cold air on striking the hot steam causes expansion, which amounts practically to an explosion. The expansion of steam within each starch cell completely shatters the cell, causing the grain to expand to 8 times its original size. It rushes out of the gun and into the cage with great force, after which it is screened to remove all scorched or imperfectly puffed grains. This process dextrinizes a portion of the starch and also very materially increases the amount of soluble material as against the original proportion in the grain. Puffed wheat is manufactured from durum, or macaroni wheat, of the very highest grade. This is a very hard, glutinous grain. It is pearled in order to thoroughly clean and take off the outer covering of bran. It then goes through a puffing process, identical with that of puffed rice. The chemical changes are very similar to those of puffed rice. Both puffed rice and puffed wheat are more digestible than the original grain state. They are valuable foods for invalids. Stale bread, a food which tastes much like a prepared breakfast food but is cheaper, may be made by dipping stale bread into molasses and water, drying it in the oven for several hours, and then crushing it. It is then ready to serve with cream. This is a palatable way to use up stale bread. Crackers and milk, or bread and milk, as noted by Table 6. Crackers are similar to breakfast food in nutrient elements, and with milk make a good food for breakfast, or a good luncheon. Businessmen and others who eat hurriedly and return immediately to work will do well to substitute crackers and milk or bread and milk for the piece of pie which often constitutes a busy man's lunch. Cracked wheat. In America, wheat is seldom used whole. In England, the whole grain with the bran left on is slightly crushed and served as cracked wheat or wheat grits. Wheat is also rolled or flaked or shredded. The majority of wheat breakfast foods contain a part of the middlings and many of them bran. Farina and gluten preparations do not contain these, however. The preparations of various breakfast foods are a secret of the manufacturers. The ready-to-eat brands are cooked, then they are either rolled or shredded. The shredding requires special machinery to tear the steamed kernels. Later they are dried and finally packed, sometimes in small biscuits. Many preparations are baked after being steamed, which turns them darker and makes them more crisp. Some preparations are steamed, then run through rollers while still wet and pressed into flakes or crackers. Pre-digested foods. It is claimed that some foods are partially digested and thus valuable for those with weak stomachs. But breakfast foods are largely starch, and the starch is not digested by the gastric juice. It is digested by saliva and the ferments in the small intestine. These change the starch into dextrin and maltose. Experiments with pre-digested foods do not show a larger proportion of dextrin or digested starch, however, than would naturally be produced by the heating of the starch when these foods are cooked at home. The natural cooking makes starch more or less soluble, or at least gelatinized. As a result of these experiments, therefore, the pre-digested argument is not of much weight. Pre-digested foods, except in cases in which the patient is so weak as to be under the direction of a physician, are not desirable. Nature requires every organ to do the work intended for it in order to keep up its strength, just as she requires exercise for the arms or legs to keep them strong. If an organ is weak, the cause must be found and corrected. Perhaps the stomach or the intestines need more blood, which should be supplied through exercise, or perhaps the nerves need relaxation, or the stomach less food, or food at more regular intervals. Another argument against pre-digested foods lie in the fact that the chewing of coarse food is necessary to keep the teeth strong. For this strengthening of the teeth, children should be given dry crackers or dry toast each day. Dogs and wild animals which chew bones and hard substances do not have pyorrhea, but lapdogs and animals in the zoo fed on bread and meat without bones suffer from this disease. In the so-called pre-digested or malted preparations, malt is added while they're being cooked. Malt is the ferment made from some grain, usually from barley, the grain being allowed to germinate until the ferment diastase is developed. There is no doubt that a number of foods containing malt are valuable to assist in converting starch into dextrin or sugar, just as pepsin is an aid in the digestion of protein. But eaten indiscriminately, there can be no question that it is more important for the teeth, stomach, and intestines to perform their natural work and thus keep their strength through normal exercise. While they are not pre-digested as claimed, these foods are, as a rule, wholesome and nutritious. They are cleanly and made from good sound grain, and they contain no harmful ingredients. Some contain middlings, molasses, glucose, and similar materials, but these are in no way injurious and have value as foods. The dry, crisp, ready-to-eat are especially advantageous because of the mastication they require. This ensures plenty of saliva being mixed with them to aid in digestion. A dish of such dry breakfast food, well masticated, together with an egg to furnish a larger proportion of protein, makes a wholesome breakfast. Cereal coffees. According to investigations made by the United States Agriculture Experiment Station, cereal coffees are made of parched grains. A few contains a little true coffee, but for most part they are made of parched wheat, barley, etc., or grain mixed with wheat middlings, pea hulls, or corn cobs. There is no objection to any of these mixtures, providing they are clean. The cereal coffees, as seen by Table 7, contain no more nourishment than the true coffee, but they are probably more easily digested. Only a very little of the soluble starch passes into the water unless the kernel is ground. Coffee and tea are not taken for their nutrition, but for their stimulating effect on the nerves, and, if stimulation is desired, the cereal coffees fall short. By reference to Table 7, it will be seen that cocoa and skimmed milk contain much more nutrition than any of the coffees. The chief value of cereal coffees is that they furnish a warm drink with the meal. They should not be too hot. Barley or wheat, mixed with little molasses, parched in the oven, and then ground, makes a mixture similar to the cereal coffee. The old-fashioned crust coffee is just as nutritious as any of the coffees and has the advantage of being cheaper. Barley water and oat water, made by boiling the ground kernel thoroughly and then straining, are nourishing foods for invalids and children. They are often used as drinks by athletes and manual laborers, as they have the advantage of both quenching thirst and supplying energy. Gruels are made in the same way, only strained through a sieve. This process allows more of the starch to pass with the water. Legumes. The legumes are the seeds of peas, beans, lentils, and peanuts. Like the cereals, they are seeds, yet they contain a very much larger proportion of protein and may be substituted for meat or eggs in a diet. In all vegetarian diets, under normal conditions, the legumes should be used freely to replace meats. All legumes must be thoroughly cooked and thoroughly masticated, because the protein in these foods is less digestible than that in meat or eggs. Particularly if they are not thoroughly masticated, they are better adapted for the use of those who do manual labor. Soldiers in battle, day laborers, and others whose work calls for hard physical exercise can digest legumes more easily than those whose occupation is more sedentary. If not thoroughly masticated, Legumes usually produce intestinal fermentation with consequent production of gas. For this reason, they occasion distress in those who partake of them too freely and with insufficient preparation by cooking. The protein of the legumes is of the same nature as the casein of milk. It has been called the vegetable casein. Peanuts. While an underground vegetable, grown like potatoes, peanuts resemble nuts, inasmuch as they contain so much fat. The extracted oil is used in several commercial products. Like other legumes, they require cooking. They are roasted because this develops the flavor. Because they contain a more balanced proportion of proteins, carbohydrates, and fats, they will sustain life for some time without other food, as they provide rebuilding material, energy, and heat. Used alone, however, there is no counteracting acid, and it is better to add some fruit, such as apples or apples and dates. For this reason, lemon juice is mixed with peanut butter. In eating peanuts, it is imperative that they be masticated until they are a pulp. Otherwise, they are very difficult of digestion. The pain which many people experience after eating peanuts is probably due to eating too large a quantity and not fully masticating them, forgetting that they are a very rich, highly concentrated food. The habit of eating peanuts between meals and then eating a hearty meal is likely to overload the digestive organs. Both peanuts and peanut butter contain over 25% of protein and about 39% of fat. Therefore, they yield much heat and energy. Peanuts have been made into flour. They are also to be had in the form of grits, which are cooked like oatmeal. When nuts or peanuts are used as an after-dinner relish, the quantity of meat should be cut down. Their popularity is evidenced by the fact that between 4 million and 5 million bushels are raised annually in America. Peanut butter. While peanut butter contains 46.5% fat, it contains only 17% carbohydrates. Since sugars and starches are protections to fat, being used for energy before the fats are consumed, if these sugars and starches are not supplied in other food, the fats in the peanut butter are consumed for energy. If starches are consumed in other foods, it is clear that one who wishes to reduce in flesh should avoid peanut butter, as well as other fats. Peanut butter is more easily digested than the roasted peanut, unless the latter is chewed to a pulp. It can be made at home by grinding the peanuts in a meat grinder, and then further mashing with a rolling pin or a wooden potato masher. A little lemon juice mixed with peanut butter makes it not only more palatable, but more easily digested. A peanut butter sandwich is quite as nourishing as a meat sandwich. Shelled peas. Shelled peas were used in Europe as far back as in the Middle Ages, and there, today, the dried or split peas is used quite as extensively as the dry bean. In America, peas are used almost entirely in the green stage, fresh or canned. As seen by Table 8, the green shelled pea contains 7% of protein and 16% of sugar and starch, while the dry or split pea contains over 24.5% of protein and 62% of sugar and starch, the difference being the amount of water contained in the shelled peas. Canned peas contain even a larger percentage of water. A variety of peas is now being cultivated, in which, like the string bean, the pod is used as food. They are sweet and delicious. Dried peas are used in this country mostly in purees. Beans. Baked navy beans may well be substituted on a menu for meat, containing, as they do, 22.5% of protein. It is needless to say that beans and lean meat or eggs should not be served at the same meal. Beans have the advantage of being cheaper than meat, yet, as stated above, The protein in the legumes is less easily digested than the protein of meat or eggs. They must be thoroughly cooked and thoroughly masticated. There is but a small percentage of fat in dried beans. For this reason, they are usually baked with a piece of pork. They make a very complete, perhaps the most complete food, containing nutrient elements in about the proper proportions. A bean biscuit is used for the sustenance of soldiers on a march. It gives a complete food in condensed form. In baking dried beans or peas, soft or distilled water should be used, as the lime of hot water makes the shell almost indigestible. Parboiling the beans for 15 minutes in 2 quarts of water with 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda softens the shell, making them easier to digest. String beans. The string bean contain very little nutrition, as shown by Table 8. The pod and the bean, at this unripe stage, contain nearly 90% water. Their chief value as a food consists in their appetizing quality to those who are fond of them, thus stimulating the flow of gastric juice. Like all green vegetables, they stimulate the action of kidneys. All green vegetables are particularly valuable to those who drink little water. The dried lima bean, used during winter, may be boiled or baked. If old, they are practically indigestible. Kidney beans contain much water but are more nutritious than the string bean. Soybean. In China and Japan, this bean is used extensively, being rich in protein. Used with rice, it makes a well-balanced diet. The soybean is made into various preparations, one of the most important being shoyu, which has been introduced into other countries. To make it, the soybean is cooked and mixed with roasted wheat flour and salt. Into this is put a special ferment. It is then allowed to stand for an extended time in casks. The result is a thick, brown liquid with a pungent, agreeable taste. It is very nourishing. A kind of cheese is also made by boiling the soybean for several hours, wrapping the hot mass in bundles of straw and putting it in a tightly enclosed cellar for 24 hours. Lentils are not commonly used in this country, but they were one of the earliest vegetables to be cultivated in Asia and the Mediterranean countries. They are usually imported and may be obtained in the markets. They are used like dry peas and are fully as nourishing. But the flavor of the lentil is pronounced and they are not so agreeable to the average person as peas or beans. Nuts. Nuts are classed with the carbo-nitrogenous foods because of the more nearly equal proportion of proteins and carbonaceous substances. It will be noted by reference to Table 9 that nuts contain a much larger proportion of fats and less starch than legumes. Chestnuts contain the largest amount of starch and pecans the most fat. Peanuts are classed here with nuts because of their similar use in the diet. Their comparative richness in protein will be noted. Nuts are a valuable food, but they should be made a part of the meal and may well take the place of meat rather than eaten as a dessert because of the large percentage of protein. They are too rich to be eaten as a relish and at the end of a meal if one has eaten as much other food as the system requires. In planning a meal, if the dietary is rich in starches and lacking in protein, a side dish of nuts may be served. Too great stress cannot be laid on the importance of thorough mastication of nuts, otherwise they are difficult of digestion. When thoroughly chewed, however, they are as easily digested as cereals or legumes. If ground fine in a meat grinder or rubbed through a sieve, they digest more readily, but this grinding does not take the place of the grinding with the teeth and the mixture with the saliva. They are best chopped for salads, cake, or croquettes. When ground, the oil extracted makes them pasty and not appetizing in appearance for use in salads or cake. Milk. Milk is a perfect food for the infant because it contains the elements in proper proportions to sustain life and growth, though alone it is insufficient for the nourishment of healthy adults. The adult, in order to get sufficient nutriment, would be compelled to take a larger proportion of water than necessary, the proportion of water required by the system being about 67%, while the milk contains 87%. In many diseases, however, a whole or partial milk diet is desirable, especially in any inflammatory conditions of the gastrointestinal tract. The milk of the cow is not perfectly adapted for the young child. It is lacking in the proper proportion of sugar, and when fed to the infant, it must be modified. Mother's milk is not only richer in sugar than cow's milk, but it contains about half as much casein. The calf needs more albumin than the baby does because it grows faster. Human milk is also richer in fat. An all-milk diet may be followed when it is desirable to gain in weight. Such a diet should be accompanied by exercises for the vital organs and by deep breathing. But experiments have shown that healthy digestive organs do their work better when a part of the food is solid. A milk and cream diet of about 3 quarts milk and 1 quart cream, with the addition of 1 to 2 eggs a day, will keep up the strength of one in bed, but is not sufficient for one who is active. In order for an adult to obtain the proper quantity of carbohydrates and fat from an all-milk diet, it is necessary for him to drink from 4 to 5 quarts of milk a day, or 16 to 20 glasses. It is usually said that, on an all-milk diet, an active person requires as many quarts as he is feet tall. Young babies on mother's milk are almost always fat, because of the larger proportion of sugar and fat in mother's milk. Reference to Table 10 show that the 13% of solids are about equally divided between fat, sugar, and protein. The sugar is lactose. It supplies heat to the infant before it can exercise its muscles vigorously. The protein is casein. There is no starch in milk. The digestive ferment, which acts on starch, has not developed in the young babe, and it cannot digest starch. The salts promote the growth of bone. The fat in milk is in small emulsified droplets within the thin albuminous sheath. When allowed to stand in a cool place, it rises to the top. Besides casein, milk contains a certain amount of albumin, about 1/7 of the total amount, called lactoalbumin. It maintains the fat in milk in emulsified form. In young babes, the milk is curdled in the stomach, or the casein separated from the water and sugar, not by hydrochloric acid, but by a ferment in the gastric juice, known as renin. Renin, or LynneT, from the stomachs of cows, is used in cheese and butter factories to coagulate the casein. This, with other chemicals, so hardens the casein that it is used in the manufacture of buttons. Preserving milk. If milk could be kept free from bacteria, it would keep sweet almost indefinitely. At the Paris Exposition, milk from several American dairies was kept sweet for 2 weeks without any preservative except cleanliness and a temperature of about 40 degrees. The United States Bureau of Animal Industry states that milk may be kept sweet for 7 weeks without the use of chemicals. The importance of absolute cleanliness in the preparation and marketing of this important article of food is being recognized both by the producer and the consumer, and careful inspection has done away with many abuses. In the absence of an efficient health department, the consumer should ascertain in every case how the milk he uses is handled at every stage before it reaches him. Care in this regard may safeguard his family from disease and save him many dollars. The best method for the housewife to follow is to keep the milk clean, cool, and away from other foods, as milk will absorb a bad odor or flavor from any stale food or odorous vegetables, from fresh paint or other substances. Milk must never be left exposed in a sick room or in a refrigerator unless the waste pipe and the ice chamber are kept scrupulously clean. Milk tests. In testing the value of milk, or the value of a cow, butter makers and farmers gauge it by the amount of butter fat in the milk, while the cheesemaker tests the milk for the proportion of protein or casein. The amount of butter fat depends on the feed and water and on the breed. If the total nutrient element fall below 12%, it is safe to assume that the milk has been watered. In cheese and butter, there is no sugar. It remains in the buttermilk and the whey, both of which the farmer takes home from the factories to fatten his hogs. Pasteurized milk. In pasteurizing milk, the aim is to destroy as many of the bacteria as possible without causing any chemical changes or without changing the flavor. One can pasteurize milk at home by placing it in an airtight bottle, immersing the bottle to the neck in hot water, heating the water to 167 Fahrenheit for 20 minutes, and then quickly cooling the milk to 50 Fahrenheit by immersing the bottle in cold water. The rapid cooling lessens the cooked taste. The best dairies pasteurize the milk before it is marketed. Sterilized milk. Milk is sterilized to destroy all bacteria by heating it to 212 Fahrenheit. Sterilized milk remains sweeter longer than pasteurized milk, but more chemical changes are produced and the flavor is changed, resembling that of boiled milk. Formerly borax, boric acid, salicylic acid, formalin, and saltpeter were used to keep the milk sweet, but this adulteration is now forbidden by the pure food laws. Malted milk is a dry, soluble food product in powder form, derived from malted barley, wheat flour or dextrin, and cow's milk, containing the full amount of cream. The process of the extraction from the cereals is conducted at elevated temperatures so as to allow the active agents, or enzymes, of the barley malt to affect the conversion of the vegetable protein into starches. The filtered extract, containing the derivatives of the malt, wheat, and the full cream cow's milk, is then evaporated to dryness in vacuole, the temperature being controlled so as to obviate any alteration of the natural constituents of the ingredients and so as to preserve their full physiological values. The strictest precautions are observed to ensure the purity of the product. Malted milk is free from germs. The starches and sugars are converted in the process of manufacture into maltose, dextrin, and lactose. The fats are in an absorbable condition and it contains a high percentage of protein derived from both the milk and the grains, as well as a marked percentage of mineral salts. It is readily soluble in water and is easily digested. The hydrochloric acid of the stomach coagulates or curds milk much as it is curded by many fruit and vegetable acids, such as those in lemons or tomatoes. Thus, the milk forms into curds immediately on entering the stomach, the casein being at once precipitated by the renin. This is the chief reason why it should be drunk slowly, otherwise too large curds will form, causing distress from pressure. Digestion of milk. A part of the digestion of casein is performed by pepsin in the stomach, and a part by the trypsin of the pancreatic juice. The larger part of the digestion of milk sugar, or lactose, is performed by the pancreatic juice, although it is partly acted on by the saliva. Usually, however, the saliva is given little chance to become mixed with the milk, unless it is taken slowly and mixed with saliva by chewing movements. This is one reason why children should be given milk in which bread has been broken, rather than a piece of bread and a glass of milk. By swallowing the milk slowly, smaller curds are formed in the stomach, and the milk is more thoroughly digested. The salts of milk, to a large extent, the water and perhaps a proportion of sugar are absorbed in the stomach. When the fat or cream is removed, milk digests more readily, so that in cases in which the stomach is delicate, skimmed milk, clabbered milk, or buttermilk are often prescribed instead of sweet milk. Boiled milk is also more readily digested by some. The lactoalbumin is separated and rises to the top in a crinkly scum. The casein of boiled milk is more readily digested, forming in small flakes in the stomach instead of curds. Sterilizing the milk by boiling will prevent the action of bacteria in producing fermentation and disordered digestion, and, if relished, milk can thus be treated. Pasteurized milk is more palatable than boiled milk. Milk is often better assimilated if other food is not too suddenly cut off. When the diet is radically changed, the digestive system is apt to show derangement. Therefore, when for any cause an all-milk diet is desired, it is unwise to begin it at once by feeding from 18 to 20 glasses of milk a day. This amount may be approximated within a week's time. The change in diet should be begun by cutting down all meats and legumes and gradually eliminating starches. In changing from a milk diet to a diet including more hearty foods, the transition should also be gradual. If a milk diet is to be followed and the milk seems to disturb the stomach when taken in quantities, one may begin by taking it in very small quantities every 15 minutes for the first hour. If one's purpose is to gain in flesh, the quantity may be increased to a glass, and time intervals be lengthened to every hour as the stomach becomes accustomed to caring for the milk. It should be sipped slowly and thoroughly, mixed with saliva before being swallowed. The mouth should be carefully rinsed with equal parts of peroxide of hydrogen and water, or Listerine and hot sterile water, each time milk is taken. Milk, in whatever form it is taken, leaves a coating on the tongue and teeth. The heat of the mouth, especially if the patient is feverish, quickly causes changes which give a disagreeable taste and a chance for bacterial action. These bacterial products are carried into the stomach and excite digestive changes, through which fermentation and gas formation appear and biliousness may result. This may be avoided if, after taking the milk, the mouth is carefully washed and, in feverish conditions, the tongue gently scraped or swabbed with absorbent cotton dipped in Listerine or peroxide of hydrogen. Without such cleansing of the mouth, milk may disagree. When from 2 to 3 glasses of milk at a meal are taken, less solid food is needed, because the required nutriment is partially supplied by the milk. One reason why milk seems to disagree with many people is because they lose sight of the fact that milk is an actual food as well as a beverage, and they eat the usual quantity of food in addition to the milk. As 1 pint or 2 glasses of milk contains approximately the same amount of nutrition as 1/3 of a pound of beef, the amount of food to be taken in addition may be readily calculated. The chief reason for the lessened activity of the bowels on a milk diet is because the nourishment in milk is practically all absorbed. There is very little residue, and milk gives little rough surface to excite peristaltic action and stimulate the walls of the intestines to activity. The calcium, one of the constituents of milk, tends to lessen the peristaltic action of the intestine, and this is one of the causes of constipation. Fruit and coarse bread containing much bran should be used with a milk diet. Constipation may also be occasioned by drinking milk rapidly. When the hydrochloric acid is very active, coagulation may take place so quickly as to cause hard, tough curds to form. These enter the intestine undissolved because the gastric juice can act only on the exterior proportion. The stomach retains the curds in effort to dissolve them, and fermentation may occur. with irritation and constipation, form irregular action. In this case, the constipating effect may be overcome by taking the milk in small sips, or by the addition of 1 part of lime water to 6 parts milk. The lime water causes the curd to be precipitated in small flakes. Lime water may be prepared by putting a heaping teaspoon of unslaked lime with a quart of boiled or distilled water into a corked bottle or mason jar. Shake thoroughly 2 or 3 times during the first hour, then allow the lime to settle, and after 24 hours, pour or siphon off the clear fluid. Be careful not to allow the lime to be poured off with the water. Barley water or oatmeal water added to milk also prevents the formation of large curds. Milk may also be taken with any variety of gruel, oatmeal, sago, arrowroot, or tapioca. If there is much mucus in the stomach, mucus fermentation may occur in milk because of the lack of hydrochloric acid. The partially digested curds are tough, stringy, and slimy, and the intestinal walls find no resistance in the mass. In this case, constipation may be followed by diarrhea. If the stomach is deficient in hydrochloric acid, the juice of half an orange or a little lemon juice may be taken half an hour before the glass of milk. Constipation and, later, diarrhea may also result when stomach digestion is weak, the curds passing through the stomach and intestines undissolved. When there is any tendency to torpidity of the liver, daily exercise should be directed to the liver, stomach, and intestines, or milk may cause biliousness. Because the excess of fat and protein taken overstimulates the liver, causing an excess of bile. The bile may enter the stomach and cause nausea and vomiting. Constipation results from the disordered digestion. This will not occur if one exercises daily and cuts down on the quality of solid foods as the amount of liquid is increased. A glass of hot vichy or hunyadi water taken the first thing on rising and followed by a glass of cool water will help relieve any engorgement of the liver. In case of biliousness resulting from a milk diet, abstain from all food for 24 hours. Cleanse the mouth as indicated above, and drink freely of water. When the liver is a little inactive, milk may be diluted with an aerated water or even plain water. Daily exercise directed towards securing a greater activity of the liver and gallbladder should be followed. 4 tablespoonfuls of soda water, Apollinaris, or carbonic acid water to the glass may be used. As noted in the preceding pages, orange and lemon juice will encourage greater activity of the stomach and bowels. 1/3 of a glass of hot vichy water to each glass of milk renders it easily digested, and most people relish it. Unless the liver is very inactive, milk taken this way will not constipate, and exercise directed to the liver as previously mentioned will help obviate this condition. Skimmed milk, kumis, or buttermilk are easily digested and are valuable when the digestive system is weak. The monotony of a milk diet tends to create a distaste for the milk, and the mental revolt may upset digestion and result in constipation. This should be kept in mind, and various ways of modifying the milk be used to create variety. Mental aversion and antagonism should be corrected. When its taste is not relished, milk may be made acceptable and the stomach induced to retain it by using a variety of flavors. A drop or 2 of vanilla, a trifle of cinnamon, nutmeg, salt and pepper, chocolate, or any other flavor that is liked may be used, varying them so as to keep from monotony. If milk seems to produce gas in the stomach with distress, and the milk is retained too long in the stomach from the interference with its movements caused by the gas, a teaspoonful of malt extract may be added to each glass of milk. If the malt extract is not at hand, 4 teaspoonfuls of malted milk to each glass may be used. Equal parts of cream and hot water, to which has been added 1/3 teaspoon of soda, may be used for the same purpose. If milk disagrees because of an excess of hydrochloric acid and the formation of hard curds, a saltspoon of salt or bicarbonate of soda may be used, or 1 part of lime water to 6 parts of milk. When milk seems to disagree because digestion is somewhat slow and the milk does not offer enough bulk to excite peristaltic action, it remains too long in the stomach and fermentation occurs. A slice of bread, a couple of crackers, a piece of zwieback, a tablespoonful of Nestle's or Melling's food, or of arrowroot gruel added to each glass, or eaten with the milk, will give it more body and prevent the formation of large curds. When the stomach is excessively weak because of a lack of digestive juices and the consequent incomplete action of the stomach, only pre-digested milk should be taken until the stomach has been brought to a normal tone. Pepsin or pancreatin may be used for the partial digestion. Milk so pre-digested must be freshly prepared each time it is used, or must be kept on ice until used. The stomach will find practically no difficulty in assimilating milk thus prepared, and constipation will be avoided. It must be remembered that milk must be sipped slowly and be well mixed with saliva before it is swallowed. Milk can be soured and taken separated as a variation, the curds and the whey being relished by many when properly prepared. A little sugar and cinnamon or nutmeg sprinkled on curds or mixed with the whey make a palatable mixture. Buttermilk or kumis offers still other variations. With all these means of varying the taste, appearance, or condition of milk, it is hardly possible that some way cannot be found whereby milk may be taken and be well borne by the stomach, and the full benefits from its use be derived. Cheese. This is the casein or protein which has been separated from milk by the action of rennet. It is highly nutritious and many varieties are on the market. In Europe, it is largely used to take the place of meat. Cheese contains almost as much protein as is contained in the same quantity of meat. In this country, more highly flavored cheeses are in demand, and when eaten in moderate quantities, they aid digestion. They are highly concentrated food, and but a small quantity should be eaten at a meal, particularly if meat has constituted a part of the meal. The cheeses poor in fat are more difficult to digest, as they are harder and not so easily masticated. Contrary to the prevalent idea, a properly made Welsh rabbit is more easily digested than uncooked cheese. One should use judgment in eating any highly concentrated food, not to eat too large a quantity. Schmeerkäse, or cottage cheese, is coagulated casein. It contains 33% of protein, 24% of fat, and 5% of salts. The thickening of the milk, or the coagulation of the casein, is like that produced by lactic acid. Skimmed milk, as shown by the table, contains the same amount of protein as fresh milk, but more sugar and more ash, the difference consisting almost entirely of less fat, which has been removed in the cream. Buttermilk. There is less fat, protein, sugar, or ash in buttermilk than in skimmed milk. It is therefore less nourishing, but it requires less digestive effort. The sugar has partially fermented and the lactic acid is freed. It is the freed lactic acid in which gives the pungent taste. Buttermilk, made by lacton or Bulgarian tablets, and fresh milk is as nourishing and as desirable as that made in the process of butter making, and it has the advantage of being fresh. When the whole milk is used, of course, contains the same amount of fat, protein, sugar, and ash as the milk. It is of value in cases of poor digestion of protein and fat, and in chronic stomach trouble. It has been claimed that the bacilli in buttermilk made from the Bulgarian tablets prevent putrefaction in the large intestine. This is disputed, however. Clabbered milk. The casein and clabbered milk coagulates, and if kept in a hot place, the coagulation continues until the water, sugar, and salt are separated. Clabbered or loppered milk is wholesome. It may be sweetened or salted and flavored to taste. Whey is the watery portion of milk from which the casein has been removed in the process of making cheese. It is a palatable drink and may be flavored with little nutmeg and sugar or salt. Invalids usually relish it. Beef tea or egg yolk may be added to it. Milk sugar. Sugar from milk is now a commercial product. It is evaporated and transformed into a fine powder. This powder is used by physicians and druggists in compounding powders, pills, tablets, etc. Junket. The tablets used in making junket are the essence of rennet. Milk coagulated by renin has not the sour taste of milk coagulated by acid. It is an admirable article of diet in many weakened conditions of the digestive tract. Condensed milk is made by evaporating the water until it is reduced to about 61%. It is then hermetically sealed. It is convenient for use whenever fresh milk cannot be obtained, but the process of evaporation changes its flavor so that few care for it as a drink. It may be substituted for cream and coffee and diluted with 3 times its volume in water. The proportions are, again, the same as before the water was evaporated. End of section 4. Read by Esme LeCoyte. April 2024.
Section 5 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by A.C. Benson. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Chapter 4. Beverages. Beverages are used primarily to relieve thirst. They may also contain food elements. They may be used for their effect in heat and cold, for their flavor, which helps to increase the appetite, or for their stimulating properties. They are used to aid digestion and the elimination of waste, to promote sweating, to soothe inflamed air passages or digestive membranes. They furnish extra nutrition, stimulate nerve action, quench thirst and fevers, warm the body when it is cold, or cool it when it is hot. They are used in health or disease, from the snows of the Arctics to the palms of the tropics. They may be alkaline or acid, mineral, medicated or mucilaginous, effervescing or plain. The question of their utility and preparation is important in any discussion of foods and food products, though in themselves they are not foods. The people of all races seemingly crave a stimulant, after bodily or mental exertion, in fatigue, as a bracer in prolonged effort, as a promoter of sociability, or as an offering of hospitality. These stimulants are either alcoholic or non-alcoholic. It is a notable fact that no tribe is so remote that it does not possess some form of beverage which may be offered to friends or used to promote feelings of conviviality, or it may be used to stir up rage if onslaughts against neighboring tribes are contemplated. The craving is universal and as old as the race. Those who decry this craving when it takes the form of alcohol are often themselves addicted to excessive drinking of non-alcoholic stimulants. Tea is not a food. It is a stimulant. It is made by steeping the leaves of a shrub called the, which grows in the tropical regions of Asia and adjacent islands. Green tea differs from black in the mode of its preparation. In green tea, the leaves are steamed before they are dried. The amount of tannin in green tea is greater than in black, hence green tea is regarded as not so wholesome a drink as black tea. The young, tender leaves are more delicate of flavor. Varieties of plants differ both in the amount of tannin and the delicacy of flavor. Tea should never be boiled or allowed to stand longer than a few minutes. Standing causes the tannin to be extracted from the leaves, and this tannin disturbs digestion. It is the tannin extracted from the bark of trees which toughens animal skins into leather. The best way to make tea is to pour on boiling water and serve within 5 minutes. Because of the uncertainty as to the length of time tea may be allowed to steep in hotel kitchens or restaurants, it is a wise custom to have a ball of tea in a pot of hot water served that the guest may make the tea at the table. Tea is diuretic, stimulating the action of the kidneys. Through its stimulant action, it relieves fatigue and has been found especially useful in Arctic explorations and for soldiers on long marches. When taken hot, it will often relieve sick headache. When taken on an empty stomach after a long, fatiguing tramp or a prolonged shopping excursion, its refreshing effect may be felt for an hour or two. The ease of its preparation and the quickness of its effect tends to produce the tea habit. When drunk to excess with meals, it causes the precipitation of the ferments in the digestive juices, retards digestion, and may cause constipation, particularly if taken after long infusion. Strong tea has an overstimulating effect on the nervous system which reacts, producing depression and restlessness. This may lead to insomnia, muscular twitchings, and palpitation of the heart. Habitual users often take from 10 to 20 cups of strong tea daily. In these, the evil effects of the tea habit are easily noted. Americans, or any people whose nerves are highly stimulated from the stress of life or from habitual nerve tension, should particularly avoid all stimulating beverages. Poor tea, because of the greater amount of tannin it contains, produces its ill effects more quickly. From overstimulation of the nervous system, poor tea, long stewed, has been held to be a contributing factor in insanity. Tea should be avoided by the dyspeptic, by those of constipated and flatulent habit, or by the anemic. Tannin coagulates the albumin in milk or cream, and the addition of these to tea renders it more indigestible. Plain or with lemon juice, it may be well borne by those with whom it disagrees when used with cream or sugar. Theine, the active principle in tea, is chemically identical with caffeine in coffee. Coffee is prepared from the seeds of the coffee tree. The best-known brands come from the island of Java, Mocha, Rio de Janeiro, and Mexico. Coffee, like tea, is not a food, it is a stimulant. The active principle is caffeine. This is an alkaloid and is a strong stimulant to the central nervous system. It quickens the heart action, and the stimulating effect is so apparent with many that they cannot sleep for several hours after drinking it. Others drink coffee to quicken mental activity and to keep them awake. It must be borne in mind, however, that there is a reactionary effect from all stimulants, and while coffee is not intoxicating as alcohol, it has a similar effect on the nerves and heart. Coffee has the redeeming feature of having a pleasing aroma, which, because of the effect on the mind, may incite the flow of gastric juice. Despite the fact that no morning beverage has quite the same pleasing aroma or pungency, ordinarily one is much better without it. Coffee stimulates the action of the heart, and for this reason it is used in collapse to restore heart action. It removes the sense of fatigue and is thus beneficial in some cases, as in the army when long marches are necessary. It is valuable as an antidote in opium poisoning or in cases of alcoholism. It is given to those addicted to liquor as a milder stimulant when they are recovering from a spell of intoxication. The only use of coffee as a food is that its pleasant aroma stimulates the flow of gastric juice. Strong coffee, particularly that which has been boiled for a long time, retards digestion and, if much is drunk, it will produce the same symptoms of overstimulation of the nervous system as are manifest in the tea habit. Heartburn, constipation, dyspepsia, and insomnia may result. Sometimes the habit is manifested by excessive eating of the coffee bean. Such users show marked symptoms of nervousness. They are usually thin and their faces are drawn and anxious. Each person must decide for himself whether or not coffee or tea is injurious to him and cease the habit if he finds it is interfering with the proper functioning of the system, remembering always that the purpose of food is to resupply body waste and produce heat and energy. One who knows that coffee disturbs his digestion and yet cannot break himself from the habit of drinking it should have sympathy for the one who is addicted to liquor and finds it difficult to break the habit of depending on this so-called stimulant. Cereal coffee has been discussed under the heading Cereals. Crust coffee is made by pouring boiling water on caramelized bread or bread deeply toasted, allowing it to stand 10 minutes, then pouring off the liquid, which may be sweetened to taste or mixed with cream or milk. It is also made by using crusts of bread which have been dried in the oven without being allowed to brown. Cocoa and chocolate are prepared from the cocoa bean. Cocoa is from the shell of the bean and chocolate from the kernel. As shown by Table 7, they are more nutritious than the other beverages. Cocoa butter is the fat of the cocoa bean. It has a pleasant odor and does not easily become rancid. Its nutritive value depends on its fat. Most of the fat has been removed from the cocoa made for the use of invalids, hence the nutritive value of this cocoa is lessened. The milk and sugar used in its preparation constitute the most of its nourishment. The cocoa simply gives a flavor. Part of the value of chocolate is in the sugar used with it. If well prepared, it is digested with ease and forms a nutritious article of diet. The habit of using large amounts of chocolate in candy or as a beverage disorders the system because of the gastric disturbances produced by the excess of sugar. When food is not easily obtained, compressed cakes of chocolate may be carried, as in traveling, for a temporary food supply. Chocolate, as sugar, in moderation, constitutes a good food for the growing child. The active principle in cocoa and chocolate is theobromine, and though milder, is similar to caffeine in its stimulating effect on the nervous system. Lemonade and other fruit drinks, particularly those made from the citrus fruits, slake the thirst more quickly than most drinks. All fruit drinks are diuretic, and, whenever the action of the kidneys is sluggish, they are especially desirable. Effervescing waters. These are made by forcing carbon dioxide under pressure into the bottle. As soon as the cork is removed, the escape of the gas causes effervescence. These drinks are of no special advantage other than that they slake the thirst because the amount of salts of various minerals they contain is usually small. When taken in excess, they cause flatulence and may lead to gastric disturbances. The indiscriminate habit of young people drinking effervescing waters at soda fountains should be discouraged. These waters added to milk render it more easily digested. Water. There is no beverage nor concoction devised by man equal to water. It is to be deplored that it is not used as freely as nature demands, from 8 to 10 glasses a day. The value of water as a food and as an aid to digestion is discussed on page 26. Condiments. Condiments are not foods. They have no nutrition in themselves, but by their flavor they stimulate the nerves of taste, rendering the food more appetizing and help to make the diet more varied. They are relishes and are to be employed in this manner judiciously, and not used generally in the diet. Some strong condiments, as cayenne pepper, are of use in dyspeptic conditions to stimulate the gastric mucous membrane. They are of value in the dietary of the invalid whose appetite must be stimulated, and careful variations in flavoring will aid in varying a diet which otherwise would be monotonous. But the excessive use of condiments, particularly the various peppers, salt, horseradish, ginger, vinegar, and spices, as indulged by many, so overstimulates the gastric and intestinal membranes as to cause catarrhal disease and dyspepsia. They tend to weaken digestion by calling for an undue secretion of digestive juices, which, if prolonged, tires out the glands. The use of salts is discussed on pages 34 to 37. A reasonable amount of condiments such as pepper, salt, nutmeg, cloves, allspice, sage, thyme, ginger, mustard, cinnamon, mace, horseradish, vanilla, dill, etc., may be used as appetizers because the pleasing thought of them may incite the flow of gastric juice, but they should not be used to excess. The taste is undoubtedly a cultivated one, and should not be encouraged in children. The child rarely cares for condiments, and it is better that he continue to relish his food in its natural flavor. If beef tea, which so soon becomes distasteful to the sick, is flavored with different savory or aromatic substances, as parsley, sage, or mint, it is taken with greater relish. Mustard, so commonly used with cold ham or other meat, and in salad dressing, is sometimes of benefit in stimulating the appetite, but when used in large quantities or continuously, it may irritate the stomach. This irritant quality may be used to advantage when it is deemed necessary as a counter-irritant on the skin, as in the well-known mustard plaster. A teaspoonful of mustard to a pint of lukewarm water is an effectual emetic in cases in which it is necessary or advisable to empty the stomach. Capers, the flower buds of a bush grown in the East, are put up in vinegar and used in sauces for mutton. Cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves are useful in flavoring foods. They take the flat taste from hot water and impart a pleasant spiciness. Many can take milk when flavored, and the slight amount necessary is in no way injurious. Preserved ginger is of value for flavoring cereal foods and gruels for invalids. Vinegar, used in excess, reduces the alkalinity of the blood and aids in the destruction of red blood corpuscles. It may thus produce anemia when used in excess. The acetic acid contained in cider vinegar aids the softening of the muscle fiber of meat and thus facilitates its digestion. Because of its preservative qualities, it is used in pickling vegetables and various kinds of fish. Vinegars made from grapes or other fruits are wholesome. Flavored vinegars, as tarragon, from the herb of the same name, are useful as appetizers. Vinegars artificially made from commercial acids are sometimes injurious. Tomato catsup, Worcestershire, and Tabasco sauces are not harmful if used moderately and with due regard to enhancing, not destroying, the flavor of the food with which they are used. Preservation of foods. This subject is of ever-growing importance. The study of the preservation of foods has added much to the store of human knowledge. By this means, it is possible for those living in districts remote from the supply, those who cannot afford to buy them fresh, and those who have no cellars in which to store them, to have vegetables and fruits at all seasons of the year. Nutritious foods can be prepared in such small bulk and of such excellent keeping quality that explorers, whether to the Arctics or the tropics, can be kept in first-class physical condition, enabled to withstand fatigue, and be removed to long distances from the base of supplies without great hardship. The decomposition of food is occasioned by bacterial action. Air is necessary to the growth of bacteria. If the air is excluded, the ordinary bacteria are prevented from exerting their deleterious action. Heat, as in canning, prevents the formation of bacterial products. Cold, in refrigeration, by inhibiting bacterial activity, is also an excellent preservative. Other methods in use are smoking, salting, drying, sterilizing, various antiseptics, and the exclusion of the air, as in coating eggs or meat for transportation to other countries. Eggs are preserved for a long period by excluding the air, which otherwise penetrates the shell. A solution of water glass, silicate of sodium, dry oats, or salt are used for this purpose. All food intended for preservation should be kept in a clean, cool, dry, dark place. Drying, cooking, and sealing from the air will preserve some meats and fruits, while others require such preservatives as sugar, vinegar, and salt. The preservative in cider vinegar is acetic acid, in wine vinegar, tartaric acid. All preservatives which are actual foods, such as sugar, salt, and vinegar, are to be recommended, but the use of antiseptic preservatives, such as salicylic acid, formaldehyde, boracic acid, alum, sulfur, and benzoate of soda, all of which have been used by many canning merchants, is fraught with danger. By the efforts of the United States Department of Agriculture, the use of such preservatives has been largely done away with by the most reliable packers and canners. However, unscrupulous dealers may use this means of disguising fruits and vegetables not in good condition. There can be no doubt that, whenever possible, the best method is for the housewife to preserve her own food by drying, canning, preserving, and pickling, with fruits and vegetables which she knows are fresh. This, however, is not always practicable. Since economy in food lies in obtaining the greatest amount of nutriment for the least money, the preparation of simple foods in the home, with care that no more is furnished for consumption than the system requires, is the truest economy. More brands of prepared food are not so much needed as purity of elements in their natural state. In the effort to emphasize the importance of pure food in amount and quality, pure air and pure water must not be overlooked. Much infection is carried by these two elements. Poisoning from food. Owing to the careful inspection given to various preparations of foods and the education of the people on the dangers of attending the eating of underripe, overripe, or fermenting fruits and vegetables, or decomposing canned meats or other foods, cases of poisoning from food are not so numerous as formerly. One still reads, however, of illnesses and even fatalities in those who have, at some gathering, partaken of potted or canned meats or ice cream made from impure milk. Imperfect sterilization allows the microorganisms, everywhere present in the atmosphere, to multiply and produce their toxins. Any food contained in a can which shows a suspicious bulging in top or sides, not a dent caused by handling, should be unhesitatingly rejected, for fermentation has developed gases which, in trying to escape, have caused the bulging. Though the practice is less common than formerly, some grocers offer these bulging cans for sale at less prices, and they are thus purchased by those who look for bargains in foods instead of for quality. Sometimes the foods have not advanced to a stage in which the poisonous products are manifested, but in the intestinal canal the germs contained in these foods manufacture toxins which are readily absorbed and produce the severe disturbances noted in cases of ptomaine poisoning. The liver, which has been styled the watchdog of the body, has a special power to destroy many of the toxins contained in the food material passing through it, and it is due to this fact that many deleterious substances taken with the food are neutralized and their poisons rendered harmless to the system. When the liver is disordered, this important function may be hindered or cease to be active. Therefore, the importance may be readily seen of keeping the liver in a vigorous condition by means of exercises which will send an active circulation through it and keep the nerves controlling it in perfect functioning order. Ptomaine poisoning results most often from tainted meat, milk, and fish. Putrefactive processes may have begun in meat, which is thus rendered high, but if it is thoroughly cooked, the poisons may be made inert. Many enjoy the flavor of such meat. The Eskimos, as is well known, will cache a seal or other animal against a time when food is less plentiful, and after months, perhaps, will eat it with relish and without harm, though it cannot be touched by people with less hearty appetites. Old eggs, eaten as a luxury by the Chinese, and the fermented fish used by other races are familiar examples of tainted foods. The sale of bob veal, or the flesh of very young calves, has been prohibited because in many people its ready decomposition causes active diarrhea. The process of smoking various meats affects materially only the outside portion. The inner may furnish a suitable bed for the development of germs. Great care should be exercised and thorough inspection made of any meat which is eaten raw, as dried beef or any pork product. Ice cream, as made in the home, is usually innocuous, but when it is made in factories, unless care is exercised to keep containers clean and sterilized, the cream or milk may become infected from careless handling, either before or after it reaches the factory, particularly in warm weather. Toxins which cause serious and often fatal poisoning develop. Many such cases have resulted from the free eating of infected ice cream at picnics or other social gatherings. One should guard against overripe cheese, though cheese of any kind acts as a poison with some people. Cases of severe intestinal disturbance may occur in those who are unable to eat certain articles of food, as strawberries, lobsters, or oysters. These attacks should be carefully distinguished from cases of true poisoning. Sometimes, however, particularly in the case of fish or oysters which have been frozen, unless they are eaten immediately after they have been thawed, toxins develop which cause severe constitutional disturbance, particularly of the nervous system. These toxins do not seem to affect the gastrointestinal tract so markedly. Infected shellfish, particularly mussels, have caused death in 2 hours by their effect on the nervous system. Many fish, after being smoked, are eaten raw, and if the ptomaines have begun to develop, poisoning follows. Care must be taken in purchasing fish for the table that the flesh is firm and the odor absolutely without taint. Meat or fish may become toxic to the system through substances eaten by the animal or by its own physical condition at the time it is killed. Fish and oysters, therefore, are not eaten during the spawning season. Cow's milk may be made obnoxious by substances on which the cow feeds. Wild garlic, when eaten by the cow, imparts a nauseous taste to the milk. The flesh from diseased animals slaughtered and sold for food has occasioned violent sickness. Government inspection, however, has greatly lessened the dangers from this source. Unripe or overripe vegetables and fruit may occasion severe vomiting and diarrhea. Moldy flour contains a substance which may cause poisoning. Rye may have a parasite fungus called ergot, and if flour is made from rye contaminated with this growth, a form of poisoning called ergotism may result. It takes some time and a prolonged use of the flour to cause untoward symptoms. Pellagra, which has been giving the southern states so much trouble, was thought to be caused by the use of spoiled cornmeal. It is now thought to be due to the disturbed nutrition following too monotonous and unbalanced a diet. The excessive use of cornmeal breads with their heating qualities and the irritation of the intestinal canal may be an accessory factor. A food which is so universally used as milk should be surrounded with every safeguard possible by rigid inspection from producer to consumer, as many infective epidemics have been traced directly to a careless or infected handler of this product. Tuberculosis and typhoid fever germs, diphtheria and scarlet fever may all be communicated by this means. Live typhoid bacilli have been found in acid buttermilk. Infected water used in washing the cans will infect the milk. Other poisoning may occur by the tin or lead in the inside of cans being dissolved off by the acids in fruits or vegetables. This is more likely to occur when the cans of fruit have been kept for a long time. Housekeepers who use tin cans should not put up more fruit than will supply the family for the season. Tomatoes, asparagus, strawberries, and apricots are especially liable to dissolve the tin from the can. Food should be emptied from the can as soon as it is opened, as the action of the air hastens deterioration. No cooked fruit should be allowed to stand in a tin saucepan or other vessel. It should be emptied as soon as the cooking process is complete. When a can of fruit, vegetables, or meat is opened, if the interior of the can is even partially black, it is safe to reject the contents. The tin in the food will be absorbed in the intestinal tract and may cause severe disturbance. Large canners of fruit and vegetables of the better quality are now coating the inside of the can with an insoluble varnish which prevents the acids from acting on the tin. The best canners are exceedingly careful and everything in their factories is scrupulously clean. The adulteration of food. Laws against food adulteration have been enacted, but unscrupulous manufacturers find ways to evade them. On account of these laws, however, the practice is less general and manufacturers are beginning to take pride in putting up goods that pass the strictest inspection. The people also are being aroused through the efforts of the pure food propagandists to the ill effects of adulterated foods both on the body and the pocketbook, and are increasingly demanding that the foods they buy shall be pure and wholesome. To lessen the cost of production, many foods are mixed with various substances before being marketed in order to increase the profits of the manufacturer or dealer. The contained substance may not be deleterious to health, but it may lessen the value of the article as a food. Among foods which may be so adulterated are jellies, jams, and marmalades, catsups and pickles of all varieties, baking powder, butter, spices, coffee, cornstarch, mincemeat, vinegar, syrups, sugar, honey, lard, and flour. Various adulterants which are used are wood alcohol, a poison, in flavoring extracts, vinegar made from various acids and colored to imitate cider vinegar, rice flour and wheat flour used in ground spices, kaolin and coloring matter used in candies, paraffin in gumdrops, glucose artificially flavored as maple syrup, cottonseed oil sold as olive oil, starch and sugar in powdered cocoa and in chocolate, chicory, sugar, and pea meal in ground coffee, artificial coffee beans made of starch, molasses, and chicory, alum and ammonia in baking powders, artificial coloring of canned peas, beans, and catsups, butter, cheese, milk, and cream. It must be said in justice, however, that housewives are responsible for many of these productions. Dealers who would be glad to sell only pure articles say that the trade won't have them. Many insist on a highly colored cheese, thinking that the color denotes greater richness, whereas a little reasoning would show them that the richest old cheeses are pale in color, the deeper color of the cheese being due to the addition of coloring matter to the curd. While the coloring matter is not deleterious, the color is no evidence of richness. Highly colored green pickles, beans, and peas should not be used. Pickles, which are hard and crisp, are usually made so by alum. Brilliant red catsup is in demand, though the pure variety is known by its darker and not so attractive hue. High coloring in any canned fruit or vegetable is usually an indication that dyestuffs have been used to produce it. Fruit jams, which are of nondescript color or pale when pure, are colored artificially because the ordinary purchaser demands a pretty product. Through the vigilance of the food inspectors of the boards of health, and because of some vigorous prosecutions, the adulteration of the people's food is, however, not so easy and profitable an occupation as formerly. The bulletins of the Department of Agriculture furnish a mine of wealth in the gaining of knowledge of various foods and their preparation, and may be had free on application to this department at Washington. Heat and energy. The second use of foods, as mentioned before, is to furnish heat and energy for the work of the body. Heat and energy are produced automatically by the action of the heart, the movement of the lungs and breathing, and by muscular activity through the digestion, absorption, and assimilation of food elements, and through the activity in tearing down and eliminating waste. They are produced consciously by muscular activity and exercise. Just as any engine requires fuel, water, and air to create the force necessary to run the machinery, so does the human engine require fuel, air, and water. The fuel for an engine consists of coal, wood, or oil. As these are brought in combination with oxygen, combustion or oxidation takes place, liberating heat and setting the engine in motion. The amount of energy or force given off by an engine should exactly equal the amount of latent energy provided in the fuel. Much of this energy is commercially lost since much of the latent force in fuel is not fully liberated, some passing off in the smoke, while some may remain in the cinders. The amount of heat and energy generated by the body equals the amount of latent energy released by the burning of food material during oxidation. The carbohydrates and fats constitute the most of the fuel. The body cells are constantly surrounded by the lymph, which contains the food material, the protein, the carbohydrate, and the fat. The lymph carries all of the food elements, therefore the protein, the fat, and the carbohydrate reach the tissues at the same time. If the fat and carbohydrate predominate, their excess serves to keep a portion of the protein away from the cells. The cells can use carbohydrate more easily than fat, so the surplus amount of carbohydrate is first used to produce energy. This spares the protein, which is held in reserve for tissue repair, and the fat, being least readily used, is stored. When the carbohydrates and fats are not supplied, or when the system fails for any reason to appropriate those eaten to its use, the protein is used for heat and energy instead of being used for tissue building. If the demand, either in mental or physical energy, exceeds the daily supply for long, the body becomes lean. In order, therefore, to maintain a perfect equilibrium, the supply of protein, carbohydrate, and fat should bear the proper relation, any excess at one time being equalized at another. If an over-hearty meal is eaten, the next should be light. Fat is harder to burn than the starches and sugars, so that they are acted on first as an economy of effort, and the fat is held in reserve until the carbohydrates are exhausted. If one is cold, the quickest way to get warm is to generate more heat within by turning on the draft, or, in other words, by breathing in more oxygen. If cold, one should depend more on the oxygen within than on extra clothing. So many people put on more clothing to conserve the body heat and forget to generate more heat by arousing the fires within. This is like covering a dying fire instead of turning on the draft to create more combustion. The carbon in the body is burned by being brought into contact with oxygen in the blood through exercise and full breathing, just as a fire is fanned to flame by bringing oxygen in contact with the fuel by means of a draft of air. Keep all air away from a fire and it dies out. It has exhausted the oxygen and no heat is produced. Keep all air from within the body by cessation of breathing and it also dies. A room is heated with difficulty if the air in it does not contain sufficient oxygen. Just so the body, which is not constantly supplied with pure air, generates very little heat. The effect of oxygen in the creation of heat is practically demonstrated by voluntary, rapid, deep breathing, completely filling the lungs with air while out in the cold. The body will become quickly warmed on the coldest day by this practice. 10 to 12 deep breaths in succession turn on the draft inside and create combustion, heat, just as opening the draft to a stove by causing more air to circulate within it increases combustion or heat. Remember that heat is the result of combustion. The more rapid the combustion in the body, caused by oxygen breathed in through the lungs, the greater the heat. Just as much heat is created when fat is burned in the body as when it is burned outside of the body. The heat from burning wood is produced by the union of oxygen from the air with hydrogen and carbon, forming carbon dioxide and water. The light in the burning of wood is caused by rapid combustion. Combustion occurs within the body more slowly, hence no light is produced. The exact process by which the potential energy latent in food is converted into heat and energy is not known. It is partly released during the digestive process through the chemical action produced when the elements of the food come into contact with oxygen and with the digestive juices. This combustion gives to the digestive organs the necessary warmth to enable them to do effective work. A certain amount of heat is necessary for the chemical changes, and digestive juices flow more freely when the body is warm. Heat is necessary also to aid the peristaltic movements of the digestive organs. It has been estimated that about 1/6 of the heat liberated evaporates through the skin, the lungs, and the excreta, while 5/6 is required to maintain the body heat. If the digestive forces are not working perfectly and if the food is not properly prepared, some of the fuel is not utilized. But in normal conditions, if the food is supplied in proportion to the energy required, the heat and energy given off should exactly equal the latent heat and energy consumed. If more food is taken than is necessary to produce heat and energy, the excess of material is stored, and if the excess continues, the bodily machinery may be clogged. The relief lies in consuming the excess through exercise. More oxygen is required to put the excess in condition for use, and the extra amount of oxygen is gained by means of the deep breathing occasioned by exercise. It is to be noted also that no force within the body is lost. In the very process of the removal of waste, heat and energy are created so that the parts no longer needed are utilized by the system while they are being removed from it. Here is a lesson in economy of force. A small portion of the heat of the body is gained from the sun or from artificial heat, but by far the greater part is generated within the body. As mentioned before, the fuel for the body consists of fats, starches, and sugars, which, in combination with oxygen, create force. From the foregoing, it follows that the fuel value of any food depends on the amount of fats, starches, and sugars it contains. The chemical combination of oxygen with food elements and with the body tissue is known as oxidation. It is this chemical action of the oxygen on the food and on the tissues which produces heat and energy either in muscle, gland, or nerve. This energy in the muscle expresses itself in movement, in the gland in chemical action, and in the nervous system by activity of brain or nerve centers. The nervous energy is closely allied to electrical force. Nature provides for a reserve of heat and energy above the immediate needs by storing a supply of heat-producing material which is utilized whenever the daily supply is insufficient or is lacking. Many hibernating animals store up sufficient fat in summer to provide heat for the entire winter. This fat would not last throughout the winter, however, were the animal active. Many individuals carry sufficient fat to supply all of their needs for months, even though all fat-building elements were omitted from the diet. The fact that more oxygen is required for combustion of fat than of starches and sugars is important for those who wish to call in the fats stored within the body for daily heat and energy and thus reduce in weight. If sufficient starches, sugars, and fats are not consumed in the body to supply the daily heat and energy released by exercise, the body calls on the reserve store in the tissues. If much fat or carbohydrates are consumed in the daily food, this will be oxidized before the fat stored in the muscular tissue is called on. The scientific reduction of weight, therefore, lies in the regulation of the daily consumption of starches, sugars, and fats, and the oxidation of more of these substances through an increase in the daily exercise. Deep breathing of pure air should accompany all exercises to supply sufficient oxygen for combustion or oxidation. In warm weather, little fat is needed for fuel, and nature provides fresh green vegetables to replace the root vegetables of the cold weather, which, consisting largely of starches and sugars, are readily converted into heat. In cold weather, especially in high altitudes or latitudes, more fuel foods are required to keep the body warm and more fat is eaten. It must be remembered that anything which creates a greater activity of the tissues, such as muscular exercise, liberates a greater amount of heat. The reverse is also true. A decrease in the amount of muscular movement means a decrease in the liberation of heat. During exercise, a large amount of carbohydrates and fats are released by the movements and oxidized. The liberated heat is carried to all parts of the system and the temperature is raised. Food in the alimentary canal causes an activity in the glands of the digestive organs maintaining their temperature. Of course, while digestion and muscular activity are at their height, the body temperature is highest. The temperature, as a rule, decreases from about 6 at night until 4 or 5 in the morning, when it is usually at its ebb. This is a point of importance. A degree or two of increase in temperature above normal, if recorded about 6 at night, is not, in most conditions, considered alarming by the physician. Anything which causes an increase in heat radiation, as perspiration, lowers the temperature, and the open pores of the skin are valuable aids in equalizing the body heat. A person who perspires freely does not suffer with heat during excessive exercise, as does one whose pores are closed. Diuretic foods and beverages, such as water and fruits, melons, lemons, oranges, grapefruit, etc., which increase the activity of the skin and the kidneys, also tend to lower the body temperature. One ready means of regulating the body heat is the bath. If one takes a hot bath, the temperature is materially raised by the artificial heat, but there is a recompense in the increase of heat radiation from the skin and the reaction is cooling. If one takes a cold bath, the immediate effect is cooling, but the activity set up within to create a reaction soon heats the body to a greater degree than before the bath. The best way to increase the evaporation and thus decrease the temperature of the body is by a tepid shower or a tepid sponge. The tepid water will not create a strong reaction, and it will cause a decrease in temperature. Thus, for fever patients or on a warm day, the tepid shower or sponge is commended. For a cold day or for the individual whose circulation is sluggish, the cold bath, followed by friction, is desirable. When the vitality is low, so that the reaction is slow or chilly feelings persist, the bath must be tempered and greater friction used. The generation of heat is also increased by solid foods that require more than normal activity on the part of the digestive organs. For this reason, the food given fever patients should be that most easily digested and should be reduced in quantity. Liquid or semi-liquid foods are best. While the elements of the food are being oxidized, the latent, potential energy released by the oxygen creates mental and physical force and keeps active the metabolic changing of food into tissues and cells, also the changing of cells and tissues into waste. Scientists have measured the energy latent in food material, also the amount of heat given off in the oxidation of a given quantity of waste. The unit of measurement is the calorie, the amount of heat which will raise 1 pound of water 4 degrees Fahrenheit. The fuel value of any food denotes the total number of calories which may be derived from a pound of that food if it be completely oxidized in the body. C.F. Langworthy gives the fuel value of proteins, fats, and carbohydrates as follows. 1 pound of protein yields 1,860 calories. 1 pound of fats yields 4,220 calories. 1 pound of carbohydrates yields 1,860 calories. That is, according to fuel value, the capacity of the nutrients for yielding heat and mechanical power, a pound of the protein of lean meat or egg albumin just about equals a pound of starch or sugar, and about 2 pounds of these would about equal a pound of the fat of meat or of the body fat. The calculation has been made based on experiments that one who does no muscular work needs only an amount of food which will produce 2,700 calories. One doing light muscular work needs 3,000 calories. An individual doing moderately heavy work should take 3,500 calories, while heavy muscular work takes 4,500 calories. 100 grams of protein food, however, gives only 15% of the amount of energy required. About 500 grams of carbohydrate and 50 grams of fat are needed to make up the 3,000 calories which must be furnished by the daily supply of food for one doing light muscular work. The brain worker, who is using brain tissue more rapidly than the day laborer, should have a diet equally as rich in protein, though less fat and carbohydrates are needed. It has been estimated that an ordinary man on full diet excretes about 20 grams, about 5/8 of an ounce, of nitrogen a day. As protein material contains about 16% of nitrogen, such an individual needs to take about 120 grams of protein a day to supply the nitrogen needs of the body. Because of its need for protein, the body does not store it. A day laborer needs 28 hundredths of a pound of protein a day with enough fat and carbohydrate to give a fuel value of 3,500 calories. A professional man requires 25 hundredths, 1/4, of a pound of protein a day. Much more than this is usually taken. This means from 1/3 to 1/2 a pound of lean meat. Nothing is lost in nature's distribution of force and energy. Everything accomplished in life, either in the physical handling of material, the brain work in planning the constructions, the mental movements of thought in art, literature, or science, are all representatives of the heat and energy released from the body, and every man and woman should endeavor to make the body yield as large an income as possible in the expression of this energy. In order that it may do so, it must be used with intelligence, just as any other great machine must be used intelligently. It must be fed, exercised, and rested judiciously. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Chapter 5. Repair and Elimination of Waste. Metabolism. The work of the body never stops. If it's to be kept in thorough working order, its tissues must be rebuilt as incessantly as they are torn down in the process of producing heat and energy. These chemical changes are called collectively metabolism. They are divided into two groups. The chemical process of building up complex substances from simple ones is known as anabolism. The chemical process of oxidizing and breaking down the complex substances into simple ones so that they are in a state to be excreted is called catabolism. While the process of oxidation in catabolism is going on, heat and energy are set free. Many of the chemical changes in the body are catabolic in character. This work never ceases even in sleep. It is not enough that the proper foods be furnished the body in kind and quantity. The essential thing is that the system be kept in condition to assimilate the foods to its needs and to promptly eliminate the waste. Few people assimilate all of the foods eaten. By assimilation is meant the process by which foodstuffs are made soluble and diffusible so that they can pass into the blood. Also, the metabolic activity by which the food is converted into cells and tissues. Truly, the body is a busy workshop. Think of the billions on billions of cells being formed and destroyed every instant in the liberation of heat and force. Think also of the necessity of perfect circulation to bring sufficient blood to the lungs that it may gather the oxygen and carry it without pausing for rest to every tissue of the body. Even in sleep, this stream continues incessantly. There is also a great lesson here in the law of supply and demand. When the body is at mental or muscular work, the potential energy liberated leaves through muscle or brain as energy and is expressed in the result of the work. When the body is at rest, energy leaves it as heat, excepting such part as is necessary to carry on metabolism, circulation, etc. If much muscular energy is called for, a deep, full breath is instinctively drawn to supply the oxygen necessary for the added force. If strong mental work is required, attention should be given to exercise and deep breathing, that the blood may carry off the waste liberated by brain activity. The difficulty is that in doing close mental work, the body is too frequently bent over a desk in such a manner as to restrict the action of the lungs. Thus, the brain worker, in order to continue strong mental work, must often go into the open air, as he says, to rest his brain. But in reality, to obtain the oxygen needed to put the waste liberated by brain energy in condition to be carried away. The supply of blood has been called on for the brain work. The poor circulation through the body has allowed an excess of carbon dioxide to accumulate, and the condition of the body designated as tired has resulted. Until the necessary oxygen has been supplied, the brain and body are not balanced, not rested. In its conversion into tissue, heat, energy, and waste, the importance of the chemical exceeds that of the mechanical action of digestion, absorption, assimilation, and elimination. Yet the chemical changes are aided by the mechanical. Nature provides against ignorance of the amount of supply necessary by enabling the system to carry off a limited amount of surplus food above the bodily requirements. Her capacity in this regard is limited and varies with each individual. Therefore, common sense is required in deciding for oneself the amount of food which will aid and not hinder nature in her processes. Without doubt, many eat more food than the system requires, and when it's overloaded, they do not take the pains to burn up and eliminate the excess through exercise and oxygen. On the other hand, this theory of overeating has been so long discussed that many have not eaten sufficient food and their bodies are undernourished. Many also, from lack of exercise, hence lack of demand of the body for food, have supposed this lack of appetite to be nature's call enough. Inertia has resulted and waste remains in the body. They have failed to exercise sufficiently to create a demand for food. It's thus undernourished because sufficient new building material has not been supplied. The relief from this condition is exercise and deep breathing, so that nature removes the waste and calls for fresh building material. Many others, through mental and physical activity, burn up much fuel, and the result is the body does not store up sufficient fat for the reserve or for beauty and comfort. The nerves require a certain amount of fat for their protection. People of this type should take a more full and sometimes a more varied diet, particularly more liquid, and should not fail in daily exercise and deep breathing. Each individual should know approximately the chemical constituents and the proportion of these constituents in normal blood, because from the elements in the blood, the tissues are constructed. If certain elements are lacking, the foods containing these elements in largest proportions should be supplied until the blood no longer shows the deficiency. This is nature's method of correction. The variations in the blood can be known only by chemical analysis, and until physicians have access to chemical laboratories, the giving of drugs cannot be a science. Each meal or each day's food may not contain the amount of protein or of fuel ingredients necessary for that day's work and resupply, but the body is continually storing material, and this reserve is constantly being drawn on to provide any element which may be lacking in that day's supply. Thus, an excess or a deficiency one day may be adjusted the next. Healthful nourishment requires that the balance as a whole be kept and that a deficiency or oversupply be not continued for too long. The distinct steps in anabolism and the effect of oxygen on assimilation are discussed in the following pages. Digestion. Any discussion of the digestibility of foods must be general, because food which agrees with one may disagree with another, and the food which disagrees with one at a particular time may entirely agree with him at some other time, according to the condition of his system. Therefore, before one passes on the adaptability of a food to his system, he should know that this food agrees or disagrees with him under various conditions. The chances are that the food is right, but that the attitude of mind and the condition of the body are abnormal. The digestibility of food depends largely on the physical condition of the individual, because the amount of digestive juices poured into the alimentary canal is influenced by this condition, particularly by the condition of the nerves. If sufficient juices in proper proportions are not poured into the digestive tract, the foodstuffs are not made soluble for absorption. Digestion is practically synonymous with solution. All solid foods must be reduced to liquid state by means of the digestive juices and water before they can pass through the walls of the stomach and the intestines and enter the blood. Each individual should learn to like the foods containing the nutrient elements which experience and blood tests have shown to be lacking in his case. Yet, while it's true that in most cases the aversion to a particular food is largely mental, there are kinds of food which, to certain individuals, according to the chemical composition of the body, act as actual poisons, e.g., strawberries, cheese, or coffee. The question of likes and of dislikes in foods is largely habit, and one can learn to like almost any food if one really has the desire to do so. When the habit has been formed of discriminating too much in the food, of discarding this food or that because at some time it has disagreed due to the particular condition at the time, the mind approaches the table in a pessimistic attitude, and the saliva and the gastric juices are retarded in their flow. When one is exercising freely, so that the muscular and mucous coats of the digestive system are strong, the body will handle foods which, during sedentary habits, it would not digest. Much indigestion is due to mental apathy. The mind often needs arousing to an interest in something. Such an individual needs to know that one of the hardest things for the members of his family is to live day by day with one who maintains an attitude of mental depression, and he should stir himself for his stomach's sake, as well as for the sake of his family, to a cheerful interest in something. He should let go his grudge and ride a hobby, if it's a cheerful one, and ride it hard. It may be well here to trace briefly the progress of the food through the digestive tract and the action of the juices and the ferments on it. The food in the mouth is mixed with saliva, which begins the dissolution of the starches. The saliva consists of about 99.5% water and 0.5% solids. The solids consist of ptyalin, sodium chloride, sodium carbonate, mucus, and epithelium. Ptyalin, the most important of these, is the active digestive agent. The mucus lubricates the masticated food. The sodium carbonate ensures the alkalinity of the food, and the water dissolves the food that the juices may more readily reach and act on each particle. The starches are the only foods whose chemical digestion is begun in the mouth. They are first broken up by the ptyalin into dextrin and then into the more simple sugar known as maltose. It is important that sufficient saliva be mixed with the food through mastication, because unless the digestion of the starches is begun by the saliva, either in the mouth or after it's swallowed, they are not acted on until they reach the small intestine. Consequently, their digestion is unduly delayed. The pancreatic juice must then do more than its normal work of digestion. The saliva flows into the mouth more or less at all times, but more copiously during mastication. The movement of the jaws and chewing incites its flow, and when starches are not well digested, gum chewing in moderation, though not a refined habit, is beneficial. The evident purpose of the saliva when food is not present is to keep the lining of the mouth moist. Salivary digestion is carried on in the stomach until the food becomes thoroughly mixed with the gastric juice, which, being acid, inhibits the action of the ptyalin. The thorough and regular cleansing of the teeth is an important aid to digestion. Food products allowed to remain about the teeth ferment, rendering the mouth acid. When the mouth is acid, the alkaline saliva does not secrete in sufficient amount, and the mouth is more or less dry. The mouth is acid in rheumatism and allied conditions, and the saliva may be thick and ropey so that it does not moisten the food properly. On the other hand, the flow of saliva may be too free. The ptyalin is then too much diluted to promptly act on the food. These may result from overstimulation of the salivary glands occasioned by the excessive chewing of gum or tobacco. These excesses also carry too much air into the stomach, resulting in flatulence. The flow of saliva is controlled largely by nerves centering in the medulla oblongata, the sight of food pleasingly served, or even the thought of food which one likes, will increase the flow. This is one instance of the control of thought over digestion and the importance of forming the habit of cultivating a taste for all kinds of food is apparent. The stronger the relish for the food, and the more thoroughly it's masticated and mixed with the saliva, the more perfectly will the first step in digestion be accomplished. Thorough mastication is important not only because the chemical action on the starch molecules is facilitated by the softening and mixing with the saliva, but also because thorough mastication tends to prevent overeating. The appetite is more quickly satisfied when the food is well masticated. Cool water encourages the flow of saliva and for this reason should be drunk before meals, particularly when digestion is weak. It may be taken at rest periods during the meal. See page 31. The relation of the mouth and the nasal passages to the digestive processes is seldom considered by the average individual. Their importance to the growing child is being recognized by the examination of school children, which is now being made a part of the health program in many of our cities. Their importance to the adult is no less. Food particles allowed to remain around the teeth or in the cavities of decayed teeth incite bacterial action. With the next meal, these bacteria are swallowed and cause fermentation of the food, occasioning indigestion and possibly dyspepsia. Decayed or missing teeth, swollen gums, or pyorrhea interfere with proper mastication of food, hence it does not receive the thorough salivary moistening necessary. The starches pass practically unchanged into the stomach and small intestine, overburdening these organs. Catarrh of the nasal passages with the constant swallowing of germ-filled secretions carries morbid products into the stomach, coating the glands with mucus, often infecting them. It may also occasion a catarrhal condition of that organ. If from any cause the saliva becomes acid, dryness of the mouth results and desire for food is lessened or absent. Diseases of the salivary glands may render these necessary secretions unfit to perform their work. In illness, the mouth often drops open from weakness, producing the same condition of dryness. The mouth in illness is too often neglected by those in charge of the invalid. Adenoids and enlarged turbinates in child or adult, narrowing the nasal passages and preventing the ingress of air, cause mouth breathing. The air dries the membranes and the tongue becomes swollen and cracks, interfering with proper mastication. Adenoids should be removed and any other condition which interferes with the proper function of the mouth should be remedied as soon as possible. The mouth should be properly cleansed, the gums massaged, the teeth thoroughly brushed, back as well as front. Defective teeth repaired or removed, abnormal growth eliminated, and the secretions kept abundant and healthy. Food well prepared in the mouth by thorough mastication satisfies hunger, renders more easy the work of the stomach and intestines, and aids in the general welfare of the system. These two prevalent habits may aggravate the condition which it's supposed to cure. A slight indigestion appearing, gum is often chewed to cause a fuller flow of saliva, to aid digestion. If gum chewing is indulged in to excess, however, the muscular movements overstimulate the salivary glands, eventually weakening them. Overuse of the chew muscles and overexcitation of the nerves fatigue them and cause them to weaken. The sticky gum, adhering to fillings in the teeth, loosens them and furnishes a lodging place for food particles and bacteria. The excess of saliva may render the gastric juice alkaline, inhibiting its action. Excess of air swallowed with the saliva may cause flatulence or accumulation of gas in the stomach. Lack of poise and nerve tension is increased by excessive gum chewing, resulting in fatigue of the entire body. This lack of poise may be noted in any public assembly, as the movies frequented by gum chewers. The habit, as generally practiced, is not an inspiring sight and should be discouraged. Gum chewing in moderation for a few minutes after a meal may not do harm, but its indiscriminate use is to be deplored. Thorough mastication of food will serve to supply the necessary saliva. Exercise directed to the stomach and a more thorough circulation and elimination will do more for any digestive derangement than the excessive practice of chewing gum. As the food enters the stomach, the gastric juice pours out from the mucous lining very much as the saliva pours into the mouth. Like the saliva, it consists of 99.5% water and 0.5% solids. The solids of the gastric juice are pepsin, renin, hydrochloric acid, and mucus. The mucus serves to lubricate the food as in the saliva. It perhaps also aids to prevent the digestion of the mucous lining of the stomach. The hydrochloric acid and the pepsin cause the principal chemical changes in the food while in the stomach. They act only on the proteins. The hydrochloric acid must be present before the pepsin can act, as only in an acid medium can pepsin dissolve the proteins. It is also of an antiseptic nature and hinders or prevents the decomposition of food. The renin ferment precipitates the casein. The only digestion of starches in the stomach is that continued by the saliva. Gastric juice begins to flow into the stomach soon after eating, but normally is not secreted in sufficient quantity to supersede salivary digestion for from 20 to 45 minutes. The result of gastric digestion of proteins is their conversion first into albumin, then into proteases, and lastly into peptone, which is protein in a more simple, soluble, and diffusible form. In the form of peptone, the proteins are in condition to be absorbed. If the food has been properly cooked and masticated, gastric digestion will be completed in from 1.5 to 3 hours. If not properly cooked and masticated, the stomach digestion may continue from 1 to 2 hours longer. It should, however, be completed in 3 hours. It will be seen that the evening meal is ordinarily digested before sleep, as one does not retire for from 3 to 5 hours after eating. If through imperfect mastication or a disordered condition of the stomach, the digestion is not completed in about 3 hours, the food is likely to be retained in the stomach and by its weight may cause prolapsus of that organ if the supporting tissues are weak. Fermentation may ensue and give rise to gases which may cause acute distress. Animal foods, which are readily digested, remain in the stomach for a shorter time. Meat, as a rule, is easily digested because the digestive juices of the animal have converted the starches and sugars. The white meat of chicken is digested in a shorter time than the red or the dark meat. Corn, beets, peas, beans, etc. take about 3.5 hours to digest. Baked potatoes about 2.5 hours. Raw vegetables and fruits remain about the same length of time as potatoes. Sugar is usually absorbed within an hour. The cereals, if well cooked, take but 2 hours. Coarse or badly masticated food, tough meats, unripe fruits, and much fat hinder digestion. Undigested food passing into the intestine may fail to be acted on there and will sometimes produce diarrhea. Fluids leave the stomach more rapidly than solids. 7 ounces of water entirely leaves the stomach in 1.5 hours. 7 ounces of boiled milk in about 2 hours. Water and buttermilk almost immediately begin to pass out of the stomach. Milk begins to pass out in about 15 minutes. The flow of gastric juice, as the flow of saliva, is governed by the nerves. The sight, taste, and smell of food, and the attitude of mind toward it, to a certain extent, regulate its flow. After the food has accumulated, during the process of a meal, the stomach begins a series of wave-like movements called peristaltic waves. These waves propel the food through the length of the stomach toward its lower opening, known as the pyloric orifice. During this process, the food is thoroughly mixed with the gastric juice. During the early stages of digestion of solids, the sphincter muscles of the pylorus keep the lower opening of the stomach closed, but as digestion progresses, the pylorus gradually relaxes to let the digested soluble portion of the food pass into the intestine. If the food still remains in a solid form by reason of being improperly cooked or poorly masticated, as it touches the pylorus, these sphincter muscles, almost as if they were endowed with reasoning faculties, close, forcing the undigested mass back to be further acted on by the gastric juice. The solid mass is not allowed to pass until dissolved. If the individual abuses the stomach and causes it to work overtime, it becomes exhausted and demands rest. It refuses to discharge the gastric juice in proper proportion. The peristaltic movements are weak and food is not promptly or forcefully moved along the stomach and mixed with the gastric juice. This condition is termed indigestion. The food passes from the stomach through the pylorus into the small intestine. In this condition of partial digestion, it's called chyme. The first 12 inches of the small intestine is known as the duodenum. In the duodenum, the food is acted on by the pancreatic juice, the bile, and the intestinal juices. These juices act on proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. The bile acts on the fats, while the pancreatic and intestinal juices act on the proteins and the carbohydrates. The starches or dextrin, not fully digested by the saliva, are changed to maltose and glucose, while the trypsin from the pancreatic juice, together with the intestinal juices, change into peptone, the protein not fully digested in the stomach. The pancreatic juice also digests the starch found in raw fruits and in such raw vegetables as radishes and lettuce. Fats are almost entirely digested in the small intestine. The presence of fat stimulates the flow of pancreatic juice, which in turn stimulates the flow of bile. For this reason, in some conditions, if the liver is sluggish, fatty foods in moderation are desirable. When bile is not present in sufficient amount, the fatty foods ferment and cause gases and foul odors. The fats are absorbed almost entirely in the small intestine, mostly in the duodenum. Some of the fat may be absorbed directly without undergoing the process of emulsification. Some oils, as paraffin oil, are not absorbed at all, but act only as a lubricant of the intestines. When the food enters the intestine, its reaction is acid. Mixed with the bile, pancreatic and intestinal juices, which are alkaline, its reaction becomes alkaline. The pancreatic juice splits up the fats into glycerin and fatty acids and enables the bile to exert its important emulsifying power. The bile markedly aids this action of the pancreatic juice, though it has no fat-splitting power in itself. Trypsin, another ferment of the pancreatic juice, acts on both fats and carbohydrates in either an acid or alkaline medium. The sodium in the bile unites with the fatty acid, forming a soap which coats the tiny particles of fat and emulsifies them. The bile thus aids in the absorption of the fats. It also lubricates the intestinal mass, facilitating its passage through the entire length of the intestines. Thus, it's a very potent agent in regulating the bowel movements. A diminution in the flow of bile quickly expresses itself in constipation. Fat and protein stimulate the activity of the liver, while starches, if taken in excess, incline to overload it. The food is forced along the intestinal tract by peristaltic or muscular relaxation and contraction waves, as in the stomach. As it's so forced, the nutrient elements, after being put into a condition for absorption, are taken up through the villi of the intestinal walls by the portal veins and the lacteals of the submucous lining. A larger proportion of food is digested and absorbed than was formerly supposed, and the excretion from the intestines are, in many cases, made up almost entirely of refuse and of the catabolic waste of the system. In an ordinary mixed diet, it's stated that about 92% of the proteins, 95% of the fats, and 97% of the carbohydrates are retained by the body. In digestion, it's of the utmost importance that the muscular, mucous, and submucous coats and the secreting glands of the stomach and intestines be kept thoroughly strong and active, that the digestive juices may be freely poured out, the nutriment be freely absorbed, and the food be moved along the digestive tract. The strength of any organ is gained through the nutriment in the blood. Therefore, daily exercise, which calls the blood freely to these organs, is imperative. Daily exercise should be directed to the vital organs. A walk for exercise is not sufficient. The greater part of the food is absorbed through the intestines, yet some proteins which have been fully digested by the gastric juice and certain fats, particularly the fats in milk, which are in a natural state of emulsion, may be absorbed through the walls of the stomach. However, the absorption through the stomach is small compared to that through the small intestine. The small intestine is peculiarly fitted for absorption. Its mucous lining is thrown up into folds to furnish a larger surface for this purpose. The folds hold the food as it passes toward the large intestine until the villi have the opportunity to absorb it. These transverse folds of the intestinal walls are called valvae conventis. The villi are tiny finger-like projections of the mucous lining of the intestines, which stand out of the lining somewhat as the nap on plush. They have been called sucking villi because during the movements of the intestines, they seem to suck in the liquid food. As soon as the foodstuffs, proteins, carbohydrates, and fats are put in an absorbable state called chyle, they are very promptly taken up by the villi. If for any reason the chyle remains unabsorbed, it's liable to be attacked by the bacteria, always present in the intestines, and gases form. The peptones, sugars, and saponified fats are rapidly absorbed, while the undigested portion, together with the unabsorbed water, the bile, mucus, and bacterial products, are passed through the ileocecal valve into the large intestine. The mass passes up the ascending colon on the right side of the abdomen, across the transverse, and down the descending colon. On the left side, losing by absorption the small amount of foodstuffs not absorbed in the stomach and small intestine. That the large intestine is to some extent adapted to absorption is shown by clinical experiments with patients who cannot retain food in the stomach, the food in such cases being given through rectal injections. While water and salt are absorbed in both the stomach and small intestine, the larger part of the water passes into the large intestine that it may assist the passage of the intestinal contents. Water also stimulates peristaltic movements. As the food is absorbed through the walls of the alimentary canal, it's picked up by the rootlets of the mesenteric veins and by the lymph channels. The latter, through the abdominal cavity, are called lacteals. Nearly all of the fats are absorbed through the lacteals. The whitish color given to the contents of the lacteals by the saponified fats gives rise to the term lacteal. Nearly all of the proteins and sugars pass through the mesenteric veins and the portal veins to the liver. Here the sugars are at once attacked by the liver cells and built up into glycogen, as described on pages 151 and 159. A small portion of the proteins, however, do not go to the liver, but are passed directly into the lymphatics and thus into the bloodstream, where they are again carried to the liver and the urea is separated. To sum up, the larger part of the sugars, starches, proteins, and fats is absorbed through the small intestine, a small amount being absorbed in the stomach, and a very little through the large intestine, while some water and salts are absorbed in the stomach and small intestine. These are largely absorbed in the large intestine. It is economy to keep the digestive organs and the circulation and tissues strong in order that all foods eaten may yield returns instead of hampering the activity of the body. The food which furnishes the most tissue-building substance and yields the most heat and energy with the least refuse is the economical food, provided it's varied enough to meet the psychical needs as well as the physical. Whether or not a food is economical depends on the degree to which it stimulates the activity of the mind as well as the body. Preparation and serving here are as important as the material to be served. Economy in food is a question into which many factors should enter. A cheap food is not always an economical food. Amount and keeping qualities, palatability, ripeness or unripeness, the age, habit, and occupation of the partakers all have their share in the problem. In the selection of food for any individual, the result to be gained from the food must be borne in mind. If one is doing heavy muscular work, more protein to rebuild tissue, as well as more carbohydrates and fats to produce energy, are required than if one's habits of work are sedentary. In mental work, in which the brain is continually active, proteins are required to resupply the brain tissue, but the fats and carbohydrates may be lessened. If the brain is sufficiently active to use all of the fuel in brain energy, one does not accumulate fat. In sedentary occupations, which do not call for hard and continuous mental activity, the carbohydrates and fats, if taken in excess, are stored within the system, clogging it and producing torpid liver, constipation, and obesity. In a study of tables of food values, in making up a dietary, the question should be to provide the largest quantity of nutriment at the lowest cost, with due attention to palatability and variety. In the selection of meats, for instance, while beefsteak may cost twice as much as beef stew, it must be borne in mind that beefsteak contains very little waste in that it contains a large proportion of albuminoids or the tissue-building proteins, while in beef stew, bone and connective tissue predominate. A large proportion of the proteins obtained from the beef stew are gelatinoids and extractives, not the palatability tissue-building albuminoids. See page 56. In comparing the cheaper and the more expensive cuts in the same kind of beefsteak, however, the cheaper cuts often yield quite as much nutriment as the more expensive ones. Round steak is just as nourishing as porterhouse and cheaper if one considers the greater number of helpings derived from a pound of round steak than from a pound of porterhouse. For the aged or the invalid, however, the question of preparation will determine the relative economy. End of section 6.
Section 7 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by A.C. Benson. What to Eat and When. by Susanna Cocroft. Chapter 6. Organs and Conditions Affecting Digestion. The purpose of this chapter is to show the work of other than the digestive organs in assimilation, construction, and elimination. The liver is commonly called the chemical workshop of the body. The digested food is carried by the blood, portal veins, to the liver as soon as it is absorbed from the alimentary canal. As the food materials filter through the blood capillaries, between the liver cells, several substances are absorbed, particularly sugar, which is changed into the animal starch called glycogen. It is held in the liver for a few hours in this form, and is then redigested and gradually given to the blood in the form of sugar. While the conversion of the sugar is one prominent function of the liver, it also acts on the proteins, not as they are first passed through the liver in the blood, but as they are returned to the liver from the muscle tissue, partly oxidized and broken up into simpler products. The liver cells absorb and further oxidize and combine them into nitrogenous waste, which the kidneys throw off in urea. The liver and the spleen also dissolve the pigment or coloring matter out of the red blood corpuscles. As these become useless, they are broken up in the liver and the spleen. The iron is retained by the liver cells, and the remainder is thrown off in the bile. The liver is on guard for all poisons which pass through it in the blood. The large part of these toxic substances are absorbed through the alimentary canal with the foodstuffs. Many of them are the results of fermentation of foods, which are not digested so promptly or so thoroughly as they should be on account of an insufficient secretion of digestive juices or on account of a failure to secrete them in normal proportions, due to inactivity of the stomach and intestines. Nature thus supplies a guard to oxidize or break down these poisons and make them harmless, so that normally they do not affect the nerves and the bloodstream, and through these the entire system. The necessity of correct habits of deep breathing will be readily seen here because oxygen is required to break down the poisons as well as to oxidize the worn-out tissues. One example of the action of the liver in rendering substances harmless is its oxidation of alcohol. From 1 to 3 ounces of alcohol a day may be oxidized and made harmless in the liver, varying according to the individual and to the condition at different times in the same person. If the limit of 1 to 3 ounces is exceeded, the excess is not oxidized and intoxication results. This is the reason one may become intoxicated at one time when the same amount of liquor would not appreciably affect one at another. The muscles play an important part in the use of foods. Most of the heat is generated in them by the action of the oxygen in the blood upon the sugar and fats, liberating their latent heat. This heat is liberated during every moment of the 24 hours, whether one is asleep or awake. Of course, more is liberated during exercise, since the movement of the muscle sets all tissues into activity and the blood circulates more strongly, bringing a greater supply of oxygen to them. It is always well during active exercise to stop frequently and fully inflate the lungs, not only to bring more oxygen to the blood, but to change the residual air, and in the inflation to exercise the lung tissue more freely, bringing a better supply of nourishment to it. We forget that the lung tissue, as well as every other tissue of the body, needs exercise and a full supply of nourishment. One should form the habit of breathing fully and deeply, otherwise the liberated carbon dioxide will cause an increased pressure throughout the bloodstream, particularly about the heart and in the head. This pressure is relieved when the excess of carbon dioxide has been thrown off by the lungs. Much dull headache is due to the retention of carbon dioxide resulting from shallow breathing. Nature makes the effort to throw off this excess of carbon dioxide by forcing one to breathe more rapidly while running or taking unusual exercise. A certain amount of protein is constantly oxidized in muscular action also, being broken down into carbon dioxide, water, and a number of nitrogenous mid-products. The carbon dioxide and water are thrown off by the lungs, and the partially oxidized nitrogenous waste is carried to the liver, where it is further oxidized and prepared for excretion through the kidneys, lungs, skin, and intestines. Through their stimulant action, the nerves aid in oxidizing food materials. During periods of rest, food materials are also stored in the nerve cells. During nervous activity, they are oxidized and carried away through the blood and the lymph. This oxidation of the food stored in the nerves creates nervous energy and heat. The energy liberated by the nerves resembles electrical energy. When one is continuously using an excess of nerve activity, all reserve food material stored in the nerve cells is used and the nerves become undernourished. The result is seen in neurasthenic conditions of various kinds. The nerves as well as other tissues require protein to renew their substance as well as fats and carbohydrates for their energy. The vasomotor nerves influence digestion to a marked extent by regulating the blood pressure in the digestive organs and the consequent rate of speed with which digestion and absorption take place. They speed up or slow down the movements of the alimentary canal, thus aiding and preventing the admixture of the food with the digestive juices. By acting on the glands, they aid or prevent the secretions from being formed and poured out. They thus materially affect digestion. The vasomotor nerve centers are in the medulla oblongata. The lungs absorb oxygen and eliminate carbon dioxide. They occasionally throw off a very little organic material. The carbon dioxide is carried to the lungs from the tissues through the venous stream and diffused through the walls of capillaries in the lungs. The oxygen is absorbed in the thin air sacs in the capillary walls. If the lungs are cramped by a faulty position of the body, by excess fat, or by tight clothing, they cannot expand to their fullest extent. The blood is thus imperfectly aerated and oxygenized and is not freed of its waste. The lung tissue is imperfectly exercised, sufficient blood not being brought to the lung cells to ensure their strength. The cramping of the lungs is due largely to incorrect habits of standing and sitting. The kidneys do not absorb, as do the lungs, neither do they perform any anabolic work, as does the liver, nor catabolic work as the muscles, nerves, and the liver. They simply throw off waste matter. As the blood passes through them, urea, uric acid, urates, sulfates, and sodium phosphates pass from it and with the water are thrown from the system. Hence the kidneys are purifying organs, as are the lungs. The blood returning from the kidneys through the veins is pure, just as the blood in the pulmonary vein is pure, while that in the arteries to the kidneys is impure. Interference with the action of the kidneys results in an excess of these substances in the blood and may produce a condition of intoxication known as uremic poisoning. The skin, by pressure on the capillaries, controls to some extent their dilation and thus prevents an excessive loss of fluid. When a portion of the skin is removed by accident, as after burns, drops of moisture may be seen gathering on the denuded surface and may result in considerable loss if the denuded surface is large. The skin is a protective covering. We are constantly surrounded with bacteria, dirt, etc., and the skin prevents their absorption. It contains glands which secrete a fluid fat. This keeps the skin soft and flexible, preventing it from becoming too dry. The skin also prevents the underlying tissues from injury through abrasions or contact with foreign substances, as in various industries. It also contains sweat glands, which throw off body waste in the form of salts and moisture in the perspiration. This helps to regulate the body heat and to aid in keeping the skin soft. The kidneys and the skin are interdependent. If the kidneys are inactive, the skin must throw off a larger quantity of waste, and if the skin is inactive, or if for any reason its pores are closed, the kidneys become more active. The skin also throws off carbon dioxide, and, to a slight extent, it absorbs oxygen. Besides digesting and absorbing food, the intestines eliminate waste. In their work of elimination, they pass off all undigested matter. They also carry off bile pigment, bile salts, mucus, other decomposition products, also a little unabsorbed fat. Coarse articles of food containing fibers which do not digest, such as the bran of grains and the coarser fibers of fruits and vegetables, much of their substances are not food in the strictest sense, are valuable as they increase the peristaltic movements of the intestines and assist in carrying the waste excretions along their course. The intestines also carry off the organic refuse which is produced by the chemical action of oxygen. This refuse consists of carbon dioxide and the nitrogenous waste. Combustion, or burning of fuel in any form, oxidation to release latent heat and energy, always leaves a residue, and it is the work of the intestines to eliminate much of this refuse. When coal is burned, gas, smoke, ashes, and cinders constitute the waste. If these were not allowed to escape or were not removed from a stove, the fire would soon go out. The smoke and gas would smother it, and the accumulation of ashes would prevent the circulation of oxygen. This is true in the body. The carbon dioxide not being allowed to pass off would soon put out the fires of life. It would poison the body and inhibit the action of the nerves. If the waste is not thrown from the system, we notice it in a feeling of lassitude, both mental and physical. If the nitrogenous waste, like ashes and cinders, is not eliminated, one will die in convolutions in a few days. The absolute necessity of a free elimination of waste will be readily seen. If the engine is to do its work, the engineer sees that it is kept perfectly clean, otherwise it becomes clogged, works inefficiently, and soon wears out. The same is true in the body. Clogging in any part overworks and wears out other parts dependent on the work of the defective one. Constipation, or a failure of the intestines to eliminate the waste, is a grave menace to the system. The poisonous gases accumulating are absorbed by the system. The blood carries the digested food and the oxygen to the various tissues and organs, which select from among the nutrients offered to them the ones suited to their growth and repair. It is the universal medium of exchange. It carries carbon dioxide to the lungs and the wastes of the tissues to the other eliminative organs. It carries impure material to the purifying organs and pure material away from them. When it is lacking in quality or quantity, the body suffers, and if the lack continues, the body dies. Every organ contributes its share to the work of the blood, and every organ takes from the blood some of its elements. If the blood pressure is too low, stagnation may occur. If it is too high, an abnormal condition of the system results. In fact, on the condition of the blood depends the effective working of the entire organism. Constant effort, then, should be intelligently exerted to eat the proper foods, to exercise judiciously, to think healthful thoughts, to secure thorough elimination of waste in order that the whole body shall be fit for the work which its owner desires it to do. Summary. The processes which the food undergoes in digestion, conversion into condition to be absorbed by the body, in absorption through the walls of the intestines and stomach, and the metabolic processes which it undergoes in being converted into heat and energy, and again broken down and eliminated as waste, are, in brief, as follows. The saliva begins the digestion of starches and sugars in the mouth, and continues this digestion for a time in the stomach. The stomach, when in normal condition, digests the proteins. If any proteins fail of digestion in the stomach, the process is completed in the intestines. It has little absorptive power. The small intestine digests and absorbs the fats and continues the digestion of starches, sugars, fats, and proteins, when this digestion is not completed in the stomach. The large part of the food is absorbed through the small intestine, though a small part is absorbed through the walls of the stomach and through the large intestine. Fats are almost entirely absorbed in the small intestine. They are absorbed through the lacteals and are carried into the bloodstream. The intestines, aside from their work of digestion and absorption, excrete bile pigment, bile salts, mucus, and other decomposition products, also such food materials as are not digested. The liver. The proteins, the starches, converted into maltose, and sugars pass into the liver. The sugar, including the sugar in vegetables, milk, fruits, and that used for sweetening, as well as the carbohydrates, which have been changed into maltose, is converted into glycogen in the liver, stored for a time, and again broken down into a condition in which it may be absorbed into the blood. The proteins pass through the liver but are not acted on by this organ until they again return to the liver through the bloodstream, after they have been partly oxidized in the tissues. The liver further oxidizes them, putting them into condition to be excreted by the kidneys and intestines. The liver also breaks up the worn-out red corpuscles, putting them into condition to be eliminated in the bile. It oxidizes and renders harmless poisonous substances absorbed in the food, such as fermented food products and alcohol. The muscles oxidize the fats and sugars, liberating the latent heat and energy. They partly oxidize proteins, which are further broken up in the liver. The nerves oxidize food materials stored in the nerve cells, providing nervous energy. The lungs absorb oxygen and throw off carbon dioxide, watery vapor, and some organic substances. The kidneys and the skin excrete water, carbon dioxide, and nitrogenous waste. The blood carries the vital elements derived from the food to all the organs and tissues, keeping them alive and actively functioning. It also carries waste products to the skin, lungs, kidneys, and intestines for elimination. Factors influencing digestion. As before stated, it is not the food eaten, but that which the body digests and assimilates or appropriates to its needs, which counts. Many factors influence such nourishment. The principal aids are a forceful circulation, the plentiful breathing of oxygen, and free elimination. The appetite. If one has no appetite, we have been told in the past to abstain from food until the system calls for it, or to eat but a very little of the lightest food at regular mealtimes. This is right, but it deals with the effect and not the cause of the lack of appetite. The chances are that this lack is due to retained waste. Whenever there is too much waste in the system, the chances are that the digestive organs will not call for more food, and when the appetite is lacking, the effort should be made to see that the system is thoroughly clean. Every muscle and tissue must be relieved of the excess of waste. The correction of the lack of appetite, then, is not only abstinence from food, but brisk exercise, plenty of fresh air in the lungs, free drinking of water, and the elimination of the waste through the intestines, skin, lungs, and kidneys. One should not be led into forming the habit of irregular eating, however. The stomach forms habits, and the supply of food must be regular, just as the nursing child must be fed regularly, or digestive disturbance is sure to result. Care should be taken not to eat between meals, nor to eat candy or indigestible foods. The lack of appetite may be due to mental preoccupation, which does not let the brain relax long enough for the physical needs to assert themselves. One should relax the brain in pleasant thought during the meal. But the chief thing to bear in mind is to create the demand for food by relieving the system of its waste, by calling for more supply to the muscles through exercise, and by giving the system plenty of oxygen through deep breathing. The appetite is partly under control of the will and may be trained. It is more or less capricious and may be satisfied with little, or it may demand large amounts of food. Grief or worry will destroy it, as will foul air and over-fatigue. A voracious appetite may be due to an irritation of the nerves of the stomach or to a disturbance of digestion of one kind or another. This is shown by the fact that sometimes those with abnormal appetites are thin and undernourished because of non-digestion of the food. If the food is eaten slowly and well chewed, the desire for too great an amount will be lessened. The food will also be better digested. The chalk eating, clay eating, salt eating habits are well known. The desire is largely mental and may be treated by substituting healthful thoughts for morbid longings and changing the monotonous or restricted diet for one more liberal. If the appetite is lacking because of physical exhaustion, it is unwise to eat because the digestive organs are tired, and to load a tired stomach with food still further weakens it and results in indigestion. The better plan is to drink 2 glasses of cold water and lie down for an hour. Lack of appetite and the taste for highly seasoned food may come from a monotonous diet or one that does not contain sufficient coarse food or sufficient water to stimulate peristalsis. The result is stagnation and constipation, with the disorders that follow in its train. The monotonous diet, from its effect on the mind, results in lack of desire for food. Both the condition and the appetite are often stimulated and changed by a greater variety in the kinds of food. Care should be taken not to form the habit of using stimulants too freely, particularly with children. Condiments and stimulants used to make the food appetizing unduly stimulate the nerves and pervert the natural taste, and foods containing their natural amount of spices or extractives no longer tempt one. Those whose nerves are highly keyed form the habit of seasoning the food too highly. This undue stimulation calls for more food at the time of eating than a normal appetite would demand. The taste being cultivated for the stimulant, the habit of eating too much food is formed. A wise provision of nature makes the system, in a normal condition, its own regulator, protesting against food when it has not assimilated or eliminated that consumed. One should learn to obey such protests and cut down the quantity when nature calls enough, and exercise to eliminate waste, thus creating a better assimilation. Nature does not call for more food until she has eliminated the excess of waste. There are exceptions, however. Some phases of indigestion cause a gnawing sensation in the stomach, which is often mistaken for a desire for food. This is not a normal appetite. Water will usually relieve it. Often loss of appetite is the result of a clogging of the intestines or liver, or is due to an excess of bile which, not having been properly discharged into the intestines, has entered the bloodstream or regurgitated into the stomach. A torpid liver often expresses itself in a dull mental force, the toxins deadening the nerve cells. The lack of desire for exercise of those living in warm climates results in a sluggish activity of the system. As a result, it demands less food, and habits of excessive seasoning to stimulate the appetite have been formed. The desire for excessive stimulants, such as salt, may be a cultivated taste, and the habit should be corrected. There is a difference between the cultivated and the normal appetite. A child rarely shows a desire for stimulants such as tea or coffee, excessive salt, pepper, pickles, catsups, etc., unless unwisely encouraged by an adult who does it, not because it is food for the child, but because the individual himself has cultivated a taste for it. It is as easy to form healthful tastes and habits of eating as unhealthful ones, and care should especially be exercised over the formation of healthful habits in the growing child. One should not allow himself to become finicky, or no food will give him its best service. Time, energy, muscular activity, nerve force, and money are spent in combining, seasoning, and cooking foods in such a manner as often to render them difficult of digestion. Let me repeat for emphasis. When the appetite wanes, deep breathing of fresh air to supply an abundance of oxygen to oxidize the waste, thus putting it in condition to be expelled from the system, brisk exercise to accelerate the circulation, that the blood may carry the oxygen freely and that the tissues may liberate the carbon dioxide and other waste, and a copious drinking of water are the best tonics for loss of appetite or for a lack of vitality. Season and climate. The food required by the body varies according to the season of the year and the temperature. Thus, during cold weather, the body craves hot foods and drinks, and the heavier foods which furnish more heat-producing elements. In summer, the lighter foods, fruits, and the protein supplied in green vegetables instead of in meats are relished, and cold foods and drinks are desired as aids in equalizing the heat of the body. The total amount of food taken in summer may be lessened because so much food is not required to maintain the body heat and energy. The lessened amount puts less strain on the digestive system. Owing to the increased perspiration, the desire for water is greater in summer, while in winter or in cool weather, from the opposite condition, the quantity of water taken is usually insufficient. In travel, when one shifts with more or less rapidity from one temperature to another, the diet should not be altered too greatly or too suddenly. The system must be allowed time to accommodate itself to the change. The occupation must be taken into consideration. Great muscular activity requires a more liberal diet than a sedentary habit, no matter what the climate may be. Certain tribes that inhabit the tropics subsist almost entirely on meat, while many of the inhabitants of Russia and Norway live on breadstuffs almost to the exclusion of meat. End of section 7. Section 8 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by A.C. Benson. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Section 8. Organs and Conditions Affecting Digestion. Continued. Age. It is quite obvious that the food should vary according to the body needs. The needs of the adult, the child, and the infant vary. The baby may not take the food which is required by the child from the age of 3 to 10, and the aged, not exercising vigorously, does not need the hearty food of the growing child or the active adult. The need for food depends, however, on activity more than on years. It is more difficult to make those in middle and old age who are not active realize that the body no longer needs so much food due to the fact that it is not so actively building tissue and that an oversupply causes a serious tax on the digestive system. It brings in its train ills which might easily be avoided by simpler habits and a little study of the actual needs of the body. More food than the activity of the system demands, taken in later or middle life, causes most of the diseases which afflict this period. Obesity, arterial sclerosis, liver disease, gastrointestinal diseases, biliousness, kidney diseases, gout, and allied conditions can all be traced to an overtaxed digestive system with faulty elimination and weakened organs. These show the rebellion of nature at being compelled to work overtime. While these diseases are most frequent after 40, the condition of the system which designates age is not always measured by years. In the ordinary individual who has allowed himself to sit and become lazy in his habit of life, certain changes in the system occur and the body needs less food than is required in more active life. There are not such heavy calls on reserves for repair, either of nerve force or of material. Unless active exercises and interests have been kept up, the muscular system begins to deteriorate, the heart action is slower, and there is a lessening of nerve tone. Relaxation of the digestive and intestinal organs occurs, peristaltis is less vigorous, and the glands become less active owing to the lessened call for energy. From this cause, unless the amount of food is reduced in proportion to the body needs, constipation and other digestive derangements may result. If one stops physical and mental activity at any age, the vital forces recede, muscles and vital organs become weak and inactive, and the waste of the system is not fully eliminated. Such a man at 30 or 40 is physically and mentally older than the man who is in active business or is taking daily vigorous exercise at 70 or 80. The latter may follow the same diet which he followed at 50, while the former should follow the diet of the old man who has stopped active work. Young men who through excessive drafts on their vitality have exhausted their forces often act and look twice their years. For these, the diet should be simple, easily digested, and nutritious, and often reduced in quantity. Formerly, it was thought that at 50 years of age, a man or a woman was on the downhill slope. They were considered aged. Owing to the discoveries of scientific tests of the condition of arteries and vital organs, it is now known that years do not play so large a part in the matter of age. A man or a woman at 50 who is in vigorous mental and physical health is in the prime of life, while many from 25 to 30 who have dissipated their vital forces may be said to have entered the age of decrepitude. The saying, "man is as old as his arteries," should be expanded to, "man is as old as his tissues." People have thought too long that age is a matter of years. They need to be aroused to recognize the fact that the condition of age is a matter of health of body and mind, that the spirit which sees to it that the body which it inhabits is kept vigorous and strong by healthful and happy thoughts and an active interest in the world's affairs is young, no matter what the year's number. Optimism and cheer keep one young, pessimism and habits of mental depression age one. One of the encouraging signs of the times is that more and more people are learning to know that their activities need not be given up because they have reached a certain age. If the children which formerly needed care have grown and gone to homes of their own, the activities of the mother and father are freed to find vent in other directions. If children no longer need immediate care, the parents have time to make better conditions for the children of others less fortunate. They should interest themselves in public questions that affect these children and their own, indirectly if not directly. New life and strength have been found by many by changing their activities and keeping the thoughts young and the interests vivid. The body will respond marvelously to the mandates of the inner self. Habit and regularity of eating. There is no doubt that the habit of eating governs one's convictions of what the system requires. One is inclined to think that a desire for a food is a requirement of nature, yet it may simply be the continuation of a habit due to indigestion. Chronic abnormal functioning of the organs, such as seen in indigestion, constipation, sluggish liver, etc., are physical habits. If a mother feeds her babe every 3 hours, the child will usually wake and call for food about this period. If she has formed the habit of nursing the child every 2 hours, it will call for food in about 2 hours, even though all symptoms indicate that the child is overfed. It is important that both child and adult establish regular and hygienic habits because the digestive juices secrete themselves at the regular periods established. A right habit is as easily formed and as difficult to change as a wrong one. If one forms the habit of eating a certain amount of food, the stomach calls for about the same amount, and when one first begins to change the quantity it protests, whether the change be to eat more or less. Few people form the habit of drinking sufficient water, particularly if they have been taught that water at meals is injurious. In this busy life, few remember to stop work and drink water between meals, and if not consumed at the meal time, the system suffers. Many people look dried up. The habit of drinking 2 glasses of water on first arising and 6 or 8 more during the day is an important one. There is no doubt that a large number of people constantly overload the digestive organs. This, as well as the bolting of food, insufficiently masticated, cannot be too strongly denounced. All food should be chewed to a pulp before being swallowed. Frequency of meals. To avoid overeating, many theorists are advocating 2 meals a day. When 2 meals a day are eaten, the first meal should be at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, and the second meal at 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, whereas for the average person who eats 2 meals a day, this custom means that he goes without food until the midday meal and then eats 2 meals within 6 hours, with nothing more for 18 hours. The argument in favor of 2 meals a day has been that the digestive system is inactive during sleep, and therefore it is not ready for a meal on arising. Paolow's experiments, however, show that digestion continues during sleep, though less actively, and it must be borne in mind that the average evening meal is eaten about 6 o'clock, and that there are about 4 waking hours between this meal and the sleep period. Also, that the average individual is awake and moderately active an hour before the morning meal. This gives 5 waking hours between the evening and the morning meal. About the same time, 5 hours elapses between the morning and the midday meal, and between the midday and the evening meal, so that 3 meals a day divide the digestion periods about evenly. If the amount of food supplied by 2 meals seems to be sufficient for the needs of the individual, and it is not practical to eat at the hours stated, then omit the midday meal. In the strain of business life, returning at once to work after the eating of a heavy meal in the middle of the day calls all of the surplus blood to the brain. This, in many cases, results disastrously. For this reason, the taking of the heavy meal at night, when the system may relax and time be given to proper digestion, has come to be an institution of city life. More frequent meals, served in lighter quantity with greater regularity so that the system is not overloaded at any one meal, is rational for delicate or undernourished nerves and tissues. The reason invalids or those whose digestive organs are delicate should have the heaviest meal at midday is because the vigor of the system is greater at this time than later in the day. The increased temperature and fever in the late afternoon retards assimilation. Those whose digestive organs are delicate should not be confined to 3 meals a day if less food taken oftener is better borne and assimilated, but the meals should be at regular times. Effective exercise and breathing on digestion. Food is stored in the muscles for immediate use when needed. If all of the food supplied to the muscles is not used for their daily needs, an excess accumulates unless the muscles are exercised sufficiently to use up the supply. A constant accumulation results in obesity. This condition, by overlaying the organs with fat, compresses them and hampers their activity. If the accumulation continues, it ultimately causes a degeneration of the tissues. Apoplexy occurs in those carrying an excess of fat due to a weakening of the walls of the arteries of the brain. The blood, owing to variations in the external temperature, has a tendency to retreat from the skin through contraction of the capillaries and to engorge the internal organs. Exercise brings the blood to the skin and muscles, causing the waste, broken down by the chemical activity going on every instant of life, to be picked up by the blood and carried to the eliminating organs. Therefore, since the blood is needed in the digestive organs during digestion, active exercise should not be taken immediately after meals. Exercise taken in the proper amount and at proper times uses up the excess of material, benefits digestion, aids the work of the liver and intestines, keeps the circulation active, the waste eliminated, and results in a feeling of vigor and fitness for one's work, whether physical or mental. Exercise should be counted as a necessary part of one's daily activities, as necessary as eating one's meals. If faithfully done, the habit will be formed and the system will soon call for exercise as it does for food. The young child's blood circulates freely, his breathing is unrestricted, the waste of the system is fully burned up, potential energy is released, and the result is he must be active. The effort of the teacher, or of those having the care of children, should be not to restrain the child, but rather to direct his activity in advantageous and effective use of his energy. A little child is an object lesson in alternating exercise, sleep, and food. Almost every waking moment, a child is squirming, twisting, and turning, using every muscle of his little body, particularly every vital organ. No excess of waste accumulates in his tissues. The adult does not, as a rule, twist or turn or freely stretch the muscles of the vital organs. The child and the animal stretch and yawn to start the circulation whenever they awaken from sleep. This is instinct, nature's law. Man jumps out of bed and begins dressing with mind bent on the business of the day. The necessity of oxygen is evident. The body will subsist about 40 days on the food stored within it without resupply, but it can endure only a few seconds without oxygen because heat, occasioned by the chemical action of oxygen, is necessary to keep up the physical activity termed life. Carbon dioxide, carbonic acid gas, accumulates and poisons the system. The necessity of habits of full, correct breathing cannot be too fully emphasized. The quantity of oxygen daily consumed should equal the sum of all other food elements. Oxygen is necessary in the combustion of fats, starches, and sugars, as it is necessary in the combustion of carbon in wood or coal, and, as explained on pages 123 and 124, oxygen is necessary to keep the body warm. Deep breathing aids digestion and assimilation, not only because of the regular exercise given to the pancreas, the spleen, the stomach, and the liver by the correct movement of the diaphragm, but also because of the latent heat which the oxygen liberates within the digestive organs and out among the tissues. While the chemical action of food creates activity within, This activity is materially aided by exercise. Exercise and oxygen are also necessary for chemical action in tearing down waste and in putting raw material into condition to be appropriated to the body needs. 2 glasses of water in the morning and 15 minutes of brisk exercise and well-selected movements to start a forceful circulation and to surge the water through the digestive organs are a daily necessity if one is to keep clean and strong within. Exercises should be interspersed with deep breathing of pure air. In breathing, guard against drawing up the chest, make the muscular effort while practicing full breathing to expand the entire rib cage, back, front, and side. It is as important to cleanse the body within as without. It is the method employed by all men and women who would retain strong vital forces to a ripe old age. They fully enjoy the mere living. Ventilation. It is of the utmost importance that one not only forms the habit of correct full breathing, but also sees to it that the air in the home or in the place of business is pure. A window opened at the top and bottom is essential in any place of business, or at least a draft through the room. There should be plenty of circulating air in the sleeping room. Many restless nights are due to stagnant air. Teachers find that when they keep their schoolrooms well ventilated, the children are less restless, their minds are more alert, they more quickly comprehend what is said to them, and that both they and the children are much less fatigued at the end of the day. Proper ventilation and proper exercise have so definite a bearing on the condition of the body, which we term tired, that this subject properly follows. Fatigue, disturbed balance. Since the condition of the body in fatigue so materially affects the digestion, absorption, and assimilation of food, as well as the elimination of waste, it is not amiss to discuss it here. The habit of eating when over-fatigued is almost sure to result in indigestion. Muscular or mental activity has called the blood away from the digestive organs, and enough time has not elapsed to restore the equilibrium. The digestive organs are not in condition to take care of the food promptly, and fermentation begins. A few minutes of active exercise and deep breathing for the brain worker, or a half-hour of rest after muscular activity, will equalize the circulation and restore the blood to the stomach and intestines. People fail to remember that the amount of blood in the body is a fixed quantity, and if an excess of it is called to one portion, the supply is lessened to other portions. The regular work of the body in keeping up the heart action and the circulation requires a certain amount of energy produced by a certain amount of oxidized foodstuffs. The system in normal condition with normal breathing readily furnishes this energy. If more than the normal amount is used in increased work, greater combustion is necessary. The extra amount of waste which has been liberated by this extra work must also be carried away. If combustion does not take place, the extra energy is not supplied, and that required for the constant bodily needs is called on. If the waste is not removed from the system, and the energy not resupplied to the parts doing the extra work, the muscles, nerves, and tissues are then in the state termed tired. They remain so until the circulation has carried the waste to the eliminating organs and has brought more foodstuffs to the tissues, thus restoring more energy than is needed for the work constantly going on in the body. It must be remembered that for combustion, oxygen is required, and if undue energy is necessary, deep breathing is imperative. The relief, then, from the state of the body we call fatigue is in equalizing the circulation through exercise or rest, according to the occupation, and supplying oxygen through full breathing. This more forceful circulation calls the blood from the unduly distended capillaries, removes the waste, and brings a new supply of energy-building foodstuffs. In mental work, the nerves and the brain call for the surplus energy, while in muscular work, the tissues require it, hence undue work, either mental or physical, expresses itself in bodily fatigue, until the demand in all parts of the body is equalized. When equilibrium is restored, the body is rested. The relief from fatigue due to mental activity is in exercise and deep breathing. Carbon dioxide dulls the nerves of sensation in the brain action and may produce more or less stupor. It may be because the circulation in some part of the body is sluggish, most often the portal circulation through the liver, so that sufficient oxygen is not carried to that part. Relief from this inertness is experienced most quickly by exercise to quicken the circulation and supply the oxygen. Exercise in one's room by the open window, or at least with the air in the room pure, is often preferable to outdoor exercise because the body can be nude or so loosely clothed that the oxygen may not only enter the lungs but also circulate about the skin. 15 minutes of brisk exercise in one's room is better than a 5-mile walk because if the exercises are intelligently selected, every organ and tissue is used, while walking exercises only about 1/4 of the muscles. After sleeping in a room in which the air is impure, one arises fatigued because the supply of oxygen is insufficient to liberate the energy required for circulation and catabolism. Harmony, either mental or physical, is rest. With a little more intelligence in keeping up the supply of oxygen, in establishing correct breathing habits, and in understanding the law of distribution of circulation, which means the harmony of forces, this tired world could not only draw a deep, restful breath, but would be invigorated to enjoy life to the full. Sleep. During sleep, all the processes of the body are retarded. Blood flow and breathing become slower, and the digestive processes slacken. For this reason, if one goes to bed immediately after eating a heavy meal, digestion is retarded. This may react on the nerves, producing fitful or unrestful sleep. Fever or nightmare may result. The annoying, sleepy feeling which often comes on after a meal indicates a lack of balance in the system, usually that more food has been eaten than the body requires. Lessening the amount of food and increasing the exercise in the oxygen and cleansing the intestinal tract will prevent it. On the other hand, if the alimentary tract is entirely empty, sleep may not come because there is too much blood in the brain. A glass of hot milk or cocoa, or a couple of crackers, will call the blood to the stomach and will often aid sleep. After eating a heavy meal, from 3 to 3.5 hours should elapse before retiring for sleep. Influence of the mind. The state of mind has much to do with regulating the digestive system. Cheerful thoughts keep the nerves of the entire organism in a normal state, while disagreeable thoughts cause a tense, unnatural condition. The nerves of the digestive organs are affected by the tenseness of the mind, just as are the nerves to any other part of the body. As an illustration, if one continuously thinks ugly, disagreeable thoughts, these thoughts affect the chemical activities of digestion and assimilation, resulting in an excess of acid in the blood, and actual illness results. Digestion and assimilation being impaired, the tissues become weakened, they lose their resistance, and as a result, the organs may prolapse. We then have what is called a vicious circle. The mind affects the body unpleasantly, and the body the mind. We are learning to consider many factors and looking for the causes of disease, particularly those due to general weakness or a disturbed mental state. Even the temper shown in a crying babe may affect its digestion by disturbing the normal chemical activity. Among the blood and digestive disturbances which may result from anxiety, worry, fear, or disagreeable thoughts are anemia, neurasthenia, indigestion, constipation, prolapsed viscera, and in fact all diseases which result from faulty nutrition and resultant weakened tissues. Disagreeable thoughts affect the appetite. In fact, they sometimes cause it to be entirely lost. All so-called new thought, ologies, or isms, conducive to the formation of the habit of looking on the bright side of life, or of looking for good and joy in life, of kindness, love, and helpfulness, favorably affect the digestion and consequently the health. The practice is Christian Sense. The nerves control the peristaltic movements of the stomach and the action of the absorptive cells, as well as the cells which secrete the digestive juices. Thus it is that a food which one likes is not only more palatable, but it will also digest more readily, the digestive juices flowing more freely because of the mental stimulus. It is well, therefore, to begin the meal with something especially appetizing, that the flow of the digestive juices may be incited. For this reason, if one cares for fruit, it is an excellent custom to begin the meal with fruit or with a well-made soup containing protein extractives which will stimulate the flow of digestive juices. The habit of finishing a meal with some tasty dessert is based on the scientific principle that its palatability will cause the gastric juices to flow more freely after the meal, thus aiding in its digestion. Dainty service in a sick room, because of the psychic effect of a meal daintily served, is of utmost importance. Because of the effect on the mind, the sight of a meal served on soiled linen will almost stop the flow of gastric juice and will destroy the desire for food, while a meal well served on dainty linen, with garnishings and tasteful table decorations, incites the flow of gastric juices. The careful wife and mother, who notes any failure of appetite in members of her family, should attend carefully to the garnishing of her dishes and to serving them in a neat, attractive manner, also to changing her table decorations, so far as may be consistent, that the eye as well as the sense of smell and taste may be pleased and the effect of the mind on digestion be exerted. It is strange, but it is true, that a fresh flower or a new table decoration may so pleasantly affect one afflicted with nervous indigestion that the meal more readily digests, while an untidy table or a lot of food served untidily will retard digestion. The custom, among hearty eaters, of serving a plate too plentifully destroys the appetite of one whose digestion is not so active. Our grandmother's overloaded table, with sufficient food of various kinds to serve many times the number of participants, might stimulate the appetite of hearty, strong men, but the very sight of so much might turn the appetite of one more delicate. The mind must be relaxed and directed to pleasant themes during a meal, or the condition of the nerves of the digestive organs will not permit a free secretion of digestive juices. Chronic indigestion is sure to result from this practice. Dinner, or the hearty meal at night, rather than at noon, is preferable for the business or professional man or woman because the cares of the day are over and the brain force relaxes. The vital forces are not detracted from the work of digestion. Foods which are forced down, with a mind arrayed against them, do not digest so readily because the dislike hinders the flow of the gastric juices. Any food fails of prompt digestion when the nerves controlling the stomach are acting feebly. However, while they do digest more slowly during mental protest, they do nourish the system. Likes and dislikes are largely mental. Certain foods continuously disagree and they should be avoided, but many abstain from wholesome food because it has disagreed a few times. It may be that it was not the particular food, but the weakness of the stomach at the time. Many foods disagree at certain times because of the particular conditions regulating the secretion of digestive juices. When this condition has continued for some time, it becomes chronic and a special diet is required, together with special exercises, to bring a better blood supply to stomach and intestines and to regulate the nerves controlling them in order to correct the abnormality. One may so form the habit of criticism or of being disgruntled, or thinking he cannot eat this food and that his entire system suffers. Much indigestion is more mental than physical. Effect of the circulation. It can be readily seen that any tissue playing so important a part in digestion as the blood needs to be kept in as nearly perfect condition as possible. A vigorous circulation stimulates digestion, a poor circulation retards it. If the blood is poor in quality, the digestive organs are not nourished, and the digestive secretions are lessened in quantity and quality. If the blood is imperfectly aerated, it carries an insufficient supply of oxygen, combustion is lessened, and the waste, not being in a condition to be removed, remains in the tissues, stagnation results, and a slow poisoning process goes on which gradually causes the system to fail to meet the demands made on it. The blood tissue can only be kept in condition by an adequate but not excessive amount of good food taken at the proper time, and such active exercise as will thoroughly aerate the blood by bringing the air to the smallest air cells in the lungs. If one would fight to prevent the money used in daily exchange from being debased, he ought to be much more ready to use every means in his power to prevent a deterioration of the blood, that medium of exchange in his body on which such vital issues depend. Tobacco and alcohol. Tobacco and alcohol are two substances which, in excess, materially retard digestion. The effect tobacco on the stomach is shown by its action on the small boy with his first cigar. Habituated to its use, the nerves become blunted and the nicotine narcotizes them. The use of tobacco renders the sense of taste less delicate due to the action of the nicotine on the nerves of the taste buds. Men who use tobacco in excess miss the pleasures of taste. All food tastes much alike to them. Tobacco, due to its action on the vagus nerve, many times causes disorders both of circulation and digestion. The starches are usually not well digested by those who are habitual users of tobacco. Smoking before meals or when the stomach is empty often occasions nausea. Because of its narcotic action, it often exerts a soothing influence, particularly in men of highly nervous temperament who are unwilling to take the necessary exercise to equalize nerve activity. It was formerly held by physiologists that alcohol was a food because its oxidation liberates heat, and it was assumed that this liberation of heat was the same as that freed by the combustion of fats, starches, and sugars uniting with oxygen. More recent knowledge, however, has unquestionably determined that the body decomposes alcohol into carbon dioxide and water, thus liberating heat, yet the reaction produces cold and the body requires more heat to warm it. The blood vessels of the skin dilate from overstimulation, and heat is radiated faster than it is generated, so that the temperature of the body is really lowered, though alcohol gives a sensation of heat. The body, therefore, loses the power to resist cold. It was formerly used by physicians for its supposed stimulant action, but it has been determined that the apparent stimulant effect is due to irritation of the nerves, particularly of the nerves of the stomach. The temporary spur to activity is followed, however, by depression of the body forces. The habitual use of alcohol from overstimulation of the nervous system affects the system, deranging it permanently, gradually lowering both mental and physical ability, and causing a catarrhal condition of the stomach and intestines. Alcohol, therefore, even in small quantities, is a poison and not a food. In certain conditions, it may be used in emergency to spur a flagging or failing organism to action, but owing to the facility with which the alcohol habit is acquired, its use should not be continued beyond the period when its immediate action is deemed necessary. Because tobacco and alcohol are both poisons, the healthy organism has no need of them. The diseased or deranged organism can often find greater benefit from natural remedies than from the artificial stimuli of these substances. It is a known fact that far more men than women suffer from dyspepsia. One reason for this may be found in the prevalent habit of spitting. Smokers, in whom the irritation of the nicotine causes an excess of saliva, often suffer from gastric troubles because they expectorate, thus wasting this valuable digestive juice. Aside from the filthiness of the habit, which has caused laws to be enacted against it, one would think that a little reflection would cause those addicted to it to consider what it means to their health. Overstimulation means weakened salivary glands, impaired secretion, and consequent lessened digestive power. For the sake of their own health, if not from motives of decency, men should abandon the habit of expectorating.
End of section 8.
Section 9 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by A.C. Benson. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Chapter 7. Cooking. The question of the proper selection and cooking of food is so vital to the health and resultant happiness of every family, and to the strength and well-being of a nation, that everyone to whom cooking is entrusted should have special preparation for the work. Every girl should be given practical and thorough training in dietetics in our public schools. The study is as dignified as the study of music and art. Indeed, it can be made an art in the highest conception of the term. Surely the education of every girl in the vocation in which she sooner or later may engage, either actively or by directing others, means more than education in music and drawing. We must all eat 2 and 3 times every day. There are few things which we do so regularly and which are so vital, yet in the past we have given this subject less study than any common branch in our schools. When the dignity of the profession of dietetics is realized, the servant problem will be largely solved. The wholesome cooking of food is as important as its selection, because the manner of cooking makes it easier or more difficult of digestion. The necessity of a thorough education in this regard is recognized by men who follow cooking as a profession, and a regular apprenticeship must be served before a cook is recognized as proficient. He can then command good wages. In cooking any food, heat and moisture are necessary, the time needed varying from 30 minutes to several hours. Baked beans and meats containing much connective tissue, as boiling and roasting cuts, require the longest time. The purposes in the cooking of foods are to develop the flavor which makes the food appetizing, thus encouraging the flow of gastric juice, to sterilize, thereby killing all parasites and microorganisms, such as the tapeworm in beef, pork, and mutton, and the trichinae in pork, to convert the nutrients into a more digestible form by partially or wholly converting the connective tissue into gelatin. According to the variety and kind, food may be roasted, broiled, boiled, stewed, baked, steamed, or fried. Cooking of meats. The fundamental principle to be observed in the cooking of meat concerns the retention of the juices, since these contain a large part of the nutriment. The heat develops the flavor, and the moisture together with the heat dissolves the connective tissue and makes it tender. A choice piece of meat may be toughened and made difficult of digestion, or a tough piece may be made tender and easy to digest by the manner of cooking. Soups. To make meat soups, the connective tissue, bone, and muscles should be put into cold water, brought slowly to the boiling point, and allowed to simmer for several hours. It must be remembered that the gelatin from this connective tissue does not contain the tissue-building elements of the albuminoids. These are retained in the meat and about the bones of the boiling piece. The albumin of meat is largely in the blood, and it is the coagulated blood which forms the scum on soup. Soup should cook slowly, or much of the nutrition is lost in the coagulated blood, or scum. If a soup containing nutrition is desired, it must be made from boiling meat, connective tissue, and bone with marrow. While bouillons and prepared cubes contain very little nutriment, they contain the extractives, and the flavors increase the flow of digestive juices and stimulate the appetite. It is for this reason that soups are served before a meal. When they are relished, they aid a copious flow of gastric juice and saliva. Many mistake the extractives and flavor for nourishment, thinking that soups are an easy method of taking food, but the best part of the nutriment remains in the meat or vegetables from which the soup is made, and unless one desires merely the stimulating effect, bread or crackers should supply the nourishment. If soup meat is used in hashes, the lost nutritive material in the form of gelatinoids and extractives may be restored by adding to it a cup of rich soup stock. In preparing beef tea, the meat should be finely minced, placed in a mason jar, and a very little cold water added. It should stand an hour or two to aid in the extraction of the albumin. The jar should be then placed in a kettle of water, which should be kept at the boiling point for 2 hours. In this way, none of the nutriment is lost. Beef tea, if properly prepared and only the juice is used, is expensive, but when concentrated nourishment is necessary, cost should not figure. The beef teas made from cubes contain the extractives and are appetizers, but they contain very little, if any, nutrition. Roasting. Roasting and broiling of meats are the most universally used methods. The savage as well as civilized man prepares his meat by direct application of heat without water. In roasting or broiling, the meat is subjected suddenly to a high temperature which coagulates the albumin of the outer layers and prevents the escape of the juices. For this reason, the oven should be thoroughly hot before the roast is put in. Unless the heat is sufficient to sear the surface, the moisture or juice will escape and the connective tissue will be toughened. The roast should be turned as soon as one side is seared and just enough water added to prevent it from burning. It is important to remember that the smaller the cut to be roasted, the hotter should be the fire. An intensely hot fire coagulates the exterior and prevents the drying up of the meat juice. After the surface is coagulated and seared, to prevent the evaporation of its juices, the roast should be covered so as to cook more slowly to prevent too great hardening of the surface. Frequent basting of a roast with the fat, juice, and water in the roasting pan still further sears the surface so that the juices do not seep through and keeps the air in the pan moist. The heated moisture materially assists in gelatinizing the connective tissue. Roasting pans are now made which are self-basting. Raising the temperature of the juices subjects the inner portions of the meat to moist heat, and it is thus stewed in its own juices. The retention of these juices and of the extractives adds to the flavor and the palatability. Roasted or broiled meats, if properly cooked, are more readily digested, and they are usually most relished because their flavor is better retained. Pot roasts. For a pot roast, the meat should be well seared and fat, then a small amount of water added, and the meat cooked slowly at about 180 degrees Fahrenheit until done. A fireless cooker is excellent for this as for any other food needing to be slowly cooked. The juices seep out in the water and form a rich gravy which should be served with the meat. Broiling. The same principle of quickly searing the surface applies to broiling. In broiling, however, the heat is applied direct because the process is quicker. The meat is placed over a very hot flame or hot coals and both sides quickly seared to prevent the juice from escaping. The object of the direct application of the heat is to enable it to quickly penetrate to the center of the chop or steak so as to coagulate the albumin and prevent the escape of the water. Meat intended for broiling should be cut at least an inch thick, as otherwise it becomes too hard and dry in the process of broiling. Meat containing much connective tissue, such as the neck, chuck, and rump, is not adapted to broiling because it takes too long for this tissue to become gelatinized. It may be pan-broiled, a little water added, and cooked slowly until done. Prepared in this way, it is cheap, nourishing, and palatable. Steak broiled in a skillet, especially round steak, which has been pounded to assist in breaking the connective tissue, is often first dipped in seasoned flour, which is well worked into it. The flour absorbs the meat juices so that none of them are lost. When broiling meats in a skillet, the skillet must be very hot before the meat is placed on it, and as soon as one surface of the meat is seared, it should be turned to sear the other side. The skillet should be kept covered so as to retain the moisture. Boiling. One important fact, too frequently overlooked, or perhaps not known by many cooks, is that when water has reached the boiling point, its temperature cannot be further raised by increasing the heat applied. The addition of heat only increases the production of steam and causes the water to boil away. Therefore, as soon as the water has begun to boil, the gas may be turned down or the fire kept at just the level necessary to maintain the boiling. The food cooks just as soon and the fuel bills are lowered. Hard boiling has no greater effect on any food than moderate boiling. When boiled meat is intended to be eaten, not merely boiled for soup, the water should be boiling when the meat is placed in it, in order that the albumin on the surface may be immediately coagulated and prevent the escape of the nutrients into the water. It is impossible to make a rich broth and to have a juicy, highly flavored piece of boiled meat at the same time. Meats used for boiling contain more connective tissue, therefore they require much longer cooking in order to gelatinize this tissue. They are not as rich in protein as are steaks. Meat shrinks in boiling because of the escape of the water in the tissues into the water in which it is boiled. Meat may thus lose 1/4 to 1/3 of its weight and bulk. Stewing. This differs from boiling in that the temperature is lower and the meat or vegetables are cut in pieces so that the water may come in contact with more of the surface, thus aiding in the extraction of the juices. The scum, which appears on the surface of a stew, is usually skimmed off, and, as in the case of soups, much nutrition is lost. It should be retained, as it will disappear when the stew is thickened. It is usually removed from beef tea in order that it may not offend the eye or the capricious appetite of an invalid. Stews should be covered and should not be cooked in too much water, as the juices are weakened and too great an amount of flour is necessary to thicken them, thus rendering them less digestible. They are cooked slowly at low temperature, 130 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit, and so do not need much water. If properly made, stews are both economical and nutritious, as no nutrition is lost in evaporation and all material save bone or gristle is utilized. Baking. Meats, when baked, are covered with a crust, either of batter or pastry. This prevents the escape of the volatile matters, and meats thus cooked are richer, especially if they contain much fat. For this reason, they are seldom suitable for invalids or for those who have any form of stomach trouble. Steaming. This method of cooking is applied mainly to vegetables, puddings, etc. Steamed puddings and dumplings are softer than when baked. The cover must not be removed during the time of steaming, or they may become soggy, hence less digestible. Frying. This is the least desirable method of cooking. If a lighted match is placed near the smoke of a superheated fat, the fat will catch fire, showing that it is volatilizing or being reduced to a vapor. The extreme heat liberates fatty acids, which soak into the food and render it difficult of digestion. It is wise not to employ this method of cooking unless the food is completely immersed in the hot fat by means of a wire basket. This facilitates its removal with greater ease. The surface albumin is coagulated more quickly when the food is submerged, thus preventing it from soaking up too great an amount of fat. Deep fat cooking requires close watching, and for this reason most cooks use a skillet. Unless the skillet is very hot and the meat is turned frequently, the meat juices are lost both by evaporation and by the meat adhering to the pan. In cooking in deep fat, if not left too long and if the fat is at the right heat, the meat fibers do not soak up the fat because the water in the tissues is so rapidly turned to steam that the fat cannot enter. The interior thus cooks in its own juices, as in roasting or broiling. Fish or chops fried in deep fat are palatable and of high flavor. Boiled fish, however, if the water is well salted to prevent too great softening, is better for invalids, as it is more easily digested. Fish fried whole in deep fat may have the skin removed after frying. The fish fibers are thus not brought into contact with the fat. Special utensils for frying fish in this way may now be obtained. Fats are readily absorbed in their natural condition, but if changed by extreme heat, they are irritants. For digestibility, therefore, boiled, broiled, and roasted foods are preferable to foods cooked in fats. Such food as fried potatoes, mush, eggs, French toast, and griddle cakes, cooked by putting a little grease into a frying pan, are more difficult of digestion than foods cooked by any other means, particularly when the fat is heated so that it smokes. Cooking of cereals. One safe rule is to cook most foods too much rather than too little. Overcooking is uncommon and harmless, while undercooked foods are common and difficult of digestion. All partially cooked cereal foods should be cooked at least as long as specified in the directions. One reason why breakfast foods, such as rolled oats, are partially cooked by the manufacturer is because they keep longer. As has been stated, the nutrients of the grain are found inside the starch-bearing and other cells, and the walls of these cells are made of crude fiber, on which the digestive juices have little effect. Unless the cell walls are broken down, the nutrients cannot come under the influence of the digestive juices until the digestive organs have expended material and energy in getting at them. Crushing the grain in mills and making it still finer by thorough mastication breaks many of the cell walls, and the action of the saliva and other digestive juices also disintegrates them more or less, but the heat of cooking accomplishes the object much more thoroughly. The invisible moisture in the cells expands under the action of heat, and the cell walls burst. The water added in cooking also plays an important part in softening and rupturing them. The cellulose or cell wall is also changed by heat to a more soluble form. Heat makes the starch in the cells at least partially soluble, especially when water is present. The solubility of the protein is probably, as a rule, somewhat lessened by cooking, especially at higher temperatures. Long, slow cooking is therefore better, as it breaks down the crude fiber and changes the starch to a soluble form without materially decreasing the solubility of the protein. The fireless cooker is particularly desirable in the cooking of cereals. In experiments made with rolled oats at the Minnesota Experiment Station, it appeared that cooking, 4 hours, did not make the starch much more soluble. However, it so changed the physical structure of the grains that a given amount of digestive ferment could render much more of it soluble in a given time than when it was cooked for only half an hour. On the basis of the results obtained, the difficulty commonly experienced in digesting imperfectly cooked oatmeal was attributed to the large amounts of glutinous material which surrounds the starch grains and prevent their disintegration. When thoroughly cooked, the protecting action of the mucilaginous protein is overcome, and the compound starch granules are sufficiently disintegrated to allow the digestive juices to act. In other words, the increased digestibility of the thoroughly cooked cereal is supposed to be largely due to a physical change in the carbohydrates, which renders them more susceptible to the action of digestive juices. Pastry. Pastry is usually difficult of digestion because the fat it contains interferes with the proper solution of the starch. The objectionable features apply to such pastry as is made by rubbing fat into flour, as in pie crust, crust for meat pies, apple dumplings, etc. It does not apply to most puddings. Butter or fat is used in cakes, cookies, etc., but it is not rubbed into the flour. It is mixed with sugar and eggs, which hold it in suspension until the flour is acted on by the liquids. The coating of the starch granules with fat prevents them from coming in contact with liquids. The fat does not furnish sufficient water to enable the cells to swell and dissolve the cell wall, and so coats the starch granules as to prevent them from absorbing water in mixing or saliva in mastication. This coating of fat is not removed until late in the process of digestion or until the food reaches the intestines. The same objection applies to rich gravies unless the flour is dissolved in water and heated before being mixed with the fats. Pastry and biscuits require a somewhat hotter temperature than bread because the process of cooking consumes less time. Cooking of vegetables. Since the root vegetables contain a large proportion of carbohydrates, they should be well cooked in order that the crude fiber may be broken and the cells fully dissolved. Most vegetables are unpalatable and indigestible unless, by the cooking process, the starch granules are broken. Vegetables are best cooked in soft water, as lime or magnesia, the chemical ingredients which make water hard, make the vegetables less soluble. Vegetables and fruits become contaminated with the eggs of numerous parasites from the fertilizers used, hence they should be thoroughly washed. The objections to frying are as strong in regard to vegetables as to meats. The coating of fat retards digestion, as shown on page 195. The objection to frying does not hold so strongly in the case of vegetables, such as potatoes, if fried slowly in fat that is not overheated, or to griddle cakes cooked slowly without smoke. It does apply, however, if the fat is sufficiently heated to smoke. The coating of vegetables and cereals with fat prevents the necessary action of saliva on the starch globules. As previously stated, starch digestion is begun in the mouth and continued for a short time in the stomach, while the fats are not emulsified until they reach the intestine. The starch granules in cereals and vegetables are in cells, the covering of which is composed largely of nitrogenous matter. The protein is not acted on by the saliva, and the nitrogenous matter is largely digested in the stomach. It is more easily dissolved if it is broken or softened by cooking so that the carbohydrates can come in contact with the saliva, but if encased in fat, the gastric juices cannot digest the protein covering and the saliva cannot reach the starch until the fat is emulsified in the intestines. This means that whenever starch globules are surrounded with fat, the digestive ferments reach these globules with difficulty, and foods improperly fried must be digested mostly in the intestines. For this reason, eggs, poached or boiled, are more easily digested than when fried. Vegetables and fruits of most sorts may be baked and are usually rendered more digestible by the process. Tubers of all sorts, if to be cooked by boiling, should be put on the fire in cold water. The gradual heating of the water allows the tuber to become warmed through before boiling begins, and the interior and exterior thus are completely cooked about the same time. If placed in boiling water, the exterior, being cooked before the interior, particularly when vegetables are peeled before cooking, either separates, as in potatoes, making them mushy, or the vegetables are served with the interior not thoroughly cooked. Vegetables will cook as quickly and more evenly in water kept just at the boiling point as in water that is boiling hard. All pods, seeds, or leaves, as in green vegetables, should be put in boiling water that none of the nutritive material may be lost and that the cooking action may be quickly begun. Cooking of fruit. Opinions differ markedly regarding the relative wholesomeness of raw and cooked fruit. Europeans use comparatively little raw fruit, it being considered less wholesome than cooked fruit. In the United States, raw fruit is considered extremely wholesome and is used in very large quantities. It is relished quite as much as cooked fruit, if indeed it is not preferred to it. It has been suggested that the European prejudice against raw fruit may be an unconscious protest against unsanitary methods of marketing or handling and the recognition of cooking as a practical method of preventing the spread of disease by fruit soiled with fertilizers or with street dust. If the cooking is thorough, it ensures sterilization. As with all vegetable foods, the heat of cooking dissolves the fiber in the cell walls. The moisture causes the cell contents to expand and rupture the walls. The change in texture occasioned by cooking renders it softer, more palatable, and more readily acted on by the digestive juices. This is obviously of more importance with the fruits, like the quince, which is so hard that it is unpalatable raw, than it is with soft fruits like strawberries. Cooking in water extracts so little of the nutritive material present in fruit that such removal of nutrition is of no practical importance unless the amount of water used is excessive. Because they contain much water, fruits should be cooked in as little water as may be necessary to prevent them from burning. The idea is quite generally held that cooking fruit changes its acid content, acid being sometimes increased and sometimes decreased by the cooking process. Kellhofer showed that when gooseberries were cooked with sugar, the acid content was not materially changed, these results being in accord with his conclusions reached in earlier studies with other fruits. The sweeter taste of the cooked product he believed to be simply due to the fact that sugar masks the flavor of the acid. It is often noted that cooked fruits, such as plums, seem much sourer than the raw fruit, and it has been suggested that either the acid was increased or the sugar was decreased by the cooking process. This problem was studied by Soothurst, and in his opinion, the increased acid flavor is due to the fact that cooked fruit, gooseberries, currants, plums, etc., usually contains the skin, which is commonly rejected if the fruit is eaten raw. The skin is more acid than the simpler carbohydrates united to form a complex carbohydrate. In some fruits, like the apple, where the jelly-yielding material must be extracted with hot water, the pectin is apparently united with cellulose as a part of the solid pulp. As shown by the investigations of Bigelow and Gore at the Bureau of Chemistry, 40% of the solid material of apple pulp may be thus extracted with hot water and consists of two carbohydrates, one of which is closely related to gum arabic. That such carbohydrates as these should yield a jelly is not surprising when we remember that they are similar to starch in their chemical nature, and as everyone knows, starch, though insoluble in cold water, yields when cooked with hot water a large proportion of paste, which jellies on cooling. When fruits are used for making pies, puddings, etc., the nutritive value of the dish is, of course, increased by the addition of flour, sugar, etc., and the dish as a whole may constitute a better balanced food than the fruit alone. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Food requirements of the system. As previously stated, the object of foods is to supply the needs of the body in building new tissue, as in the growing child, to repair tissue which the catabolic activity of the body is constantly tearing down and eliminating, and to supply heat and energy. The heat and energy are not alone for muscular activity in exercise or movement. It must be kept in mind also that the body is a busy workshop or chemical laboratory, and heat and energy are needed in the constant metabolism of tearing down and rebuilding tissue and in the work of digestion and elimination. In this chapter, a few points given in the preceding pages are repeated for emphasis. The proteins represented in purest form in lean meat build tissue, and the carbonaceous foods, starches, sugars, and fats supply the heat and energy. The excess of proteins, that is, more than is needed for building and repair, is also used for heat and energy. The waste products of the nitrogenous foods are broken down into carbon dioxide, sulfates, phosphates, and other nitrogenous compounds, and excreted through the kidneys, skin, and the bile, while the waste products of carbonaceous foods is largely carbon dioxide and is excreted mostly through the lungs. Since the foods richest in protein are the most expensive, those who wish to keep down the cost of living should provide at most no more protein than the system requires. Expensive meats may be eliminated and proteins be supplied by eggs, milk, legumes, and nuts. The fundamental thing is to decide on the amount of protein, 2 to 4 ounces, nearly 1/4 pound a day, and then select a dietary which shall provide this and also supply heat and energy sufficient for the day. If the diet is to include meat, a goodly proportion of protein will be furnished in the lean meat. This will vary greatly with the different cuts of meat, as shown in Table 4, page 54. If, as often happens, one does not care for fats, then the starches and sugars must provide the heat. If much sugar is eaten, less starches and fats are needed. The normally healthy individual is more liable to take too much protein than too little, even though he abstain from meat. If the diet is to include meat, it will be of less bulk because the protein is more condensed. For the same reason, if it includes animal products of eggs and milk and a fair proportion of legumes, it will be less bulky than a vegetable diet. Yet, unless vegetables, fruits, and plenty of water are consumed, one must guard against constipation. This point is important for busy people who eat their meals in a hurry and proceed at once to active mental work. Those who engage in physical labor are much more likely to take a complete rest for a half hour or an hour after eating. The thinkers seldom rest, at least after a midday meal, and those who worry seldom relax the mental force during any waking hour. Their brains are as active as those of mental workers. Every housewife, to intelligently select the daily menus for her family, needs a thorough knowledge of dietetics. She must understand the chemistry of food, that she may know food values. The difficulty which confronts the housewife is to provide a meal suited to the needs, tastes, or idiosyncrasies of the various members of her household. Peculiarities of taste, unless these peculiarities have been intelligently acquired, may result in digestive disturbances. As an illustration, one may cultivate a dislike for meat, milk, or eggs, as is often the case, and if the proteins for the family is largely supplied by these, the individual who omits them from the meal eats too large a proportion of starches and sugars and not sufficient protein, legumes, nuts, etc. If this is long continued, the blood becomes impoverished and anemia is produced. The relief lies in cultivating a taste for all foods. In active work, more heat is liberated. Thus, more fat, starches, and sugar are required for the resupply. As previously stated, if an excess of starch, glycogen, is stored in the liver or an excess of fat in the tissues, this excess is called on to supply the heat and energy when the fats and carbohydrates daily consumed are not sufficient for the day's demands. This is the principle in reduction of flesh. It is interesting to note that habits of combining foods are, perhaps unconsciously, based on dietetic principles. Meats, rich in protein, are served with potatoes or with rice, both of which are rich in starch. Bread containing little fat is served with butter. Beans containing little fat are cooked with pork. Starchy foods of all kinds are served with butter or cream. Macaroni, which is rich in starch, makes a well-balanced food when served with cheese. Pork and beans, bread and butter, bread and milk, chicken and rice, macaroni and cheese, poached eggs on toast, and custards form balanced foods. A knowledge of such combinations is important when one must eat a hasty luncheon and wishes to supply the demands of the body in the least time, giving the least thought to the selection. But hasty luncheons, with the mind concentrated on other things, are to be strongly condemned. It has been estimated that the average daily need of the adult is 45 ounces of solid food, 1/4 animal and 3/4 vegetable. Twice as much water as solids should be taken. The laborer, engaged in heavy muscular activity, needs and can assimilate more than the sedentary office worker. Those who work but a few hours a day require less food, as a rule, than those who work long hours. Cold weather demands more heat-producing foods. A hot climate, inducing inactivity of body, diminishes the need for food. The invalid needs less food than the healthy. The inhabitant of the frigid zone needs much fat. He who lives in the tropics, but little fat. The old need less food than the growing youth or the hearty adult. The poor must often take what he can get, while the rich eat to satiety. Yet all these food needs vary with the individual and with the sex and activity. It has been computed that the system needs daily 300 grains of nitrogen and 4,800 grains of carbon. To obtain this amount of nitrogen, if bread alone were eaten, it would require 4 pounds of bread from the whole wheat. The carbon in this amount of bread largely exceeds that required. If eaten alone, 6 pounds of beef would be necessary to supply the proper amount of carbon and 23 pounds of eggs. The nitrogen in this amount would far exceed the requirement. 1 pint of milk, 2 1/2 ounces of bread, and 6 ounces of beef are about equal in nutritive value. One can see, therefore, why a diet composed of too great a quantity of one substance gives an overbalance of one and an underbalance of another. Therefore, it is more economical to use some fat and sugar in the diet and less meat. More vegetables, perhaps, and more fluid should be taken by many. Authorities vary in their estimates of the amount of food required by the individual. It varies with the activity, the season, the age, the sex, and it varies in the same individual on different days. Billings estimates that the daily diet of a healthy, hard-working man should contain 20 ounces, 1 1/4 pounds of lean meat, 22 ounces, about 1 1/3 pounds or 1 1/3 loaves of baker's bread, 10 ounces or about 4 medium-sized potatoes, and several glasses of fluid. Since the fluid should be twice the amount of solids, this would mean about 12 glasses. Others compute the amount of food weighed dry needed by the average person of sedentary habits is as follows: for breakfast 8 ounces, for luncheon 6 ounces, for dinner 9 ounces, with 48 ounces or 3 glasses of water. These two give extremes. Inactive persons, from 3 to 3 1/2 ounces, about 1/4 pound, of nitrogenous food will replace the nitrogen lost from the body. 1 ounce, 1 1/16 of the ordinary brick, of butter a day supplies the necessary fat, and about 15 to 20 ounces, 1 to 1 1/4 pounds of carbohydrate are required. According to Thompson, from 2 to 3 pints of urine are excreted each day. 10 ounces of water are lost by the lungs and 18 ounces are evaporated from the skin. This amount, about 80 ounces or 10 glasses, must be replaced daily to maintain the body in its equilibrium of supply and demand. A part of this is supplied in the food. These figures may be altered somewhat according to the individual or the climate, as previously mentioned, but they constitute a fair average. Dr. W. S. Hall estimates that the average man at light work requires each day 106.80 grams of protein, 57.97 grams of fat, 398.84 grams of carbohydrates. These elements, in proper proportions, may be gained through many food combinations. He gives the following as an example: bread 1 pound, lean meat 1/2 pound, oysters 1/2 pound, cocoa 1 ounce, milk 4 ounces, sugar 1 ounce, butter 1/2 ounce. A medium-sized man at out-of-door work fully oxidizes all waste of the system, and he requires a higher protein diet, 125 grams. In such event, he does not require so much starch and sugar. If, on the other hand, he were to take but 106.8 grams of protein as above, he would require more carbohydrates. One working or exercising in the fresh air breathes more deeply and oxidizes and eliminates more waste. Hence, he has a better appetite, which is simply the call of nature for replacing the waste. Experiments in the quantity of food actually required for body needs, made by Professor R. H. Chittenden of the Sheffield Scientific School, Yale University, have established, beyond doubt, the fact that the average individual consumes very much more food than the system requires. In fact, most tables of food requirements in books on dietetics are heavy, yet the amount of food prepared as a result of Professor Chittenden's experiments would seem to be too light for a continuous diet. Professor Chittenden especially established the fact that the average person consumes more protein than is necessary to maintain a nitrogenous balance. It was formerly held that the average daily metabolism and excretion of nitrogen through the kidneys was 16 grams, or proportionate to about 100 grams of protein or albuminoid food. Professor Chittenden's tests, covering a period of 6 months, shows an average daily excretion of 5.86 grams of nitrogen, or a little less than 1/3 of that formerly accepted as necessary. 5.86 grams of nitrogen correspond to 36.62 grams of protein or albuminoid food. Professor Chittenden's experiments concerning the amount of foodstuffs actually required by 3 groups of men, one group of United States soldiers, a group from the Yale College athletic team, and a group of college professors, all showed that the men retained full strength with a higher degree of physical and mental efficiency when the body was not supplied with more protein than was liberated by metabolic activity, and when the quantity of carbonaceous food was regulated to the actual requirements for body heat and energy. It may be well to call attention here to the fact that most of the food elements called on for work are not derived from those foods just consumed or digested, but from those eaten a day or 2 previous, which have been assimilated in the muscular tissues. Dr. W. S. Hall gives the rations for different conditions as shown in the following tables. Table 11. Rations in different conditions. Table 12. Rations varied for sex and age. The unit of measurement for the calories of energy is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of 1 kilogram of water from 0 to 1 centigrade or 4 degrees Fahrenheit. In estimating the number of calories of energy given off by the different foods, Dr. Hall represents 1 gram of carbohydrates as 4.0 calories, 1 gram of fats as 9.4 calories, 1 gram of proteins as 4.0 calories. To determine the relative energy which a food represents, it is only necessary to multiply the number of grams of protein in that food by 4, the fat by 9.4, and the carbohydrates by 4, and add the results. Thus, according to the food required for the average man at light work, given on page 225, 106.80 grams of proteins times 4 equals 427.20 calories of energy. 57.97 grams of fat times 9.4 equals 544.94 calories of energy. 398.84 grams of carbohydrates times 4 equals 1,595.36 calories of energy. Total 2,567.51, the calories of energy required for the average man at light work. Table 13. The following gives a balanced supply for a day according to the preceding tabulation. Amount of food, calories. 2 tablespoons fruit with sugar, 55 calories. 2 eggs, 140 calories. 1/2 pound lean meat, protein, 243 calories. 1 pound bread, 1,206 calories. 1/2 pint soup, 307 calories. 1 tablespoonful cocoa, 135 calories. 2 potatoes, average size, 100 calories. 1/2 pint of milk, 150 calories. 2 pats butter, 1 cubic inch, 119 calories. 2 tablespoonfuls sugar, 112 calories. Total 2,567 calories. Dr. Chittenden's experiments would indicate that a man leading a very active life and above the average in body weight can maintain his body in equilibrium indefinitely with a daily intake of 36 to 40 grams of protein or albuminoid food with a total fuel value of 1,600 calories. In order to bring oneself to as limited a diet as Professor Chittenden's men followed, however, it would be necessary to have all food weighed so as to be sure of the correct proportions. Otherwise, the actual needs would not be supplied and the body would suffer. It is a question whether the men with whom he experimented could have followed so limited a diet for an indefinite period. As stated, however, authorities differ on the amount of food required. Dr. Hall suggests 106 grams of protein. Reinke suggests 100 grams of protein. Hultgren and Landergren suggest 134 grams of protein. Schmidt suggests 105 grams of protein. Forster and Molschott suggest 130 grams of protein. Atwater suggests 125 grams of protein. A wise provision of nature enables the body to throw off an excess of food above its needs without injury, within limitations. But, as stated, there is no doubt that the average person exceeds these limits, exhausting the digestive organs and loading the system with more than it can eliminate. The capacity for mental work becomes restricted and the whole system suffers. Mixed diet versus a vegetarian diet. From the fact that only from 2 to 4 ounces of nitrogenous foods are required to rebuild daily tissue waste, it is apparent that this amount can readily be supplied from the vegetable kingdom, since nuts, legumes, and cereals are rich in proteins. Yet there is a question whether a purely vegetable diet is productive of the highest physical and mental development. Natives of tropical climates live on vegetables, fruits, and nuts, and it may be purely accidental or be due to climatic or other conditions that these nations have not made the greatest progress. Neither have the Eskimos, who live almost entirely on meat, attained the highest development. The greatest progress and development, both as nations and as individuals, have been made by inhabitants of temperate climates who have lived on a mixed diet of meat, eggs, milk, grains, vegetables, fruits, and nuts. They have shown more creative force, which means reserve strength. The Eskimo has demonstrated, however, that a diet of meat alone supplies all physical needs. The meat tissue providing growth and repair, and the fat supplying all of the carbonaceous elements. The fat, as previously stated, yields more heat than starches and sugar, and nature provides this heat for climates in which most warmth is required. This may be the reason why natives of warm climates have formed the habit of using vegetables and grains for their heat and energy rather than meat. It is also the natural reason why man in temperate climates eats more meat in winter than in summer. An unperverted natural instinct will always be found to have a sound physiological basis. For example, if by reason of some digestive disturbance one has become emaciated, all of the fat having been consumed, and the cause of the disturbance is removed by an operation or otherwise, one is seized with an almost insatiable desire for fat, often eating large chunks of the fat of meat or large quantities of butter or cream at a meal. When obstructions are removed, nature makes immediate effort to readjust her forces. Those who object to eating meat should study carefully to learn if the proper proportion of protein is supplied with each day's rations. The legumes, peas, beans, nuts and grains must be supplied. While the wheat kernel contains 12% of protein, the white flour does not contain as large a percentage, and it will be noted by reference to tables 2 and 3 that the majority of fruits and vegetables contain little nitrogenous substance. Unless the whole of the grain and the legumes form a goodly proportion of the diet, the danger is in consuming too large a bulk of waste and too much starch in a purely vegetable diet. In a vegetarian diet, one is liable to eat too freely of cereals. As a result, the liver becomes clogged and torpid, and the stomach and intestines are deranged and rendered incapable of full digestion and absorption. The clogged system refuses to assimilate more food. It follows, therefore, that unless one is a thorough student of dietetics, the mixed diet is by far the safest to follow. One can better run short of starch or fat in one day's rations than to be short of protein, because if the 2 or 4 ounces daily requirement is not provided, the tissues are consumed and the blood is impoverished. It is a rare condition in which a reserve of glycogen and fat is not stored in the system. On the other hand, an excess of nitrogenous foods calls for a very active circulation and plenty of oxygen in the system. It has been held that the vegetarian has a clearer brain, and if this be true, it may be due to the fact that he is not eating too much and thus his system is not overloaded. Experience, however, does not prove that he has greater mental, physical, and moral power and efficiency. In fasting, likewise, the mental power is at first clear and forceful, but the reason becomes unbalanced if the fast be too prolonged. A complete diet may be selected without animal flesh, but including animal products of eggs, milk, cream, and butter, together with vegetables, fruits, cereals, and nuts. Yet if the vegetable diet be selected, the legumes, the whole of the grains, and nuts must be given their share in each day's rations. Diet when traveling. Each year sees an increase in the number of travelers. The question of diet many times is of great importance. For those of abundant means, the question is simplified, oftentimes, by the railway dining car service, but for those who from economic reasons must patronize the wayside railway restaurants or other eating places, the diet question is not so easily solved. A carefully planned lunch box is often an aid to the preservation of regular habits and a preventative of digestive disturbances due to a sudden and radical change of diet. The inactivity and sedentary habit enforced by a long journey, in which there is small chance for exercise, generally causes constipation. The shaking of the boat or train also aids this, as it interrupts normal peristalsis. The motion of the boat or train often produces nausea and vomiting, and thus deranges the digestive organs. Greasy or illy prepared food hastily taken at a lunch counter provokes various gastric and intestinal ills. The danger of infected or polluted water complicates the problem, especially when the sick or infants are involved. Many an attack of typhoid fever has been traced to the drinking water used during a vacation trip. The invention of the vacuum bottle has solved one need of the traveler. The invention of the electric heater has solved another. Sterilized and cooled milk may be carried by means of the vacuum bottle for use with children or the sick, and the portable stove will enable the boiling and sterilizing of water when a larger supply is needed than can be carried in a vacuum bottle. By its means, also, a hot drink can be prepared for the aged, the invalid, or other individual when necessary as in an emergency. All fried and greasy food and unripe fruits should be avoided. One had better lessen the amount of food than suffer the gastric difficulties occasioned by too much fatty food. Hard whole wheat crackers with fruit and milk can be had at almost any eating house. These give a well-balanced meal and are often preferable to prepared dishes. Fresh fruit, especially the acid fruits, should form a large part of the diet. The traveler on extended journeys should always provide some of the easily carried condensed foods, so that if the food obtained by the way is unpalatable or illy prepared, or in case food is unobtainable, the needs of the system may be met. Beef meal, whole wheat or oatmeal crackers, malted milk, chocolate, meat extracts, etc. occupy little space and may often prove invaluable. Tablets of soda and also of lime are easily carried and may be used when soda water or lime water is needed, as in nausea or indigestion. If it is possible, the water drank while traveling should be boiled. The bowels must be kept active, and fresh fruits and water are the best aids in accomplishing this. The remedies recommended for car sickness or seasickness are legion. What is an aid in one case is almost or quite without avail in another. Lemon juice, or a slice of lemon in the mouth, is generally of most avail, though lime water in some cases has proven of service. Attacks can often be mitigated or avoided by not starting on a journey when overtired, by light eating for several days previous to beginning a journey, with care in securing good illumination and plenty of fresh air. If traveling by boat, a reclining chair on deck is far preferable to lying in a berth in a stuffy stateroom. Nausea can often be prevented or remedied by deep breathing or by the sipping of hot water with a little soda. End of section 10.
Section 11 of What to Eat and When. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What to Eat and When by Susanna Cocroft. Diets. Before giving any diets, let me first of all impress the importance of eating slowly, of good cheer, of light conversation during a meal, and of thoroughly masticating the food. Remember, it is the food assimilated which nourishes. The following diets allow sufficient food for average conditions, when the vital organs are normal. Fruit, as previously stated, contains a very small quantity of nutrition. It is more valuable for its diuretic effect and to stimulate the appetite. For this reason, it may well be eaten before a meal. The citrus fruits tend to neutralize too high acidity of the blood, increasing its alkalinity. For this reason, also, they are best before a meal, particularly before breakfast. They have a more laxative and cleansing effect if eaten before the other food. The custom has been, however, to eat fruits after dinner for dessert, and they are so given in the following menus. Because of the wide variation in methods of preparing food in the home, an exact and absolute standard cannot be fixed. All foods contain combinations of mineral salts, particularly calcium, lime, sodium, magnesium, and potassium. In each food, however, some mineral predominates. For instance, potatoes contain both calcium and potassium, but the potassium content is larger than the calcium. For this reason, when potassium salts are needed in a diet, potatoes and other potassium-containing foods make a valuable contribution. When potassium needs to be limited, these foods should be omitted from the diet. When calcium is needed, as in growing children, calcium-containing food should be made a large part of the diet. In conditions of health, the construction of a balanced diet is a comparatively simple matter. In conditions of disease, however, the question of diet is often one that can only be solved by a skilled dietitian, after a chemical analysis. Unfortunately, the number of these in the United States is not large, and their services are not available in many cases in which they are needed. A diet in which the acid-forming elements are in excess will ultimately result in a lessening of the alkalinity of the blood. The blood then, to maintain its balance, withdraws alkaline substances from the tissues. A balance must, therefore, be maintained between the acid and alkaline foods. This has a bearing on scurvy and also in gout. Foods which are called acid, that is, they tend to lessen the normal alkalinity of the blood, are oats, barley, beef, wheat, eggs, rice, and maize. When the proportion of acid in the blood is too great, the supply of these foods should be lessened. Alkaline foods, or those which leave no acid residue, are carrots, turnips, potatoes, onions, milk, blood, peas, lemon and orange juice, and beans. These may be used when there is too much acid in the system. Neutral foods are sugar, the vegetable oils, and animal fats. All the content of the foods must be taken into consideration in building a diet, the carbohydrate, fat, and protein being considered as well as the mineral. A consideration of the mineral content, however, should not be neglected. 1/8 gram of iron is taken daily in the ordinary mixed diet. The fact that in 1 quart of milk, according to Hutchinson, there are 1/2 grains of calcium shows how valuable this food is to the growing child for bone and tissue building. It must also be considered when constipation results from a milk diet. Milk and its derivatives are poor in iron, while meat, fish, potatoes, fruits, and bread are poor in calcium. Animal foods are rich in sodium, vegetables and fruits in potassium. The following shows the foods which contain mineral salts in large proportions. Calcium, lime. Milk contains 1 1/2 grams of lime, calcium, in every quart. Next in lime content come eggs, then cereals, especially rice, radishes, asparagus, spinach, veal, olives, 16%, apples and strawberries. Tea, coffee, rhubarb, and cabbage cause deposits of the oxalate of calcium. Potassium, sodium. Egg yolk, potatoes, apples, lemons, limes, oranges, olives 60%, and strawberries. Magnesium, sulfur. Cabbage, asparagus, fibrin of meat, eggs, casein of milk, corn, turnips, cauliflower, and asparagus. Iron. Yolk of egg, beef, spinach, dandelions, apples, lettuce, lentils, strawberries, navy beans, peas, potatoes, wheat, and oatmeal. Phosphorus, meat and most vegetables. A knowledge of the carbohydrate content of foods is useful also in making up a diet, especially in diabetes. Friedenwald and Roura give the following in their order: less than 5%, string beans, asparagus, spinach, pickles, lettuce, cucumbers, greens, celery, Brussels sprouts, rhubarb, sauerkraut, tomatoes, ripe olives, cauliflower. From 5 to 10%, leeks, eggplant, pumpkin, kohlrabi, cabbage, radishes, collards, watermelon, mushrooms, beets, okra, strawberries, turnips, lemons, rutabagas, squash, muskmelons, peaches, onions, cranberries. From 10 to 15%, blackberries, green onions, oranges, green olives, tomato ketchup, currants, raspberries, apricots, parsnips, pears, apples, lima beans. From 15 to 20%, nectarines, huckleberries, cherries, green peas, almonds, potatoes, succotash, fresh figs, prunes, grapes, baked beans, green corn. Over 20%, plums, boiled potatoes, bananas, sweet potatoes. In the following menus, the effort has been to give a correct balance of the various food elements with the approximate calories furnished by each meal. They are suggestive only and may be varied according to the season of the year, the habits of work, or the tastes of the individual, care being taken to preserve the relative proportions. For instance, if much starch or fat is taken at a meal, and little protein, the balance should swing in the other direction for another meal, the amount of protein being increased and that of carbohydrate decreased. Common sense must rule in the matter, as one individual would be illy fed on a diet which would be entirely adequate for another of more sedentary habit and weaker digestion. All the habits of life, such as exercise, breathing, and mental activity, must be taken into consideration. As previously remarked, there must be a variety in the diet which will stimulate the appetite, and unless the tastes of the various members of a family are capricious, they may be gratified. If potatoes are not relished, rice may be substituted. Plain bread may be varied by rolls or biscuits. Well masticated nuts may supply the protein usually served in meat and are often a welcome change. The protein balance is important, as this substance is the basis for growth and repair of the tissues of the body. When the protein balance of the family meal is provided by meat, if for any reason one member of the family does not care for meat, the protein may be supplied by eggs, or by the legumes. Let me repeat that every one should watch his likes and dislikes in the matter of food and guard against allowing himself to become finicky. He should not cultivate a dislike for a food which may disagree with him at a certain time, or the taste of which he does not like, if that food is wholesome. Remember that the likes and dislikes for food are largely matters of cultivation, and one misses much enjoyment and much of health which comes from a well-nourished body by habitually sitting down to a table in a pessimistic frame of mind because the food served does not suit the fancy. It is very difficult for a mother to provide a meal which suits each member of the family, and consideration for her as well as for self should teach one to guard against a critical attitude. The following is an example of a badly balanced menu. It was given a family, including a child, by a mother who had no time to study foods. She gave her folks what was the easiest to get and filled them up the quickest. This mother may have wasted hours in gossip with the neighbors or on fancy work. Breakfast: rolls with butter, 2 cups coffee. Luncheon: fried sweet potato, bread and butter, prunes, tea. Dinner: macaroni with cheese, bread and butter, boiled potato, boiled rice with milk, tea with milk and sugar. The cardinal sin of such a diet is in the lack of protein, the great predominance of starch, and the inadequate supply of fat. An excessive amount of sugar, however, was taken in the tea. This was taken to satisfy the taste, not realizing that the system demanded it for energy. The child was given 1 egg and 1 slice of bread for breakfast. Being a light eater, it asked for no more, but her mother wondered why the child was so pale and suffered from constipation. No water was given with any meal. There are thousands of illy nourished children in our schools, lacking in brain power and readily subject to infection because of badly combined or poorly prepared food. The number of calories in such a diet may suffice to sustain life, but the balance is insufficient, the amount inadequate, the tissues are not repaired, the secretions lack some of their necessary ingredients or are scanty, and the functions of the body are not well performed. The following diet is for one who has attained full growth and who exercises no more than to walk a few blocks a day. The diet may seem light, but when one is sitting indoor most of the time and has little outdoor exercise, less waste protein is oxidized and less starch, fat, and sugar are required for heat and energy. If too much carbonaceous food is consumed, one will store up too much and become too large. If more protein is consumed than is oxidized and eliminated, one is liable to various derangements of the system. Every person at sedentary employment should exercise each day without fail, being particular to bring a thorough circulation to the vital organs. He should fully inflate his lungs many times a day, and see to it that the air in the room is pure. In nearly all of the following menus, coffee and tea have been omitted, because, as before stated, they are not foods but stimulants, and the caffeine and thein may overstimulate the nerves and the heart. They sometimes retard digestion. Some other warm drink should be substituted when there is digestive disturbance or when the digestion is weak. They should never at any time be used strong. They are used simply for their pleasing flavor or for warmth. The following diet is suggested for one of sedentary habit who is not exercising and does not use up much mental or physical energy. Diet 1. Breakfast. Fruit, cereal, coffee or toast coffee. Dry toast, 1 slice or 1 muffin or 1 gem. 1 slice of crisp bacon, 1 egg. If one has taken brisk exercise or is to take a brisk walk of 2 or 3 miles, a dish of oatmeal or some other cereal with cream and sugar may be added. Luncheon. Fruit, creamed soup or puree, meat, cheese or peanut butter sandwich, or 2 thin slices of bread and butter. Cup of custard or 1 piece of cake or 2 cookies. If puree of beans or peas is used, the sandwich may be omitted and 1 slice of bread is sufficient. If the soup contains much cream or is made of corn or potato, the cake or cookies may be omitted. Dinner. Meat, gravy, potatoes, or rice. 1 vegetable, green peas, green beans, cauliflower, greens, corn. Do not use dried baked beans or dried peas with lean meat. Salad or fruit, ice cream or pudding, such as bread, rice, tapioca, cornstarch, or chocolate, or an easily digested dessert. Diet 2 gives the calories of energy required by a businessman or brain worker who uses much mental force. Diet 2. Breakfast. 1 orange without sugar, 100. 1 shredded wheat biscuit with sugar and cream, 175. 2 slices bacon, 75. 2 tablespoonfuls creamed potato, 160. 1 egg, 70. 2 slices toast with butter, 250. 1 baked apple, 85. 2 cups cocoa, 80. Total, 995. Luncheon. 1 bowl oyster stew, 250. 6 crackers, 120. Total, 370. Dinner. 1/2 pint clear soup with croutons, 75. 1 portion beefsteak, 433. 2 tablespoonfuls green beans, 70. 2 baked potatoes, medium size, 90. 2 slices bread, 175. 1 pat butter, 33. 2 tablespoonfuls rice pudding with raisins and cream, 450. Total, 1,326. Plus 995 plus 370, total 2,691. Diet 3 gives approximately the calories required for one taking moderate exercise. Diet 3. Breakfast. Fruit with sugar, 100. 2 tablespoonfuls oatmeal with cream and sugar, 170. 1 piece broiled fish 4 inches square, 205. 2 slices buttered toast, 250. 1 cup coffee with cream and sugar, 125. 850. Luncheon. 2 tablespoonfuls beans baked with bacon, 150. 1 baked apple with cream, 200. 1 cup cocoa, 68. 2 slices bread, thin, with butter, 200. 618. Dinner. 1/2 pint puree, vegetable, 150. 1 portion boiled mutton, 300. 2 potatoes, medium size, 90. 2 slices bread and butter, 250. 2 tablespoonfuls scalloped tomato, 150. 2 tablespoonfuls brown Betty or peach tapioca with light cream, 300. 1 cup coffee with cream and sugar, 125. 1,365 plus 850 plus 618, 2,833. For the girl or boy from 13 to 21, there is no time in life when one needs to be so watchful of the diet as during these years. Growth is very rapid and much protein is needed to build tissue, particularly to build the red blood corpuscles. Anemia may be produced by a faulty diet or by one which lacks eggs, meat, fresh vegetables, or fruit, particularly in developing girls. The red meats, the yolk of eggs, spinach, and all kinds of greens are important articles of diet at this time because of the iron which they contain. They should be supplied freely. Butter and milk are valuable, and regular exercises with deep breathing are imperative. If the appetite wanes, be sure that the girl or boy is getting sufficient brisk exercise in the fresh air. Diet 4. Breakfast. Fruit, oatmeal, shredded wheat biscuit or Triscuit, or some other well-cooked cereal with cream and sugar. 1 egg, boiled or poached, cooked soft, or chipped beef in cream gravy. Cereal coffee, toast coffee, or hot water with cream and sugar. Buttered toast, gems, or muffins. Luncheon. Cream soup, bean soup, or puree with crackers or dry toast. Bread and butter, fruit and cake, or rice pudding, or bread, tapioca, coconut, or cereal pudding of any kind, or a cup of custard or a dish of ice cream. Dinner. Meat, preferably red meat. Potatoes, vegetables, preferably spinach, or greens of some kind, or beets boiled with the tops. Graham bread. Fruit, graham bread toasted or graham wafers, cake of some simple variety, candy, small quantity. A growing child is usually hungry when it returns from school, and it is well to give a little easily digested food regularly at this time, but not sufficient to destroy the appetite for the evening meal. Irregular eating between meals, however, should be discouraged. An egg lemonade is easily digested and satisfying. If active and exercising freely, craving for sweets should be gratified to a limited extent. The growing boy or girl takes from 6 to 8 glasses of water a day. Overeating, however, should be guarded against, for many of the dietary habits of adult life are formed in this period, and the foundation of many dietetic difficulties and disturbances of the system are laid. If one is not hungry at mealtime, the chances are that he is not exercising sufficiently in the fresh air. Thorough mastication should be insisted on. One should encourage the habit of eating hard crusts or hard crackers to exercise the teeth and to ensure the swallowing of sufficient saliva. The schoolboy or schoolgirl, anxious to be out at play, is especially liable to bolt the food or to eat an insufficient amount. This should be especially guarded against, and parents should insist on the proper time being spent at meals. The dislike for meat or for certain vegetables or articles of food which develops in this period should be guarded against. All wholesome food should be made a part of the diet, and the child should not be indulged in its likes or dislikes, but should be instructed in overcoming these. Very few foods disagree at all times with the normal child, and if they do, the cause usually lies in a disordered digestion, which needs to be restored by more careful attention to exercise, deep breathing, and to elimination of the waste of the system. The young man active in athletics needs practically the same food as given in Diet 4, yet more in quantity. He needs to drink water before his training and at rest periods during the game. If he is too fat, he should train off the superfluous amount by exercise and by judiciously abstaining from much sugars, starches, and fats. Diets for reduction, however, must be governed by the condition of the kidneys and the digestive organs. Deep breathing habits are imperative, though he must be careful not to overtax lungs or heart by hard, continuous straining, either at breakfast or at exercise. The man engaged in muscular work requires plenty of food. He can digest foods which the professional or business man or the man of sedentary habits cannot. He will probably be able to drink coffee and tea without any disturbance to nerves or to digestion. In his muscular work he liberates the waste freely and needs fats, starches, and sugars to supply the heat and energy. This is especially true of men who work in the fresh air. The muscular action liberates waste and heat, and the full breathing freely oxidizes the waste, putting it in condition to be excreted through lungs, skin, kidneys, and intestines. He should have more meat, eggs, and nitrogenous foods, and he also needs more carbonaceous foods to supply heat and energy, as given in Diet 5. 3 hearty meals a day are necessary. His muscular movements keep the circulation forceful and the vital organs strong, so that his diet may be almost as heavy as that of the football player. Meat or eggs twice a day, with tea or coffee, and even pie may be eaten with impunity. He needs a good nourishing breakfast of bacon and eggs, or meat, also potatoes, or a liberal allowance of bread and butter, cornbread, muffins, etc. Diet 5. Breakfast. 4 tablespoonfuls fresh or stewed fruit with sugar. Calories 100. 3 tablespoonfuls oatmeal with milk and sugar, 200. 1 portion ham 4 inches square with fat, 200. 2 eggs, 140. 2 cups coffee with cream and sugar, 250. 2 slices bread and butter, 250. 1140. Luncheon. 2 sandwiches, cheese, 300. 1 sandwich, marmalade, 125. 1 pint of milk, 200. 1 slice cake or pie, 100. 725. Dinner. 1/2 pint oyster stew or vegetable puree, 100. 2 baked potatoes, 100. 4 tablespoonfuls macaroni with tomatoes and butter sauce, 200. 4 slices thick bread and butter, 500. 2 portions roast beef, fat, 400. 2 cups coffee, 250. 1 slice pie, 100. 1650 plus 1140 plus 725, 3515. The following constitutes an average which will supply the daily requirement for the aged, or for one at any age whose organs are not functioning strongly. Diet 6. Breakfast. Cereal well cooked with cream or sugar. Oatmeal is preferable because it is laxative. 1 egg, boiled, poached, or baked, soft. 1 slice of toast. Cereal coffee. Dinner. Bouillon or soup. Meat, small portion. Potato, preferably baked. 1 vegetable. Cup custard or bread. Rice or other light pudding with lemon cream sauce. Supper. Soup, bread and butter, stewed fruit, tea. These individuals need little meat. Tea, if used, should not be strong, and for reasons given before, should never be allowed to steep. If the habit of life is active, if one exercises regularly, and if the constitution is vigorous and the body not too encumbered with fat, a greater variety and amount of food may be allowed, but great regularity should be observed concerning the diet and the hours for meals. Thorough mastication is more than ever a necessity. If inclined to constipation, or if the kidneys are inactive, grapes or an apple or some fruit, well chewed, may be eaten just before retiring. Careful attention must be given to securing thorough removal of waste, by attention to the eliminative organs, not overloading them. Hourly outgo in heat and energy from the human body as determined in the respiration calorimeter by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Average 154 pounds. Man at rest asleep 65 calories. Sitting up awake 100. Light exercise 170. Moderate exercise 190. Severe exercise 450. Very severe exercise 600. End of section 11.